1 2 1 2 1 2. So, yeah, 1 2.
Well, in the almost 3 weeks since we've seen you, we've discovered that football isn't coming home, and Paris is a pretty canny venue for the Olympic Games. Oh, and on cricket terms, we've discovered that Durham are in the T20 Blast quarterfinals. But those quarterfinals are a few weeks away. For now, all of the focus is on this. Welcome along to the Metro Bank One Day Cup, and welcome along Rad the Vitality T20 Blast. Now we turn our attentions to the Metro Bank One Day Cup. First home game of the campaign after being on the road for the last 10 days or so, and it's Somerset, the visitors, to the Seat Unique Riverside here in Chester Street. That's underway in about 10 minutes' time or so, but before that, as ever, we are going to bring you all of the coverage. We're going to bring you exclusive analysis and a couple of videos as well as we build up to the start of this one. Durham's first home game in the Metrobank One Day Cup, taking on Somerset today. But as ever, you can get in touch with us, so drop us a comment in the YouTube comments section. Where else would you put a comment, I suppose? Or join us on Twitter and use the hashtag #ForTheNorth. Send us in your comments. Let us know what you think of a broadcast. Let us know what you think of the commentators. But be nice, because they're listening to these very words. As ever, I cannot do it by myself. Steve Harmison is not here today. So we wondered, who can we get that has youth, that has plenty of cricketing knowledge, that have luscious locks? 1 out of 3 isn't bad for Gordon Mutchell and Ash Thorpe. Lads, great to see you. You knew that was coming. It's been a few weeks. I had to get one in, didn't I?
I've missed this banter. It's been good.
Thorpe hasn't, by the look on his face.
Keep me out of it.
Sadly not, mate. If you're in the Daffy News studio, you're in the firing line. What the last 2 weeks been like for you, Muchie? I mean, obviously we've had Euros disappointment on the football side. The Olympics have started, but Durham have made a T20 quarter-final.
Well, that was absolutely brilliant. It was a bit of a nail-biter, as it has been the whole way through. But no, we've just got to get it in that quarter-final. Obviously, tough one down at Surrey. But our name's still in that hat, so fingers crossed we can build a bit of momentum in this one-day cup and then go and take them down there. In September. It's a bit of a wait, mind, isn't it?
It is a bit of a wait, which is why we're completely focusing on the One Day Cup for now. But I mean, much as just said there, Thorpe, there's no nails left. I mean, we should have been used to it after the home games, but that Derbyshire game was just nail biting, wasn't it?
Yeah, fortunate enough, I had a trip down to Trent Bridge, and literally on the way home from that in the car, I had YouTube on. I wasn't driving, for the record, and watched that all the way home. And their commentary was as pessimistic as what our thoughts were. They were like, we can't make it through. It's typical of Derbyshire that we get a chance and we blow it. Yeah. And thankfully Durham grabbed that last opportunity with both hands and into an important quarter-final.
Well, as our viewers know, I don't like to sugarcoat me words, and I'll tell you guys all of the truth from the Daffy News studio. And I remember we walked out on that Sunday after that defeat, that rain-affected defeat, and I'm pretty sure all of us were like, we've cooked it. We've cooked it. It's going to be a tough one to get through. Yeah. So to not just get through, what does that do for Durham, Much do you reckon?
I think, like they've said, it's been a while since we've got to the knockout stage of this cup. Yeah. And it just feels that there's something building around the ground. Ryan Campbell always speaks very positively about how they want to win trophies and win all trophies, competing in both forms of the game with the white ball and the red ball. And it just shows the big step forwards that we've been making. So it's absolutely brilliant. And we've got some young lads in there getting some experience, which is even better.
And it's an easy quarter-final as well. I mean, we've got the easiest quarter-final of the entire lot. It's only Surrey at Surrey, innit?
Yeah, I've booked finals day already.
Yeah.
Are you
Hotels the mascot booked this year?
Yeah, I am, yeah. I've been in training for it.
That's what the Spain trip was all about, really,
absolutely,
wasn't it?
Absolutely. The big feet and everything. Yeah, all good to go. But nah, in all seriousness, I think Muchie's hit the nail on the head. There's a wave of positivity even going through Durham at the moment. Yeah. And that was a big step for us. Our white ball cricket hasn't been brilliant over the last few years. And to make that quarter-final is a huge step. And who knows, in a one-off game, hopefully we can take Surrey down and get to that finals day.
And that's what if you are tuning into Durham Live for the very first time, that is what you can come to expect across this one-day cup. Positivity from a Daffy News studio. Bring on Surrey in the T20. We fear absolutely nobody up here in Chester Street, even if the game is down at Surrey. Anyway, that is in early September. All of our focus is, of course, on the Metrobank One Day Cup. We're looking ahead to this one against Somerset, our first home game of the campaign. And with Steve Harmison away, well, who's going to do his patented pitch reports? We needed someone with youth. We needed someone with luscious... Never mind. Ash Thorpe did it.
Yeah, it was
Here
me.
it is.
Good morning and welcome to the Seat Unique Riverside for the clash between Durham and Somerset. We've got a beautiful fresh pitch today, pitch 15. As you can see here, it's nice, dry with a even covering of grass. The grass isn't live, which we have seen for the championship games, but we should see a lot of runs here today. Expect a decent crowd in today. The weather seems set fair. We have a little shortish boundary across to the Lumley Castle side. As you can see, the lads warming up there behind you, and a quite long boundary across to the members' side there. But we're all set for a good day. Should be lots of runs here today, and I think it's definitely a win the toss and bat first.
I'll tell you what, he's a blooming natural, isn't he, Ash Thorpe? What do you reckon, much? He's going to still harm his job right there.
Oh, very impressive. Well, I've done 2 pitch reports, and the audio's not worked on either. So he's already beaten me.
How did you find it, Ash? I mean, I just loved the little nod down to the pitch right at the start. I thought that was perfection.
Yeah, all down to the cameraman taking the camera off me for most of it, to be honest with you. But yeah, it looks an absolutely belting pitch, that. I've been around the last couple of days. It's been, believe it or not, for the northeast, really hot and dry, and Vic's had it under cover to stop it from drying out so much. So I think it'll be a good batting pitch, hopefully lots of runs, and definitely win the toss and bat first.
Yeah, a good batting pitch. If you win the toss, you bat first. Sadly, Somerset have won the toss and they've decided to bat first. It's not a great toss to lose, that one. I mean, there's never a good toss to lose, obviously, but...
No, that's it. Obviously, you'd want to have first go on that wicket. It does look absolutely brilliant.
Yeah.
And as Thorpe says, hopefully there's lots of runs in it. But, I mean, we've got some spinners in there who can... Drizzle's come back in, I believe.
Yeah.
So I think we've got all bases covered with the side we've gone with. I don't know if it's been announced on the tannoy yet. Or
not as of yet, no. We're always the last to hear anyway, aren't we, about the team news and everything like that. But I'm sure someone's going to feed it onto a piece of paper or something like that and flash it up in front of us. Obviously, we've had 2 games already in the Metrobank One Day Cup. 1 win, 1 defeat. Big win over Lancs, then that defeat against the Rapids. So 50-50 coming into this one, Thorpe.
Yeah, after the real high of defeating Lancashire, who are probably one of the strongest sides in the competition, we took on Worcester. We were in a really great position and let that slip in the bowling innings, and then losing 3 wickets in the first over in the chase isn't ideal.
Yeah.
So there's some work to be done to repair the confidence in the team. And as much as you said, there's a couple of changes in. George Drizzle comes in and Dan Hogg comes in as well. Mitchell Colleen and James Minto, young James Minto, who was on debut, which is so exciting for everybody. He misses out.
And this is it, isn't it? It's not just about how well we do in the One Day Cup. It's giving that experience to those youngsters. Because, I mean, there's some pretty famous names in our squad, isn't there?
Yeah, some good dads on the watching this with the eagle eyes. No, absolutely brilliant. I think Ryan Campbell looks if he's rotating those seams. Obviously, Mitch Colleen and James Minto, like Ash said, came in and did a really good job. Mitch got a few runs at the end and took a couple of wickets, and it was brilliant to see James Minto come through. It was interesting. Alan Walker, I think, handed his cap over, and he said, normally we've seen you guys for a while, but he's obviously come through the age groups but not played as much in the academy, so he's burst onto the scene and looks a real talent, which is good. I'm also pleased Dan Hogg's got the nod. Big, tall, fast ball who can swing it both ways, hit the pitch brilliant in the field, and also very good batter as well.
We're looking forward to seeing some of these youngsters out there here at the Seat Unique Riverside in Chester Street today. But how much will that Rapids defeat, Thorpe, do you think, have stung them into action today, Durham, especially ahead of the first home game of the campaign?
I think losing those 3 wickets, myself and Muchie were talking about at the start there, and you're talking about 3 wickets, John, Alex Lees, Buster Leader and Colin Ackerman, which is the backbone of your batting lineup. I think they'll brush that aside and think, listen, this is just a one-off. Okay, let's put that aside. And I think it'll be a good pitch to chase on anyway. I think whatever we do, we have to do well. So let's get stuck in the bowling innings and try and restrict them. Andy Umeed, from a Somerset point of view, has been absolutely on fire for them, so he'll be a key wicket. And can we just build partnerships?
Should be a cracking match ahead. We've mentioned the Rapids game. We've mentioned that defeat. So let's bring you some highlights from it. We've tried to narrow it down. We've tried to shorten it as much as possible, but we do have to show the most recent highlights. So before I think Ash Thorpe heads off to commentary, which I think is where you're going now, Thorpe?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, looking forward to that one. Looking forward to hearing your dulcet tones throughout the morning, most certainly. Let's get those highlights from a Worcestershire Rapids defeat.
Left arm on Minto, and that's...
He's got him.
He's got him, yeah. He went for the pull there, Brooks, and it's gone straight through to Mustard.
But he will want to get back on ball, and he's just launched that into the leg side.
Took on for 6.
But was Bushnell then. A Demelaf on strike. Short and wide, carved away. And that'll be a 1 bounce 4. Too much width. And a Demelaf is tucked in.
And the Davilav just lets that one fly past. Well, has he gone? He has. He's edged him. Coughlin, oh, that's nicely flicked straight down and out. Flicked to.
Feels almost odd to have this kind of weather. And again, it's full. Driven down the ground, lovely shot. Not perfectly timed, but he got enough of it, and that's going to find its way to the boundary.
That's slowed down. I wonder if it was actually going to reach it. It's only gone a couple of feet over, but...
Yes. For 6. Short and pulled away in front of square. That might have enough to beat the fielder. There's a diving stop, but he can't get there.
Nice shot. Taylor waits, knees bent, it's high, he's swam with that, and that's going to go away pretty much right behind him, down to long off to the boundary.
From an outside edge, and it's heaved into the leg side. Goodness me, he's not mucking about. He may be on loan, but he's here to make a name for himself, and he has launched that over mid wicket for 6.
And that's nice connect. Oh, it's a misfield, complete misfield. Not quite sure what's happened there. It was pushed away from Singh. That's cut away, and that will go all the way out to the mid wicket boundary in front of the ladies' pavilion.
Jones then, high back lift weights, he's a big man as well, solid forward, and he's pushed that through extra cover. That's going to have enough to go to the fence, I think. It has, it's beaten the fielder.
Fine deliveries, Darley in. Jones pushes away, he'll take the quick single. Oh, is he gone? He has. New road end, and this time it's hit high, straight back down the ground from whence it came, and that will go.
The sun is back out, hooked away, there's a man out there. Is it going to go all the way? It is, there's plenty on that, that's out the ground. Sturgis test the middle of the pitch, and that's a bad idea. That's going for 6 as well. Bring up your 50 with a 6, sir. What a fine shot that is.
They've been quite disciplined in that department. This time, though, it is hooked away with between England and the West Indies, and that's Hindley is clubbed out to the boundary towards the bench. We'll leave that one for the moment. Hindley again comes in from the new road end, and this always up to Roderick. It's gone. It's victory for Worcestershire.
Yeah, those highlights were a little bit long for my liking, most certainly. Anyway, it gave Ashthorpe enough time to jump across to his commentary position, and with Ashthorpe out, we had to get someone else in. Phil Mustard, unfortunately, you're the person that we've got into the Daffy News studio.
Good morning, everyone.
We just dragged you across from your seat there. How are you doing? You all right?
Yeah, I'm very good, thank you.
Yeah.
Good to be here today. Hopefully the sun's going to be out, so I'm looking forward to it.
Aye, nice sun out, nice heat and everything, and we're stuck in a commentary booth all day.
Yeah, terrible.
What a terrible life to have. Obviously, we were talking there just with Ash and Muchie before about this game. Big game being the first home game, naturally, but coming off the back of that Rapids defeat, we've just seen the highlights. They really need a win today.
Yeah, I think obviously first 2 games is very cautious on any start of competition, but I think the way a couple of the guys have played, speaking just before about Ben McKinney, he got a few runs the other day. So it's nice to see them guys do, but I think the third game's always key, get the momentum into the next game, and hopefully we can put on a good show today. But obviously we lost 3 early wickets early on against Worcester, but hopefully they put that behind them and we get move forward.
Well, the 2 teams are out on the field. If you are just joining us, Somerset won the toss, decided to have a bat first, so Durham in the field immediately. Just very, very finally, gents, before we do pass over to the commentary team, how do we see this one going, Muchie? What do we reckon?
Yeah, I think it's going to be a high-scoring affair, like Ash said on his pitch report there. Looks a good wicket, but I think we'll get over the line with 4 wickets left.
Top man. I can sense we're going to come back to Ashthorpe's pitch report quite a lot throughout the course of today. Colonel, what do we reckon?
Yeah, I think it's going to be a good game. I think over the years we've always had good games, so hopefully it's going to be a tight game and entertaining.
Happy days. Well, Paul Coughlin comes in to bowl, so I think it's around about time that we chuck you across the comms, Colonel. Much of you get a little bit of a rest, but we'll hand you over to our league commentator for the first 10 overs at least. He's the man that knows everything, Colonel says. It's Mr. Ashthorpe.
Well, thank you very much for that introduction again, and welcome everybody to the Seat Unique Riverside. I'll just go through the teams for you. We'll go through Durham's first of all. It's Alex Lees as captain, Ben McKinney, Buster Lader, Colin Ackerman, Michael Jones, Johnny Bushnell, George Drizzle, who comes in for his first appearance of the season, as Coughlin comes in again from the Finkel end. And a little bit of shape and a nice bit of carry there through to another Mustard behind the stumps. And I'll just finish off the teams and then we'll come to that actually, because this might be a bit weird for father commentating on son. Where's my teams gone? Where are we at to? We're at Drizzle at Hayden Mustard, and we've got Scott Borthwick, Paul Coughlin and Dan Hogg, who makes his first appearance of the season also. Opening the batting for Somerset, we have George Thomas and Andy Umeed, who, as we mentioned pre-show, has been right in the runs to start this competition. And that is beautifully driven out through cover point for the first boundary of the day. Morning, Colonel.
Good morning, Ash. How's things?
Very, very good. How are you feeling about commentating on the young fella?
Well, it's interesting. I don't get to see him very often. Obviously, he's away. I'm doing my umpiring and various other things. So, being down here commentating on a game where he's playing, it's quite exciting, really. I'll have to watch how he's getting on. But yeah, it's a good moment for me. It's a good moment for him, and hopefully, he has a good run in the Metro Bank.
Excellent stuff. And a lovely start of that from Thomas. Allows this one through to Mustard. And I'll just run you through the Somerset lineup. We've got George Thomas. We have Andy Umeed. We've got Lewis Goldsworthy, James Rue, Sean Dixon, skipper, returning to the Seat Unique Riverside. We have Josh Thomas, also there. Casey Aldridge, Josh Davey, Jack Leach, Charlie Castle, who we'll talk about a little bit later on, who's burst onto the scene with Scotland. And Alfie Ogborn rounds up the 11. First thoughts on the pitch, Colonel, from the first few balls?
Yeah, I think just looking at this early swing for Coughlin, which is very exciting to see, and pretty good carry. So when you mentioned about early on the pitch report, I think a bit of carry, a bit of swing, I think there's going to be a bit in for everybody, I think.
Yeah, I think you need that, don't you? Just a little bit of pace to come on. Allow that stroke play. There's a good even covering of grass, as we mentioned this morning. Had a good look at the pitch. So pretty tidy over there. 4 runs off it and a pretty confident shot. So I think both sides will be pretty happy how they've settled into this morning. So the weather looks set for the day. It's going to be a bit of cloud around, which I think will help the swing bowlers. But all in all, a pretty nice day. Little crowd in at the moment, which I think will build throughout the day. We're going to have Bustaleda, who's going to open the bowling from the Lumley end. Andy Umeed, as I said, has scores already this season of 114 not out versus Kent and 84 versus Hampshire. The start of this Metro Bank competition in really fine style.
It was a pretty tough day the other day, wasn't it, against the Rapids?
It was disappointing. I mean, I think we let them off the hook a little bit in that first innings as well. We had them under real pressure, and they got up to a good total with some lower order partnerships. I think Fatty Singh, along with Jake Libby, got them up to a really competitive total. Sturley comes in and hits the pitch hard first ball. And then, yeah, I think if you lose 3 wickets in the first over, you're always going to be up against it.
You're always going to be up against it, and it's up to the middle order to pull them out of the trouble, really.
Yeah.
Obviously, we didn't quite do that the other day, but hopefully we can put that right today and get off to a good start. What we did against Lancs a couple of weeks ago, which was a brilliant partnership.
To leader in again, and a little bit of bounce. That's just defended comfortably out into the offside. Yeah, great start against Lancashire with a big win. Some excellent run scoring there. And yeah, Alex Lee scoring 100. You had Bustaleda was 70 odd. Ben McKinney got a little start there with 43. Disappointed not to go on a bit further. Then Ackerman came in and blasted 59 along with Michael Jones. Got Durham up to a big score, and Lancashire were kind of never in the hunt. And this beats the outside edge. I mean, just stuck a little bit on the crease there.
Beautiful, a little bit of swing.
Yeah, a little bit of shape away from the right-hander. 2 slips in place, looking for the early wicket. And you've got a pretty regulation field. You've got a point to cover mid-off, third man in play as well. You have mid-on, deep backward square, and a short fine leg. Let's delay her in again. And again, a nice bit of shape as Umeed is beaten twice in a row outside the off stump.
Yeah, it looks like the Durham boys are up for this. They're running between wickets. There's a little bit of noise out there. They're trying to get on top of the two batters, and there's a bit of swing helping them. So all good at this moment in time.
It's always good to get that first home game in, isn't it? I think we often get stitched up a little bit. We seem to hit the road for a couple of games early doors. And Umid comes down the wicket and edges, and Mustard, young Mustard, takes the catch. He takes the catch. And Umid, who we've mentioned already, is probably the leading run scorer in the competition, is gone without scoring. And I'm not sure who was more nervous here as that ball flew through to Mustard. Was junior or senior here in the commentary position?
Senior Mustard was, once I seen him trying to catch it, he got a little bit of a wobble on, I think he did. The ball was moving around in the air. It looks like it was moving around in the air. So fair play to him. He took it. You just got to catch it when you're working. Just catch it. You don't need to look good. You just got to catch it, and that's exactly what he done. But I think that's great bowling from the leader. I think a bit of swing, bit of pace, bit of bounce. This could be a very strong 10 overs. This with the ball swinging. Well, 2 new balls. We forget about that. 2 new balls. So hopefully they swing a bit longer than just using one.
Absolutely great start for Durham, picking up and Umid without scoring. As you said there, caught behind by the baby Colonel. Well, there's an even younger one coming through there. I'm not sure what we're going to call Rory if he bursts onto the scene a bit later on as well. But he's playing up in the sticks out in Allendale today.
Baby Colonel today. We've had a bit of a mate today. We'll go on to that in a minute, Ashley. It's been a tough old day today.
Phil Mustard ensuring that Uber continues its success in the transportation market. But yeah, we'll talk about that a little bit later on as Lewis Goldsworthy comes to the crease with Somerset losing the early wicket. Andy Umid was caught behind off the bowling of Bus Deleda. Which has been a good start so far from Deleda. He's been right on the money with a bit of shape. And now 3 slips in place. And this one hits Goldsworthy on the pad, but it looks like it's going down the leg side. That's a wicket maiden to start with, and Somerset are 4 for 1.
What a brilliant start that was. So we got a bit of Michael Goff and a bit of Jack Chantry umpiring.
We
today.
have Michael Goff, one of my all-time favourite human beings, along with your good self. Always entertaining.
It's great to get him back in the North East, though, isn't it?
It's just
back in the day, he was an unbelievable cricketer.
He was, and he made a really difficult decision when he went through a period where he just wasn't enjoying cricket and decided, as a player anyway. As Coughlin comes in again, and again looked to shape. It's punched down to Alex Lees at mid-on, and made a pretty difficult decision to say, right, I've had enough of playing, but then there's still a pathway for me in umpiring. And he was young to do it as well, wasn't he?
I think he was about 21, I think, when he decided he had enough of cricket, and we didn't see him for 4 or 5 years, and then all of a sudden he popped up as an umpire. You go, hello, Michael, how are you?
And it's difficult to take him seriously as Coughlin comes in again, and that is again punched away nicely. This will be a good test for the outfield. It's not timed as well as the first one, and it's a good chase from Johnny Bushnell out there. And Thomas will pick up 3, move the score along to 7 for 1. But that's going to happen if you're going to pitch the ball up and allow the ball to swing, then batters will be driving it. But it's interesting that those first 2 have gone very square, so just indicating a bit of shape with the ball. But yeah, Goffey, not the most serious of characters, and then he's taken this role, but geez, he's done a good job, hasn't he? He's one of the best in the world right now.
One of the best in the world, and he has been for 2 or 3 years now.
Coughlin in again. Again, nice and full from Coughlin. And obviously a path that you're treading yourself at the moment, mate. Not getting into umpiring. You are right in the thick of umpiring.
Yeah, I think getting into the umpiring is something which I always wanted to do. I wasn't as young as Goffey when I moved into it, but as soon as I left Durham in 2016, I always had a vision of being a first-class umpire. I'm not quite there yet. But give it time, and hopefully I'll get to where I need to be.
Brilliant stuff. And that's short and wide and punished by Goldsworthy. That one deserved to be put away, and it was. Again, good bit of bounce in this pitch and a good bit of pace. Goldsworthy jumped all over that. Nice comeback there from Coglan, but again nicely played from Goldsworthy. Looks in good touch so far this morning. Moves himself onto 5, 12 for 1.
It's a bit of a struggle today without the big screen, isn't it?
Yeah. It is, yeah. So for those that, we normally have the luxury of the electronic scoreboard, but now we have to go back in time a little bit and use the old original scoreboard here at the Riverside. That again shapes away and allowed through to the keeper by Thomas. That ends the third over with Somerset on 12 for 1. So yeah, we're scrambling for any tech that we can get. So we've got a little laptop in front of us trying to keep an eye on the scoreboard. I blame Graham Maddison. No doubt be listening along the corridor. Sorry, Graham. I take that back. Technical hitch means, yeah, that we've without the electronic scoreboard, but we do have a big scoreboard full of information, which is right in a blind spot for me, and I can't see it to my to my right. So if we muddle through a little bit on that front, I apologise. Delader comes in again. This one's a little bit straighter and tucked away to the leg side, but no run. Tell us about your morning, Colonel.
Yeah, so obviously I've got me older one down here, so he had to be here for 8:30, 9 o'clock. I've got my younger one up in Allendale, which is a good hour from here.
Later on the money again.
So Mrs. Mustard was travelling to Leeds this morning, so she dropped off Hayden. So that worked out pretty well. But then, me being the good human being I am, I decided to pick up one of Rory's friends to take him up to Allendale. And when we got in the car at 8:30, the car didn't start. So as you can imagine, there was a bit of a panic on.
We've left a part out of that, which we'll come to in a moment. It's delayed right on the money. A good piece of defence there. I believe there was an incident of a kit bag.
So we had a little bit of a panic on. So the youngster, very excited. He wants to play cricket. He's got to get a knock in before he goes to Bunbury Festival next week. So then we realised that Mrs. Mustard decided to take the main family car to Leeds with Rory Mustard's cricket bag in the back of it. So as you can imagine, she was halfway to Leeds, and young Mustard didn't have any cricket kit.
To lead a ball short, this one's pulled away and beat square leg. The dive of Dan Hogg, who is a long human being, the best part of 6'6" or 7, and he's unable to pull that one in. And another boundary to Goldsworthy as he moves on to 9.
So yeah, so we'll make a phone call. Have you got the kit? Yes, it's in the back of the car, but she couldn't come back because she's on a work thing. So we had to go in the garage. And luckily I'm a left-hander as well, and I've got a bit of spare kit from Grey Nichols, which I had for many years in the garage. So he filled the cricket bag up full of adult left-handed cricket kit.
A bit of retro Grey Nicks. Love it. Oh, Delader again beats the outside edge. And then so how do the lads get up to Allendale, mate?
Yeah, so Uber was pretty good. Allendale's not a very close place to get to, but Uber was very interesting. I booked an Uber from me with an added stop to pick up the young lad, and it doubled in cost. It did. I was unbelievable. It's en route as well.
And Delita again finds that good length. Oh, and a rogue throw at the stumps by Michael Jones. I'm not sure Paul Coghlan was expecting that one, but he backs it up anyway.
So he had to get 2 separate Ubers because it was a hell of a lot cheaper than adding in a stop. So Uber, if you are listening, I think you got to be a bit more sensible with your pricing if you add in a stop en route. So yeah, so I got the Uber up to the young lad's house, and then I jumped out the Uber and I got Mr. Tom Seymour to pick me up in Westerhope and bring me to work. So I've had a very exciting morning. I don't know how I'm going to get home yet.
We'll sort that out later.
Durham expenses.
It'll be 2 to get home, won't it?
Well, I've got 2 to get home, and stepdaughter's up working in the boxes as well.
Oh, there you go.
I've got a family day out today.
Coghlan, I thought that just ran off the face of the bat there. Through to Mustard behind the stumps.
Beautiful shape.
Yeah, it was. Just drawing Thomas into playing at that one where he probably didn't want to.
These games come thick and fast, eh?
Yeah, we
every 2 or 3 days. We've
back
got
at home on Friday. Oh, it's edge and it's caught.
Beautiful.
Oh, it's off a no ball. It's a no ball, would you believe it? It was snaffled beautifully by Borthwick at slip, just away to his right, and Coghlan has overstepped. And it will be a free hit. So just keep your eye on George Thomas's score there. He's on 7 at the moment. How costly will that be throughout the course of today? But again, that swing kernel.
Beautiful, drawn them forward to the drive. That is exactly what you need to do as a bowler if the ball's swinging.
Disappointing that he's overstepped. So Coghlan here on the free hit, and again he beats the outside edge. And that was a ball, to be honest with you. You'd be probably pretty happy to get it. It was full and wide outside off stump, but Durham will take the dot ball.
That's a beautiful. That's well bowled. Well bowled from Coghlan, I think. I think if you go to the back end of the innings, they'll try and go
Full
wide
and wide.
Yorker,
Yep.
full and wide, and I think that's clever bowling. Clever bowling. Batters try and set themselves for probably short, slower ball. Wide Yorker's pretty good ball.
Coghlan again overcorrects, and this one just kisses the thigh pad and will run away down. A fine leg for another 4. So Coghlan there just overcorrecting a little bit. And what you don't want to do, you mentioned the buzz around the field, and just moments like that can take the energy out of the field inside when you take a wicket off a no ball and then it's followed up with a boundary, which normally is the case.
100%. But I think naturally, I think you're always going to go down, but you will pick yourself up after 1 or 2 good balls again.
And Coghlan back on the money there as that one through to Mustard at just over hip height. I was talking to Vic Domain a little bit earlier today, but just before I did the pitch report, and he was wondering how I was going to slag him off. We've got a good relationship with Vic, calling the grumpy groundsman, which most of them tend to be, but he reckons they're just misunderstood.
I agree. I think Vic's a great man. I borrowed some stuff off him a couple of years ago to do my back garden.
Have you returned it?
And I haven't returned it yet.
And Coghlan on the money there as that one's defended to mid-on.
Yeah, I can't remember what it was now. Something to level out my ground or something along them lines. And it's still in my garage, and he still sends me messages every day to bring it back, and I keep forgetting. Sorry, Vic. I'll bring it back next week.
Yeah, I'm sure he's heard that many times before. And what you don't see is the ground staff do so much work, and hopefully they can have a nice, relaxing day now watching the cricket as that's shaped away. And I really like the field position. There's a catching man at point, but that one has raced away from Thomas to the left-hand side of Colin Ackerman. It was there at catching point for another 4, and that ends the over. Number 5, Somerset 26 for 1, Thomas on 11 and Goldsworthy on 9 after the early wicket of Andy Umeed, who was caught behind by Hayden, mustered off the bowling of Buster Leader for no score.
I like it. They're keeping the 2 slips in. Keeping the 2 slips in. I think the ball is doing enough to put pressure on them, I think. Okay, you go for a couple of boundaries, but I'd rather take wickets.
Yeah, that risk reward. Delator's a little bit straight, but finds Hogg on the leg side. Does Goldsworthy as he tucks that away nicely. Yeah, 2 slips in place. Early wickets are key, aren't they? And you've gone no further than that Worcester game the other day when Durham's batting lineup was broken after 1 over with 3 down. But I think you've always got to look to take wickets here. It's partnerships that build big totals in these games. This looks like a really good batting surface. Deleder. It's not bad pace that either from Buster Leader, and he's bowled a challenging line and length so far this morning. I think the overheads as well, Colonel. The ball is swinging a little bit, and while that is in play, you've got to try and take an opportunity.
Yeah, I think you have to. I think obviously I think the loss are tossed, and I think they would have batted. But looking at the condition now, the ball's swinging a little bit. They would take this early on, I think.
Got a little bit of change of field now as deep square goes out. Ackerman actually goes from second slip to a short mid wicket. Dan Hogg's the man who goes out onto the deep square leg boundary. It leaves Scott Borthwick still in place at first slip. And this one is straight and it's hit beautifully through mid wicket, and that will take some stopping. In fact, there's no chance for Hogg. That one races away off the bat for another boundary for Goldsworthy. He moves on to 13. He's hit 3 boundaries so far. And the total moves on to 30 for 1. Obviously seeing something here that the plan is to bowl a bit straighter, but Goldsworthy was well and truly up to the task there. Deleder, ball, and Alex Lees.
Beautiful. Well fielded.
Absolutely brilliant fielding, and if something's going to bring the energy, then the skipper launching himself to his right and probably preventing another boundary will do that.
He's a big lad to get down as well, isn't he?
He's a solid human being, Alex Lees.
He's a big lad to get down that low.
It's a
great stop.
Great bit of fielding there. Yeah, thick and fast. Is it Northants on Friday? I think we've got a bit of an ex-players day, I believe. There'll be a few Durham old boys locking around. Which would be nice. We might nick up and have something cold to drink with them at some stage on Friday.
I did put my name down for that, to come down and
yeah, you're barred.
To socialise, but unfortunately I've got work to do.
Yeah, you're barred.
I'm not barred. I'm umpiring on Friday.
What
I've
have you
got Yorkshire v Gloucestershire.
Okay, excellent.
Down at York, so should be a good day.
Excellent. I love those games at outgrounds. And Deleder again, a little bit of swing. That is going to end over number 6, 30 for 1 on the board. Thomas on 11 and Goldsworthy on 13.
I agree with you. These outgrounds are brilliant. Absolutely. I think for me, being North East, I think the one that we do at South Northumberland Cricket Club, which is a great day out.
So up there
somebody who is a bit of a social butterfly. I think the South Northumberland cricket is a very good day, and very enjoyable, and that is one of the good days. But I think outground, I remember days down in Sussex when we used to go down to Sussex and we used to play in Sussex. But how class that is an outground. That is, you got your little deck chairs up on the boundaries and right next to the seafront. I used to love that sort of ground, where small, compact, but plenty of energy.
Oh, Coughlin with a bit of energy behind that one. Draws a false shot from Thomas. Yeah, I remember one of the first games I ever played. Well, I was actually 12th man for a change.
Sure.
And it was at Stockton, and I ended up running hot water for Javagal Srinath for 2 days, pretty much in a flask. He just kept looking at me and just asking for more. It was just hot water, nothing else, no tea, no coffee, just hot water. And that will be a wide down the leg side. Caught by umpire Shantry.
Was he a bit of a character? Did you have a go?
Yeah, he was different. He was different.
In
He was
which
good
way?
though. Like he's just quirky. Yeah, good, mate. If I was a fast bowler, he'd have been somebody that would have been all over. But for the fact he just kept asking me to run on and carry hot water, I was over that pretty quick. But yeah, Stockton.
They used to host quite a few games, didn't they?
We
Yeah.
had Darlington as well.
Darlington was a good one.
Hartlepool, Chesterley Street, South Northumberland.
Yeah, we got some nice grounds in the northeast.
Absolutely. Jamie's obviously here in the crowd today, as we can probably hear through the effects microphone. That one, a little bit of inside edge, I think, onto the thigh pad. That one just runs away into the leg side for another single for Thomas. Moving the score on to 32 now for 1.
Yeah, we were speaking about Jamie. I was up at Sedbergh the other day watching the youngster play, and I didn't realise where he was, but I sat next to him.
Didn't take long.
Whoa, Jesus. That was a long day. I had to put my earphones on and everything, but I love the passion that he shows.
Yeah.
He's more of a bowler's person.
Oh, it doesn't matter who's
he
bowling.
He loves wickets. He
Yeah.
just loves wickets, and I love to see people enjoying themselves.
It's brilliant. And that one's tucked away to Alex Lees at mid-on. Yeah, fair play. Alan and Jamie come to most home games, and Durham look after them pretty well as well, which is nice. It's good character. Loves his local football as well, Jamie. He's often at the grassroots clubs. Just starting to build up a little bit away to the members' side. Coghlan right on the money again there. Bit of bounce there from Paul Coghlan.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing a couple of the young guys from Somerset bat.
Yeah.
Young Archie Vaughan, which I've been around him a couple of times through watching Hayden under 19s. So I'm intrigued to see how Archie gets on today. So that'll be quite good. But I think Sean Dixon's a good cricketer.
And that is clipped away beautifully there. Coghlan just too straight. Absolutely rattled away down to the boundary towards Lumley Castle. Thomas, lots of boundaries being hit here this morning. It's the 6th. Somerset on to 37 now for 1. Which sees our 2 catchers disappear now. So we've got pretty much a ring field. 2 sweepers, 1 at third man and 1 at deep square. And this is a bouncer from Coghlan, which Jamie really enjoyed. And that ends over number 7, 37 for 1 on the board. Thomas on 16, Goldsworthy on 14. What are your thoughts so far on this morning's play?
I think it's either 4 or none.
Yeah.
It seems to be that sort of start. Very, very positive. A lot of energy from both teams. Durham are running around very, very quick. You've got 4s coming quite comfortably for Somerset. The ball swinging. Everything seems to be fast forward, and hopefully it keeps like this for the full day. Because if it's like this for the full day, it's going to be an exciting 50 overs.
Absolutely. Bustaleda coming in for his 4th over. That one short and down the leg side. Wasn't sure if there's a bit of glove on that one. A nice tumbling take from young Colonel down the leg side. Footwork okay there, mate?
More energetic than me. Gee, that was a nice take down leg side.
Lovely roll.
Then he had the little roll at the end.
Channel 9 roll, that would have been called in Australia.
I'm not sure where he gets that from, but it's certainly not me.
You'd have been stood up, wouldn't you? Lunatic. Bustaleda comes in and hits the pitch hard, and it's defended out into the offside. Still got a slip in place for Bustaleda. Ackerman, I have to say, in a bit of a catching short mid-wicket, although it looks like he's actually going back out It's a bit more regulation.
The ball seems to be hitting the bat hard, eh?
Yeah, it does, sounds good. Sounds really good. Nicely played, nice and straight down the ground. Dan Hogg doing the fielding there at mid-on.
I'm intrigued to see Hogg bowl. I haven't really seen much of Hogg this year. It'll be interesting to see how he gets on. He's a very tall individual.
He is. He's very long. You would
But
expect
he
him.
moves pretty good, eh?
He's a good athlete. He's a good athlete, along with Ben McKinney as well, who's really tall. They both move well for big men. Got a good role model in Paul Coughlin, who's probably Durham's best fielder. The lady comes in and bowls a sharp bouncer. And Thomas ducks underneath. It's interesting there that they're using the pitch a little bit more now. The ball stops swinging, so they're using that bouncer a little bit more in the last couple of overs, just to make sure that the Somerset batsmen are not comfortable just jumping under the front foot. What do you think of Muchi's shorts today, mate? Are you a fan?
Well, to be fair, when I was looking through the WhatsApp, I didn't see anything saying, oh, you can rock up in shorts and scruffs and
Just be
do
cash.
whatever, just be cash. But to be fair, Muchi's Much, he can do what he wants. He seems to do. He's on his holidays at the minute from work, so I think it's fair play you can do that.
This one's tucked away nicely by Thomas, and he'll pick up 2 down to the deep square boundary. It's perfect, because he's going to be on after the 10 over mark. We've got Sam Dalling with us again this morning. Mate, we don't want to see any extra clothes you've bought. You just do you, Muchi. .39 for 1. This one's short and wide and probably misses out a little bit there, Thomas. Sorry, it's 41 for 1. So just waiting for that update to hit the scoreboard. Just a little bit early on that one, Thomas, as he looked to hit that one through the offside. Delayed currently 1 for 12. Coughlin none for 25. As Gordon Mitchell rearranges his wardrobe. There's the only one here with a professional wardrobe at the ground. Delayed straight, and this is chipped in the air, but doesn't carry to mid-on. And that ends over number 8. 41 for 1. Thomas is on 18 and Goldsworthy is on 15. See if we're going to get to see Dan Hogg here. As I was just thinking, yeah, bowling change would be a good idea, and Dan Hogg gives his cap to umpire Santry and will join us from the Finkel end. So we're going to get a lovely view of him running away from us. The pitch is just about in front of us. We're about 2 pitches to the right as you're looking down now. Our view. A really nice moment for Dan Hogg.
What pace can Hogg get up to, Ash? Have you seen much of him or not?
I've seen enough. He probably looks like he could bowl a bit quicker, I reckon, but he'll bowl a good line and length, a bit like Jason Holder. He'll challenge that off stump, and he'll get a lot of bounce. And there's a nice start for him. That'll be a nervous moment for him. And carrying a few injuries to start the year, as you'd expect with a man of his height, his body's growing, and being a fast bowler is not easy work. Never understood why anybody does it. They just bowl it for us to hit it, don't they? This Hogg comes in again, and he's right on the money, and that's a no ball. No ball. Second one from this end. This will be a free hit, and Goldsworthy is 15 off 20. Be looking forward to this one. Be interesting to see what Hogg goes to here. Just a discussion between Lees and Drizzle there, so we might see some spin introduced early as well. As Hogg comes in and he bowls a good bouncer, and that again seemed to swing after it went past the batsman, and
Young Hayden Mustard behind the stumps has taken that really nicely.
Big swing after the ball.
It's horrible, that, isn't it, behind the stumps?
That's a good bouncer.
Yeah. It's a good
bouncer.
option.
Very good
You
option.
look at your field, he's unable to change his field, so his one real protector is out at deep square, which he's tried to bowl to, so it's a good recovery there from Dan Hogg. Oh, I thought there was a little inside edge there. Again, I think it'll be a battle for Hoggy just to find his natural length, and I think sometimes the taller bowlers, when they're bowled a bit full, can sometimes get that little bit floaty. But he's definitely challenged them all indoors over the winter, that is for sure. It's horrible, that bounce inside. Not much fun.
Oh, them days.
Oh, short again.
Indoor school in what, October, November,
Not
December?
Fun. Not fun.
Gee, they were scary, them things.
Remember
The lighting wasn't great.
Nah, my first ever hit when I got signed for Durham was in an indoor. Martin Moxham was a coach, and he asked me to come because Collingwood and Harmison were about to go to an Ashes trip. And I copped Steve Harmison first ever hit, and Hogg right on the money there. So me being me, stupid, bit of a happy hooker, first ball he bowled short, and I absolutely walloped it. And I just got this look from Big Herman, and I thought, oh, what have I done there? And I just copped it for about 25 minutes. Collie's little wobbles, the old Collie wobbles, and then
little
Harmy
race
bowling
swings.
off about 17 yards at Sacriston indoor. Oh my God, what a fool I was.
Finn Doon School, was it?
Yeah. And again, Hogg beats the bat. And yeah, sometimes you learn real early what to do and what not to do. And that's a good start from Hogg after the no ball. It's the only runs he's gone for in the over. And that'll be a good settler for him. He must be close there.
It was similar because in the winter, just before Wood, Potts, Cars, before them boys went to the Ashes, and Hayden copped it at South Northumberland. Woody coming in, bouncing off the back wall, giving him it. Hayden was jumping out the way, getting hit in the thigh pad. They had a little bit of a bet on who can get him in the thigh pad and whatever. So we just stood there watching, and Hayden copped it from all three of them. It was brilliant. You learn the hard way.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, one of the best parts about the job that I have is I get to see that all the time. And it was a couple of years ago, Mitch Killeen was part of the Parkview Academy. You're going to see change when George Drizzle is going to come into the attack. But yeah, it was when Stokesy was trying to get back to fitness, and he peppered the poor kids. It was good fun to watch.
Yes.
But great experience. Imagine that being that age and getting to face like Stokes, and oh man, so good. George Drizzle, right arm off spin. Gonna have Ryan Campbell come and join us if Muchie moves his wardrobe. He's got 17 changes to close as Drizzle comes in. First ball, it's nice to see him back and fit.
It is very good to see. You can't play football warm-ups, can you, these days?
Who would be a coach and allow your prized assets to play football? Absolutely ridiculous. As Drizzle comes in again. This one's a little bit of turn there. Morning, Ryan.
Hello, lads. How you doing?
Very well, mate. How are you?
Yeah, it's football. What a rubbish sport.
Looking cool, mate, with the old bucket hat on.
First time I wore my shorts, I reckon, all summer.
Drizzle. Nice start from George Drizzle, who, as we said, has come in for his first game before the summer after an ankle injury in a warm-up. We'll just leave that one there, but it must be nice to have your leading spinner back, Ryan.
Yep, that's a great opportunity for Driz to get back into the team and, you know, show his wares. Obviously, we got high hopes for Driz. He's played quite well in the second team this year.
Yep. Comes again. This one's a little bit short and probably missed out there, Thomas.
You know, and as we've probably all spoken about, you know, this competition is about giving opportunities for, you know, some of the lesser known players, so to speak.
Oh, and that one's beaten the bat. And the way Drizzle, I think he was expecting that one to cannon into the stump, so I thought there might have been a bit of spin. So when you've had a look at the pitch, Ryan, there's a bit of like the grass, good even covering, but it's quite tufty, isn't it? So the ball might grip into that.
I think it will spin. That was my take on it. Hence why we've included 3 spinners really.
Drizzle on the money there. Really challenging line. That pitching just outside of off stump, and that ends an absolutely outstanding first over, which is a maiden over. Right, I'm going to leave you in the more than capable hands of Sam Dalling, who's about to join you for the next stint. And Gordon Mutchell, do you want to join in as well, mate? Everybody wants to hear you, mate. You jump in there, Mel.
Thanks for having me, Ash. Just get in the chair and you dashed off. But Sammy's here. He's the one.
Hello, sir. How are we?
Very well, thanks.
Oh, it's beautiful here, isn't it? Absolutely beautiful. Decent start. 43 for 1. Pretty even. Hello, Gordon Mitchell. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you. I'm pleased the fashion police have left mine. I've been getting it from all angles there about my shorts.
Oh, I like them.
You've got shorts on as well. Well, nice hot sunny day.
I got married recently in shorts. So it was allowed.
Perfect.
My lovely, very pasty legs. Here's Hogg. Sharp bit of work at mid-wicket.
Oh, look, I was just saying to Ash that, make of it what you will, this competition. For me, it's an exciting time of the year. It's, I do my best to get to, as many seconds game as I can, but, getting the opportunity to blood Hogg, who's just turned 19, Minto the other day at 16 years of age, Mustard at 18. That's the exciting sort of part of this competition. I've no doubt that every other county thinks the same thing. Somerset got a host of youngsters in there as well, and we saw that at Worcester. So it's a chance for, I guess, the lesser-known guys to establish themselves and put a case forward that, they can play at this level. And even like a guy like Paul Coughlin, for instance, who's been a bit in and out of our team this year.
Inside edge.
He gets an opportunity to lead the attack under, all the pressures of being the main man and, having to back it up, over 8 games over 2.5, 3 weeks, which is a good test for him. So, I enjoy this time of the year. I think it's a fantastic opportunity. It's a part of this great game, this county game that, you guys and myself love so dearly.
And I think what has changed, what I've noticed in the last couple of years, is actually the first year of this competition, when the 100 first started, there were some relatively weak sides. There weren't enough players around, and there were probably slightly too many kids. There wasn't quite the balance. But now you look at all the sides and think, actually, even what is left, in inverted commas, is still pretty strong. You look at both of these teams, and there's international cricketers in there. You've got Jack Leach, you've got Scott Borthwick, Alec Lees. Driven down the ground for just a single. A shout of hit 'em Leesy, I think, was a little bit optimistic there.
Yeah, you're right. It's that when we sat down at during the T20 competition and tried to put our team together, we felt it was as strong as ever. When we're not playing any of our overseas players yet, that's something that we've been very, I guess, clear on what we want to do, but they might come into it later on. Neil Wagner arrives in the next day or so, and we'll work out whether we want to give him, just to blow the cobwebs out really to play. And obviously David Beddingham's away, but now that we have a quarter-final to prepare for in the T20. Ashton Turner and Ben Dwarshuis are lurking somewhere. I've no doubt I'll pull them out of the cupboard at some point. But it's still good standard. It's good competition.
45 for 1, 11 overs gone. George Drizzle was going to continue. Formerly of Somerset, had a couple of games on loan, I think. He was at Gloucestershire before he came up here. Played for Somerset in this competition a couple of years ago.
That's good. It's also good, like you said, to have those experienced guys in with these young lads finding the way. So the likes of Borthwick and Alex Lees to guide them through is really good. And like you say, I think it's brilliant balance to the team as well.
I think, and again, I've only been there a couple of years, but I guess going back to my day, I hate saying that, but when I finished off in club cricket, for instance, there was always the senior pros who would teach the youngsters. And I think in the second team, you don't get that anymore. And now this is the opportunity that we can have that. We look at our seconds team. George Drizzle is clearly one of the oldest guys we have in our team. But whereas back in the day, for instance, you could have had a Graham Clark playing and those sort of guys.
Yes, there were times where the second 11s were fully pro as well. Almost, you'd have 11 senior guys vying for. It was really competitive cricket.
Well, I remember the first year Durham won the championship. I was in the second team the whole year, and the second team we had out, I think, would have beaten quite a few first-class teams. We had people like Harmy coming in, Liam Plunkett. We had international players playing in the second team, and I mean, obviously the squads. I know the way the finances have worked now. It's harder to keep so many people, but I think, like you say, this competition gives those guys that little
outside edge for 4. A little bit lucky there, Goldsworthy. I think he was trying to hit that fine, not quite that fine. Not really a chance. It was a thickish edge. Not much you can do really as a bowler or a keeper other than curse under your breath, or maybe out loud.
I know it sounds a bit weird, but he's had a good year, Goldsworthy. He's
Yeah.
been brilliant at Leicester, and obviously been put out to loan, and he predominantly a left-arm spinner, and they got a few of those lurking at Somerset, as well as a right-arm offie.
Ooh, another inside edge. Just as we're talking him up, they pick up a single. You're absolutely right about Goldsworthy.
Yeah, he's had a great year, I reckon, and we actually spoke about him pre-game as a guy that comes in with confidence. He's been playing some good cricket, and I think Somerset rely on those sort of guys that, they'll rely on Rue and Leach and their senior players. Dixon, obviously a former Durham player. But in between, they've got lots of good young kids that, like I say, they're pretty keen to expose, and we're going to have to be at our best if we want to win this game.
51 for 1, 12 overs gone. Goldsworthy is still there, not out on 21. George Thomas has 20. Yeah, every time you checked a scorecard for Leicestershire, Lewis Goldsworthy was there. That's a nice shot for no run. Bowling his 4 overs, pretty tightly picking up wickets. And actually, for him, he suffers a little bit being very slight in stature, Lewis Goldsworthy. He actually hits quite a long ball. He played a bit of T20 a few years ago, and it's just the strength of that Somerset side. But I suspect with Roelof van der Merwe coming towards the back end of his career, Goldsworthy might be the future, but they need to time to a new contract. Pulled. Man at deep square leg though, so just be a single.
Well, it's an interesting one, isn't it? Because I guess if you watch the last 3 tests, you've seen a young bloke who bowls pretty good offies, and I know that there's a bloke called Ben Stokes who's a pretty big fan of him. You would think that, again, I'm an outsider here saying a comment about another club, but that kid's got to be the #1 spinner at your county. I would have thought, if you're the incumbent test guy, so he may have to leave. Again, I'm not, before we get rung up by 1,000 Somerset people yelling at me, but the common sense says your test spinner has to be your #1 in your place, and it appears to me that Leach will always be the #1 at Somerset, which is fair enough as well. So, if you take Bashir out of that makeup of the team, and then you start to question, well, maybe there is space for Goldsworthy, but like we've seen, not too many county teams play 2 spinners.
Left alone, he does have the benefit of being a top order batter, Goldsworthy. That's his primary. He should, in red ball cricket, he's a top 5 batter.
They got plenty of those down there too, haven't they?
They've won the second 11 T20, didn't they? And that's the kind of strength they've got with internationals playing people like Rue, Aldridge. Tell us a bit more about Daniel Hogg.
Well, he's a kid that we have a lot of high hopes for. If you just take one look at him, his pants don't fit, that's for sure. we can never get long enough pants for him. But I think that's also an indication he's still growing. I think he's 6'7" or 6'8". I think his younger brother could be even taller, which is a bit scary. But look, he's had, unfortunately, a lot of injuries in the last probably 2 or 3 years. As big kids tend to do, trying to bowl fast, and the body sort of breaks down a bit. But if you have a look at his stature now, he's spent literally 6 months in the gym. With our S&C experts, Sammy Clark and that have done a really good job with him, building him up. So the hope will be that he gets more solid, and he'll obviously have more faith in his body. And again, I was a wiki, so I don't know the rigours of running in and bowling fast, but we all know it's a bloody tough thing to do. So the thing for me is, we don't want Daniel just to be, I'm content bowling 75 miles an hour. We actually need him to run in and try and bowl faster than that. And that's the way he's going to succeed, because he obviously has the attributes of height and all that sort of stuff. But if we can keep upping his pace, I think he's a player that you're going to see a lot of here at Durham.
Start of a new over. George Drizzle's in. 52 for 1. Somerset 13. Remember, they won the toss. Well, what time is it? 10 to 12. Hour and a half or so ago now. Bright sunshine as well. When I turned up, it was a little bit cloudy. I thought, are we going to have some rain?
He's a Durham schoolboy as well, Dan Hogg, so I've seen a little bit of him at school. Okay. And obviously, like Ryan said, his ball speaks for himself, but as an athlete as well, I think he's absolutely fantastic in the field. He didn't play an awful lot of rugby. I took the under-16 rugby side, and he came and played one game. And he was unbelievable at full-back. Obviously, he was good at the high ball because he was 3 foot taller than everyone else. But he made his tackles. Actually, his brother's just been selected for England under-18s to go to South Africa. I think he's captain, and like you say, he's an absolute monster of an 18-year-old now.
Fullback as well?
No, he's second row,
all right,
but
okay,
with very good skills as well. So a very talented family.
Well, it's the younger brother, isn't it?
Yes.
There's sometimes always the younger brother who just gets pushed. There's young James Rue has got a young brother.
There's a stat somewhere. They've actually done research. It's always the younger sibling that is the better of the family, which is pretty cool to know.
Open the face up.
Beaten up by your bigger brother all those years, you probably you deserve to become better than them.
I think Paddy might be beating Dan up now. That's the only problem.
Well, there must come a tipping point where it turns and goes the other way. James and Thomas Rue locked in competition. Thomas Rue's only 16, but playing in under-19s. There's a few. They're a little bit like that. Durham School, that's the one at the bottom of St Aidan's College steps, is it, in Durham?
Yes.
I used to go, I was there for St Aidan's College. He used to walk around there. Very dangerous place to walk, actually, across that road.
Yeah, it's not that the school kids are dangerous, it's that the road that's dangerous.
Yes.
Yeah, that's right.
A bit of a tangent, not a question you probably expected to get. Got asked on commentary. 55 for 114 overs. Decent enough start for both sides. Good.
Well, look, it could have been better. Obviously, a wicket off a no ball is one of those coaches' curses that you hate. But yeah, I think we've pulled it back quite nicely here. It looks like a wicket that if you take the pace off, it's going to be a bit tougher. I wouldn't be surprised if Alex tries to bowl Hogg with a longer spell with his variations of pace, and then we'll see a lot of Ackerman, Drizzle. I would have thought Scott Borthwick will bowl a fair bit today as well, and try and starve Somerset of pace on the ball.
It is Hogg. Nice shot. Fielder out there though. I think they'll come back for a couple. Basdaleda's good out there. And Lewis Goldsworthy is quite quick too. Pick up a couple.
But yeah, look, I think it's a beautiful cricket wicket. That's for one thing. Vic's put together a really nice wicket here for us, and the outfield's fast. So you would have thought it's going to be a high-scoring game. I think generally, the pass score here is around 270, 280. So yeah, it should be a high-scoring affair.
Good. There seemed to be a little bit of movement there for the new ball. And Deleda swings the ball.
Swings the ball, yeah.
I was really impressed with him with his opening spell there.
I think with Buss, look, I've obviously had a lot to do with him with his Dutch days, but I think this format of the game he really enjoys. The 50-over format where he can, when he's bowling with a new ball, he can try and swing it, and generally people aren't going absolutely nuts at him, whereas T20 they're coming at him pretty hard.
That's a beauty.
you know, so look, he's really settled into his work. I still believe he's a better red ball player than all of it, but he doesn't listen to me when I talk about that, but why would he?
There's not so much money in that, is there?
No, of course not. But I think the conditions this morning were nice too. A little bit of overcast, a bit humid, and it swung nicely for him.
And Coggers, I thought Coggers was brilliant the last game as well. He really hit the pitch hard and got a bit of away swing.
Well, again, Coggers is you know, I touched on him briefly before, but Paul Coughlin has had so many injuries over his career. Again, he's one of those guys that, you know, bowling fast is not great for your body, and he has had his fair share. And what we've always said to Paul is, over his 10-year career, he averages 4 games of red ball a year. Now, that doesn't seem a lot, and it isn't. But the facts are that that's because he's always been injured. So what we've tried to do is make sure that he gets fitter and stronger as possible that he can, and then we'll never play him 3 games in a row in red ball. It's just the facts show that 3rd game gets injured. So we've tried to make sure it's always been 2. But then this year, we've had him fit, strong and ready, but because our fast bowlers actually haven't broken down, and we've had Potts here the whole time until now, our overseas fast bowler we brought in because we recruited a spinner, so we didn't need one of those. So we've got that. We've actually had guys up and running, and Coggers has found himself fit but outside the team, which has been something new to him, and he's been frustrated. And like I say, that's never happened before at Durham. He's always playing. So that shows to me that our squad is getting stronger, but it's also going to test guys like Paul. And, you know, I think, like I say, this opportunity for him to lead our attack in the white ball, he's grabbed with both hands and wants to make a big impact and then get himself back into the 4-day team, because he doesn't want to sit there. Like I say, it's all fresh for him, actually sitting there fit, available and not getting picked.
Swept. Just to see, we're out the power play, so into the over number 16, so fielding restrictions lifted, so there's a deep square leg, deep mid wicket, long on. Yeah, there's just a on the offside as well. He
generally, if I go walking towards Paul, he takes off in the other direction, because I'm generally the bearer of bad news. So
now he's fit, he can do that. Probably
pretty
sprint
much
quicker than you.
Bolts off. Yeah, I don't chase him. He's too fast for me.
Him. That was always the way in the huddle at the start. It was normally the captain. You've done him a favour there, taking on that mantle. If he started walking towards you, he used to just edge away.
Throttle off.
You knew what was coming.
As if you can't hear it, then it's not going to happen.
And he's such a competitor. I'm sure he just wants to be out there competing all the time as he slides and throws that one over the top of the stumps.
Well, that's the thing. He's such a great package for us. When he fields, it's unbelievable. When he bats, he's running between wickets. Little things like that he does so well. And, you know, he always brings 100% to the table for us, which is what makes him such a great competitor.
Just trying to open the face and run that ball, pick up those quick singles. Not able to. Goldsworthy, yeah, he's a quality performer, isn't he? But for those injuries, you don't. He'll probably look back and wonder at the end of his career where he might have gone, but for those. Cuts that one just for one.
How old's Coggers now? Is he?
I'm going to guess at about 31.
Yeah, he's still got plenty of time.
I am guessing now. I should know that,
but like you say, because he's missed quite a bit of cricket. He's probably
Man, his body's probably 3 years younger than what it should be.
No, I was lucky enough to play quite a bit with Coggers in the second team, and he was always a fierce competitor. And if someone dropped the catch off him, he was the one you didn't want to drop the catch off. But he's a fantastic batter as well. He's put in some good performances with the bat over the last few years and won a couple of games, hasn't he?
Well, it's interesting when they play in the same team and him and Ben Raines sit together, and of course I look over their way and say, well, I think Ben should be batting above, and then Coggers is going, no chance in hell. Right? Is he batting in front of me? And it's like, okay, I just walk away and say, it's not. I say to Scotty or Alex, I've given you your 11. You do the rest, mate. You tell them where they're batting.
It's a nice problem to have.
It is, isn't it? The days of having 3 number 11s are long gone. For anyone in your day, the guaranteed number 11, who did you have down there?
Oh, well, it depended how Graham Onions felt. He actually scored a couple of first-class half-centuries, and if there was someone fast on the team, he was happy to go in number 11. But if the medium paces won, he would like to have a goal. We did. I played a little bit with Harmy, but again, Harmy could bat. Just depended. No, we didn't have any out-and-out number 11s. Simon Brown used to not carry any pads around with him. He used to have to borrow a pair of pads. I only played 2 games with Chubby.
Nice shot that from Goldsworthy for 4. It was in the air for a little bit. There is a fielder out there at deep square leg, but it was way out of his reach. A couple of bounces, 4 for Goldsworthy.
See, I like Peter Siddle because when he came, he just had 1 cricket bat. Not like everyone else. They got 300 bats each, those blokes up there. But Sid's one bat a year. Just gets it out, goes, does his work. The funny thing is that Callum Parkinson, when he was deciding on coming, actually rang me and said, wanted a serious conversation about his batting. And I said, oh, yeah, no worries, Parky. Let's talk about your batting. And he goes, I want to bat 8. I want to this, that, and the other. I said, okay. Rain, Coghlan. Cars, all made hundreds. Then you got a couple others lurking there. I said, mate, it may be a little bit lower than 8. He goes, no, I'm just saying, I want to work hard. Mate, all for it. Of course, when he appeared at number 11 in the first game, he literally looked at me and said, I may as well retire now. But Matthew Potts has told me a number of times that he's going to retire if he bats 11. It's like, well, you blokes better battle. You got to have to battle hard. Our tail is something that they think of with pride when they come to their batting.
You couldn't guarantee him that night watchman spot either because Potsy got 100.
Potsy, yeah, well, that's right. And that's what I said to Parky. I said, mate, your best chance you got is if a night watchman role comes up, dash and put your pads on first and say you'll do it. But, of course, Potsy was very quick to say at Warwickshire, no, I'm the incumbent, I'm going to do that. And 150 later, it's like, well, there you go, mate.
Yeah, Siddle does it as well a little bit. If Siddle can only carry one back because he needs his luggage allowance for his bikes.
Yeah.
Nice shot. I think he's going to get 4 for that, Goldsworthy. There's a fielder out there, Bastilleda. He's not going to catch that, though. Just lent into that, Goldsworthy. Moves to 36. Durham will be keen to try and break this partnership, I think.
Yeah, that was a bit floaty from young Daniel. He, one of the big attributes to his game is he has to hit the deck at his pace. At the moment, with his pace, he has to. It's almost like a McGrath. He just has to keep hitting that same spot.
Cut away in there. Oh, would have been a spectacular catch at backward point. It's going to get him at least a couple.
Fielded.
Great work by Bastilleda out there. It's one of those where you say, oh, the bowler won't mind that. I think the bowler would mind that, I'd never like that phrase. Would have been a spectacular catch, but no bowler likes being hit for run. 71 for 1, 17 gone.
Yeah, and those are the half chances that, when you're only 1 down after 16, 17 overs that you're hoping someone's going to take, or a little run out or something special just to change the momentum of the game. But again, George Drizzle is in the middle of a really nice bowling spell here that, just stacking up pressure, and he needs a guy at the other end to do the same for him. And from that, perhaps a loose shot can come.
4 overs, 1 maiden. 0 for 11 so far, Drizzle. He's going to continue from the Lumley end. Driven straight at Scott Borthwick, who did well to avoid that hitting him on the knee. Long barrier, old school there. Don't see that too often these days.
Showing his age there, Scotty, wasn't he?
He'll be desperate for a bowl as well. Always enjoy seeing Scott Borthwick with ball in hand.
Oh, he's very enthusiastic, isn't he? He's absolutely brilliant.
Is he just enthusiastic at life?
Yes.
Pretty much.
Well, that's why he's called the Badger. Oh, good turn.
Going to be a wide. 1 day wides. I never quite get that, because Badgers always strike me as quite like chilled and laid back. I never quite get the etymology of that term.
Yeah.
Push down the ground for a single. What are your thoughts, Cambo, on not on the 100, but the way that players can come and go for it?
Well, the biggest problem is they can't really come and go because someone forgot to do the insurance policies right, which kind of makes it awkward.
Okay.
So from what I can gather, that if a 100 player comes and gets injured, he loses his 100 money, which is kind of weird. But let's take the that out of it.
Just cramped in for room there.
Obviously, you want your best players playing cricket, not just sitting in a dugout watching other guys play. So, obviously, if it fits in, we'd love for a few of our blokes to come back. Although, at the moment, watching last night, Clark, Robinson, Parkinson, Potts all played. So, we're not going to argue about that. I think, look, whatever you say about the 100, I'm a massive fan of it because it gives county cricket a chance of survival. And I know that sounds a bit morbid, but the facts are, to run this game, it costs a lot of money. And the 100 gives us, every county, cash to make sure we survive. So that, to me, is anything that does that is great for cricket. Now, the fact that they're going to sell lots of them, or half shares or whatever it is, again, that's going to build the game for the future, and hopefully it's looked after nicely. I don't like when some of the host 100 clubs start to pretty much tease players and try to get them away from their things, pretty much saying that they can come and play at their 100 team, which kind of is frustrating for us that don't have a team. But that aside, look, I think the 100 is guaranteed county cricket's future.
It's been at both ends. Ackerman on for the first time today, replacing Daniel Hogg.
And look, there's going to be people that think I'm crazy. And again, I'm an Australian talking about the English game. But mate, since I love the county system. I love the county game. It needs to be treasured. But how do we do that in today's world? Unfortunately, sometimes you've got to sacrifice a few things. And, the 100 has been a platform that English cricket can sell when, let's be honest, you guys created T20. You didn't cash in on it way back. And now it's a chance that maybe you can. And look, I think the 100 will go back to T20 cricket. That's my honest truth. I don't think we need another form of the game. That's my honest opinion of it. But if it means you have 8 franchises playing the best players in England, plus the best overseas players in a pretty cool competition, then, hey, go for it. I hope they extend it to 10. I hope there's a team that comes out of Durham, because I think us and probably Somerset are the two areas that, when you look, and again, I didn't realise England was so big until I came to coach Durham and had to drive it all the time. But, the northeast and down the south, they're probably the areas that you want to get more people to. So, 10 teams would be awesome, but that's just me.
Single down the ground. Yes, I guess when this fixture came out, you had a look at the H or the A next to it, and we're quite glad there was a big capital H.
Don't get me started on schedules. The fact that we're up here, then we go to Middlesex, then we come back, and then go back to Kent is like, are you friggin' kidding me? Like, surely someone sitting in an office went, oh, look, Durham could go there and there, and then go home once.
That would be logical, right?
Oh, my God.
It doesn't happen.
Seriously, sit in the same office, people.
But
anyway, apart from that, you obviously look at the fixtures about where you're going, and there's some grueling trips ahead of us, that's for sure.
Yeah, Somerset were up yesterday, but they're going back tonight. So they'll probably, if this goes to 6:30, 7, they'll probably get home about 3 in the morning ahead of a day-night game on Friday, which doesn't sound... People go, oh, but they've just played a game of cricket and they've got a day and a half off. High-performance sport, it's not quite like that, is it?
Yeah, especially 50 overs is a long time. I think there was a few people going down with cramp, whether it's Sudbury, you were saying?
Yeah, there was some cramp. The boys didn't... 23 is like it's 80 if you're in Perth, but apparently. Yeah, and like add to that, I know it does sound like it's not much, but mate, if you got kids, mate, those kids aren't letting you sleep in. you know, you're up at 6:30 after having a few hours sleep. It's pretty tough, but I think that's one thing that we do have to sit down with all the people, all the stakeholders, not just CEOs who need the cash or ACA or PCA members or one English player who may not have played county cricket for ages. You need everyone in the room, all the stakeholders, and say, okay, let's work it out. What do we need? What do we have to? What do we want? The wants are different to the needs. And let's figure it out, you know. So hopefully that happens one day. That'd be pretty cool to sit in there and listen to some common sense being spoken about.
No,
there's a few common sense things I'd love to bring up, like why do you lose bowling points for bloody finishing in 2 days? God, give me that one.
Just winding Warren come up. Oh, that could have gone anywhere. It has gone down to the boundary, right behind the wicketkeeper, inside edge, I think, from George Thomas. Couple of edges now. George Drizzle has found. His partnership now worth 75. That'd be way too sensible, Ryan. Actually, what you need is two people who have got a spreadsheet that they need to fill so that everything just works nicely. And as soon as they can save it down and everyone plays each other twice or whatever, that's what
don't get me wrong, it's not easy. I get that. Like, there is so many different wheels spinning. But it is, I think you do have to somehow find a balance between what the clubs truly need and what the players can actually do, and how do we fit it all in, and then come up with a formula.
Good luck whoever's doing that. I'm going to dip out. Ash Thorpe is going to come back in. I've just poked the bear. Ash Thorpe, you can deal with the consequences.
With that, obviously the 2020 we've made the quarterfinals. There's now a big layoff. It seems to me
disjointed.
Yeah. Would it be better getting rid of one of those championship games, or?
Well, you know, throw into the equation that in your T20 you have two overseas players, and what are they going to do for a month? Because they're all going to have to go home, and then you have to fly them back. So that isn't. There is no common sense there, and you can't just say, "Oh, we'll get someone else," because they don't change the rules. You have to have played a game to play in a quarterfinal. So there's things like that. But I honestly think, and again, I'm saying this now, the courtesy of 2 years in the competition, watching. I think 12 games is the perfect number of county games, because that gives you 2 weeks to then tinker around with, I don't know, getting this in at some point, or making sure the T20 gets put in one block. I think 12 is the magical number, because then you can start at maybe mid-April and finish mid-September. I don't know. But again, that's just me being uneducated, trying to throw it out there.
Nicely tucked away into the leg side by Goldsworthy, and the rush back for 2. Excellent running. Ryan, you haven't got any wickets, mate, while you've been in here.
Yeah,
What's
I better
going on?
go. If that, I can't get a wicket, especially because me and the great man's come in. So it's going to be hard, because we're going to argue about his son and his keeping, how the English way or the Aussie way. It's going to be interesting.
Just catch it. And that's nicely driven through extra cover, and possible little misfield there from Borthwick, diving away to his right, but it's nicely timed and goes away for a boundary. 86 now for 1. Goldsworthy moves on to 45. English or Aussie, mate, that's a different. That's an hour's conversation, that, isn't it? But you just got to catch it.
Well,
you got gloves on, just catch the ball.
Absolutely, I don't understand it. These Aussies, all this foot movement and all that, man. You just stand there and catch it.
You got to look good on the telly, mate.
No, you don't. You just got to take your catches. If you take your catches, it doesn't matter how you catch them.
Ackerman in again. Just a little bit of grip in the pitch, as we talked about in my last stint. Will turn. I think it will turn throughout the day. That ends the 21st over. 86 on the board for the loss of 1. Colonel, I think we need a wicket.
Well, I think we got the spinners are on now, so it is turning a little bit, and I think it's going to turn all day, just like you've just said. But I think they've played quite nicely, though. Goldsmith's set the standards. I think he came in at 3.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the loss of the early wicket there.
I think
Andy
it's great.
Umeed,
I
who
think it's a
scored a lot
great
of runs.
opportunity for Goldsmith though, because he was out on loan this early in the season, wasn't he? I think he went on loan to Leicester early in the season.
Goldsworthy.
Goldsworthy,
Yeah.
And then he's come back and got an opportunity. I think that's what this competition does for young cricketers.
So he's been in the wickets a little bit as well. There's a half shout there from Drizzle. So Goldsworthy, this is his highest score. Scores of only 7 and 3, but he's took 4 for and a 1 for so far, so he'll have an influence in the second half of the game as well. Drizzle started off really nicely. That's tucked away off the hip by Thomas, and Hogg is unable to prevent the second run. So yeah, left arm spin. Goldsworthy later on will definitely come into play. 88 now on the board. So Ryan, you're talking about the scheduling. Nice to have back-to-back home games, I guess, where you can just bunk down for a couple of days.
Yeah, very nice.
That again's turning.
Oh,
tucked away fine.
If anything, I would say George has bowled a fraction straight.
Yeah.
If with this turn, you want the right-hander to be trying to score through the offside, and I think every now and again he's just, if anything, he's got a bit too straight and been scored on the leg side a bit too easily.
His first over he started off that I watched was probably that line that he's just bowled there, and it was turning and into off stump, which again you probably thought is more of an Australian line for an off spinner. It's just, if he's bowling straight, I'm not sure that's the right field to have in place.
Coming around the wicket.
Yeah, I don't mind that with the amount of turn. I'm going to put a slip in place for the one that slides straight on. Borthwick jumping into first slip and leaving that cover gap open, and gets right across his stumps and sweeps hard, and Hogg nearly done by the spin out there.
Long way to go down there for the big fella, wasn't it?
It's like a giraffe trying to drink, isn't it? That was
He's
a long way
he's
to
a
go
big
down.
lad. We spoke about him early on.
Yeah,
I haven't seen too much of him bowling either.
Mate, he's getting there. Obviously, look, he's a young lad, and at the moment, you say a giraffe. I feel like sometimes he's like a giraffe on bloody roller skates. When you look at him and just trying to get him, his running patterns and all that sort of straight. But him, Minto the other day, we know Robinson's injured, but bowled fast. We've got these youngsters coming through that we're so excited about. But again, before I get 27,000 messages on Twitter and stuff saying, just play him, sometimes the youngsters, you can't just play them all together. You need some experienced heads.
Yeah.
You know that if they bowl 2 games in a row, they're probably going to run out of puff, and we have to look after them. So, we're obviously trying to do the right thing by giving them experience, but also making sure that they're ready to go. You can't just be handed a first-class game. This is not participation sport. This is elite sport that you have to earn your stripes as well. So, we're trying to balance that, but what I will say is it's very exciting what's in the cupboard there for Durham in the years to come when it comes to bowling.
For sure. And obviously, you're talking about those bowlers. You're talking about Hogg and Minto. We'll leave Robbo out for the moment, but more than handy with the bat as well.
Yeah, they can all bat, which is exciting. Again, and I know this is going to go down like a lead balloon because someone will say that's too much, way too much pressure on the kid, but I honestly think that Minto could be the next Ben Stokes. That's what I think of his batting and his bowling. Like, he's a 16-year-old kid, and like I say, we'll be patient with him. We'll take our time. And he batted number 11 for us the other day, and everyone will go, oh, what's he on about?
Yeah.
I promise you, that kid will end up... He opens the batting for his club team already. When he plays in his proper grade, under 16s, just get that. He played under 16s the other day before he played first-class cricket. He opens the batting, and he bats at 4. So his batting has always been good, and it will continue to grow. but the bowling side of things it's scary how fast he could be.
We were touching base on that before because my other youngster playing for Northumberland played against Minto only 2 or 3 weeks ago.
Yep.
And he bowled rockets. He said, he went, "Oh, it's the quickest I've ever faced. What's he bowling short of me for?" and all this stuff. So I've seen
short
quite
for Rory.
yeah, everything's short for Rory. But I've seen it. But I've seen Minto for over 2 years now.
Yeah.
Through age group stuff. So I've probably seen him more than what you have.
Well, and the funny thing is, we'd all spoken about him. Obviously, you know, Steamy Windows, our academy coach, has produced players forever, and he has spoken to us at length about Minto. But then they played a game here against Yorkshire, I think, the under-16s or something, and we were training. And then I sort of, once it was the second 11 we're going to play, and I sort of got out of throwing because, you know, I'm old and I shouldn't be throwing.
Not like you, mate.
But I wanted to see him bowl in the flesh, and I sort of sat down, and literally within 15 minutes, most of the blokes had come out of the nets
to watch
and
him.
wanted to have a look.
Yeah.
And it's interesting when players start to go, "Oh, this Minto's got a bit about him," because they can see pace is something that it's
raw,
instant
isn't it?
and it's raw, and you go, "Oh, that's nice." And so he's sort of the talk of the town. And when we brought him into the squad, it wasn't like guys going, "Oh, what are you doing?" It was like, "Oh, this is going to be exciting."
Yeah, it's awesome stuff as Drizzle continues in that line that Ryan Campbell wants him to bowl outside the off stump. Yeah, it's funny. When I spoke to Nathan Rimington earlier in the year, who is the under-16s coach, and he was like, "Mate, this guy is going to burst onto the scene. Probably a little bit quicker than everybody he's thought, but I thought his debut down at Worcestershire was absolutely outstanding. Took a couple of early wickets."
And again, he like the things that he's going to have to learn at a 16, obviously. You know, when Singh started to get going, he probably didn't bowl straight enough because he was bowling just outside off stump. And for a guy that stays leg side of the ball, he was getting, you know, cut away behind third man and things like that. But that's just something that he's going to have to experience and learn. And he knew. The one thing I will say about him, when he speaks to our bowling coach, Graham Onions, you know,
it's pulled away.
Graham is very quick to say he can't believe how mature he is about talking about his own bowling and the mechanics and things like that, because, mate, he'll talk to some of our 25, 26-year-olds and they'll be going, what are you on about? What? Left arm before right arm? Or left foot forward? What? You want me to run? What? Whereas...
It's never changed.
Nah, bowlers are bowlers, though, aren't they, in general? But it was funny you should say that. So I've seen him around a little bit, and yesterday was the most I've spoken to him, so we're trying to sort him some kit out.
Yeah.
And I was like, well, this is going to be interesting. I was saying, what kind of bats and that are you looking for? You know, he was like, I was expecting to go, "Oh, just anything." He was like, "No, I want this shape and I want that." And I was like, well, this kid's actually really switched on.
Switched on. Very
Are you giving him it for nothing as well?
Not me. I've given him some boots today, actually.
Have you now?
Yeah, I have.
We've got to get him some bowling boots.
Yeah. Poor young fella's got borrowed kit left, right, and centre, and he's burst on. So
absolutely.
So we've come up with a little thing for him to look after him.
Right, I better dash you blokes. You've heard of me gash on enough, I reckon.
Mate, thanks for joining us, mate. Always an absolute pleasure.
You'll
to have
make
you.
my job easy there. Stop me, lad.
He'll talk forever, this bloke.
Mate, that's why you paid the big bucks, big boy. Thanks for having me.
No, brilliant, mate. Thanks to Ryan Campbell there, and thanks to Durham for allowing him to come on. Expecting Graham Onions this afternoon. Mustard and onions combination. As Ackerman continues. And spin has really, for all they haven't took any wickets, they're both, Drizzle's going at under 3.5 and Ackerman's going at 3s, so it's definitely put a hold on the run scoring. 96 now off 24 overs. And another dot there, so just I feel a little bit of pressure starting to build on these two batsmen, because they know this is a good pitch, although they will know that they've also got some good spinners in their side as well.
They have, yeah. I think it's brilliant. Listen to Campbell.
Oh man,
he's brilliant.
I've done a couple of chats with him at a cricket club, at Chesley Street Cricket Club, and that. Might get a beer in him and see what he talks like. Honestly, what a guy. He loves cricket so much.
He does. He's an absolute badger.
It's class. Absolutely class. And Ackerman again, right on the money. And to be honest, for the people listening and watching here, like, to get the first team coach to come in and just chat, and he wears his heart on his sleeve. He doesn't really hide much, which is absolutely... Well, I'm sure some of the things he says, the people in the office will be going, "Oh, he can't be saying stuff like that," but he says it how he sees it.
He does, but he says how he sees it, but
there's reasoning to it all.
There's reason behind it, and the way he goes about things is brilliant.
And that brings up 50 for Goldsworthy, who's batted very nicely. That's come up off 76 deliveries. Yeah, just got a little bit sidetracked there. Sorry, just talking about Ryan and how he always gives up his time. So he wants to connect. He wants to be heard, and that brings Drinks now out onto the ground. Somerset 98 for 1 at the halfway point. How do you think it's poised the game so far, Colonel?
I think it's evenly poised. I think we're looking at probably about a 240, 250 pitch with a turn what we see now. I think it's good turn. So I think at 240, 250, I think you're going to be in the game. And I don't think it's going to be that easy for Durham to knock off 240, 250. But I think at this moment, at the halfway stage, I think you've got to try and consolidate. Try not go over too many boundaries, but also still be quite positive, try and get wickets. Because we all know what cricket's like. Once you get 1 wicket, you can get 2 or 3. But these two have batted really nice. They've batted sensibly. They've batted nice. I'm not convinced our spinners have got it absolutely spot on at the minute.
Okay.
But I think give another 1 or 2 overs and hopefully they find the line. Because they're not used to playing on big spinning wickets.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So it takes time to get used to the lines you want to bowl or the lengths you want to bowl. But I think at this moment in time, I think it's a very even Stevens game. But I wouldn't like to be chasing more than 240, 250.
Interesting stuff. Just having a look there. Both the umpires have run off and had a little break themselves, I think, over in the toilets away to the old scoreboard. But yeah, it's definitely a dry pitch, and we have seen turn. What you would not that you want to defend them or anything like that, but Drizzle's first game in a long time. So he's bowled 8 overs, only gone for 27, and there's a maiden in there. Just go through the bowling figures so far. Paul Coughlin's 4 overs, none for 25. Buster Lead at 1 for 12 off his 4. Picked up the wicket of Andy Umeed without scoring. Dan Hogg's gone for 19 off his 5 on list day debut, which is excellent. As I said, Drizzle's gone none for 27 off 8. Ackerman 4 overs, none for 11. So spin has been pretty good, and everybody's been pretty tight. Coughlin, you would say, the only one who did pitch it up early and tried to take wickets. Got that wicket off the no ball. Was it Goldsworthy as well? I think he was on 7.
Yes. He was on 7 at the time.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. So we'll keep our eye on that. It's been pretty costly so far when the ball was swinging early. And then you've got the likes of, so Thomas is 37 not out. Goldsworthy just gone to his 50. He's faced 77 balls. Thomas 37 off 70. But what you would say is that with James Rood, Dixon, and some of the all-rounders to come, they've laid a pretty good platform, being only 1 down.
They've built a very good platform, and if you were the batting team or the coach of the batting team, you'd be very, very happy. Me as a coach, I'll be very happy.
I'd like to see you as a coach.
No, I'm not. Yeah, do you think I'll be quite good or not?
I don't know. I'd just like to see it. I'd play for you.
I don't know if I'll be a very relaxed coach or no. I did a little bit of football coaching back in the day.
Mm-hmm.
I wasn't. I enjoyed it. I really enjoyed it, but I was more like do it this way rather than letting them work it out for themselves, if that makes sense. Yeah. And that's similar to what I'm like with Hayden as a wicketkeeper.
Just do it. Just catch it.
Just catch it. And I haven't quite learned that. So now I don't get involved with his coaching anymore. I don't get involved with the youngsters coaching anymore. I'm a taxi service and that's it. But
as Drizzle in again, and this one's driven away through point. And Thomas will just pick up the single.
But what I will say about Ed now is, obviously we've had our battles over the years of getting to what he needs to be. But it was the other day, I think 4 or 5 weeks ago now, where he texted me saying, "What do you think of this? What do you think of that?"
Ah, right. Okay, that's a breakthrough.
So it's a big breakthrough, coming to ask for advice on what do you think my posture is? Where's my hands? Am I getting into good position? Am I staying low enough? So now he's starting to understand. He's a grown up now. He's starting to understand that.
Yeah. It's just maturing, isn't he?
Maturing very, very nicely.
Absolutely. As the 100 comes up there for Somerset, just the one down, and that's edged away, and it will run away for 4 down just in front of us as Johnny Bushnell. Sorry, it's Dan Hogg there chasing that. But good bowling there from Drizzle and an outside edge from Thomas, and that will relieve just a little bit of pressure on him as well. I'm sure he'll have looked up at that scoreboard. I guess the good thing on that old scoreboard is you don't know how many balls you faced on there. Whereas the one on the electronic scoreboard, there's a few lads that might have been reminding him just what his strike rate's starting to look like.
Get on with it.
Absolutely. Drizzling again. This is swept out into the leg side, but it's going to find the gap, and it will go away. 1 bounce for 4. So maybe the message has come out at drinks that these boys have just now laid that platform. They've got a little bit of a license. But 2 boundaries in a row. Just again releases the shackles on Thomas. So he moves on to 46 now from 73 deliveries with his 6th boundary. This one again just tucked away into the leg side. Crowd still building up. It's quite a nice crowd here. There'll be at least a couple of thousand in here today. There's quite a few away to our right in the County Durham stand.
I've just been for a wonder. It's quite warm out there as well.
Yeah, it's lovely. Lovely day. Quite a lot fighting for the shade under the stand away to our right. And that ends the over from Drizzle. He now has none for 37. And Somerset sit on 108 for 1 after 26. Just a little bit of acceleration there after drinks.
Nine overs for Driz.
Yeah, it's
done well.
One spell straight through.
One spell straight through. Happy days. Put your feet up, my friend.
It'd be interesting to see. Do you think they'll try and go spin again and maybe give Borthwick a ball from his end, or do you think they'll go back to pace?
I would like to see Borthwick bowl again, because I think leg spin in any format of the game are wicket takers. And if you want to get a wicket, you would always try and look at a leg spinner to give you that.
And that's picked up and slog swept away. 2 bounces for 4 by Goldsworthy, and it definitely looks like the accelerator has been pushed. We've got an email in there from Matthew Mullins, who says, "Morning lads, it's another Mullins Derby day." Sat with his brother, who's a Somerset fan, and obviously Matthew's a Durham fan, hoping for a good game. And who will get the spoils there, watching down in Shaftesbury and Dorset. So thanks for emailing in there. We hope Durham get the win for you, but obviously we've got a lot of Somerset fans listening in and watching as well.
There's a couple of fans in Mallorca as well. I got a text message before saying that they're having a little cold frosty and listening to us speaking garbage on the mic.
It sounds like a plan, that. And Ackerman just tucking up Goldsworthy on that
and he is a cricket badger as well, the guy. He loves it. He absolutely loves it. A lot of people might know him. Is it Burnmore cricket? Alec Lindsay, I think it is.
Absolutely. Enjoy yourself, Al. Burnmore sitting top of the league at the moment in the North East Premier League. It's a good bit of fielding out there in the deep by Michael Jones to prevent even a second run. Here's a few knocking around. It's a bit like me watching the 2020 while on holiday. My missus was well impressed. This one's tucked away down to long on. I was just listening for Muchie, really.
I just kind of imagine me going on holiday and sitting there watching cricket and the missus
just got it on the iPad having a beer, right?
Oh, she would She knocked me lights out.
This one again's whipped away out into the leg side, out to Michael Jones in the deep. And that ends Ackerman's 5th over. He's got none for 18. And Somerset, as I said, just starting to push the accelerator on 115 for 1. Goldsworthy on 56. Thomas just 3 away from a half century on 47.
Drizzle to finish off, I think.
It will be, and like I said, it's going to be an interesting phase there. So he's going to have bowled out in the 28th over. It still leaves plenty of overs left from that end. Will the leg spin of Borthwick come into play? And you would like to think that Borthwick has been picked as an all-rounder in this side. He's not batting up the top of the order like he would normally do in red ball cricket. Looks like Ollie Gibson down in front of us on drinks duty. This one's cut away nicely out into the deep, and he'll pick up a couple.
You could look at a Bushnell.
Yeah, absolutely. He's got options there.
He's got good pace. He will always pick up a wicket here, there and everywhere.
I'll tell you who's been bowling some dirty leg spin as well as McKinney. This is swept away hard, but straight to the man out in the deep.
Yeah, I've heard that. He's been bowling a few leg spinners. I'd imagine it'll be quite, if he gets it landing, I'd imagine it'll be quite challenging.
It's a good string to add to his bow, isn't it?
Yeah,
See if he can
being very tall.
get through 3 or 4 overs of leg spin. That's really handy for a captain. And that's top edged and just evades Mustard's right hand. Drizzle unlucky there. He's bowled some really, really good balls so far in this spell. And he would love to finish off with a wicket. Squaring everybody off a little bit out in the leg side with Goldsworthy. Looks like he's batting just on or outside off stump as he drives this one beautifully off the back foot. Michael Jones has some work to do out in front of the Lumley Castle side. Really nice partnership from these two. Lost the early wicket of Hamid with just 4 runs on the board. This total really starting to build now, up to 121. Oh, and there's a top edge, and I think it's going to land really safely from a Somerset point of view. Ben McKinney collects it on the first bounce. Not Drizzle's best ball by any stretch of the imagination, but sometimes, as they say, it gets wickets. Maybe missed a couple of letters off the front of that. This one's nicely flighted by Drizzle, and that will end his spell. He's gone for 44 off his 10. And he gets a round of applause. It's not a bad comeback, him back in the side after being injured for a while. This is his opportunity to get in the team and really grab a spot.
He's done a very good job there.
Yeah.
Very good job. Coming early. Very early. Held it together quite nicely.
He bowled the last over of the power play from that end after Delader's initial spell. It's going to be Colin Ackerman to continue. I'm just going to have a little scout around the outfield. Let's see if we can pick up who's going to come on from the Lumley end next. Paul Coughlin going through a few stretches. And Johnny Bushnell also. So you might be right, we might see a bit of Bushnell from that end. Had a bit of trouble staying on his feet down at Worcestershire. Getting his spike squad up in the hybrid pitch as Ackerman comes in and fires that in nicely. 122 for 1. Goldsworthy on 63. Thomas on 48. This partnership up to 118. This one's driven off the back foot out to McKinney in the offside. No cap on for McKinney. Let me try and look cool in his new sunnies. Might have got a sponsorship deal or something like that.
Typical Hetton boy, eh?
Yeah. Well, he's a Seaham lad, but yeah, played a bit at Hetton. Yeah, it's probably rubbed off on him. Again, nice tight bowling from Ackerman. None for 18 so far. Sorry, none for 19 so far off his spell. Halfway through his 6th over. Oh, and a lot of air, and that is an absolute peach. The off-spinner's dream, tossed up through the gate and gone. And Thomas falls short of his half-century. A beautiful piece of bowling from Ackerman. Bowled that attacking line that Ryan Campbell was talking about and beat the inside edge. Absolute dream ball.
Beautiful bowling. He held his own, didn't he? Thomas, he did his job. I think Goldsworthy at the other end was scoring a little bit quicker than him. But I think this is where the busy time's going to come now. I think we've got two very good cricketers coming in.
Yeah, you've got James Rue is going to come out to the crease, and he'll have a left and a right-hander to deal with now. But as you say, Thomas, 48 off 80 balls, gone bowled by Ackerman, did his job. And sometimes as a batting team, it's not a bad thing to lose a wicket. I'm not having a go by any stretch at Thomas here, who's laid a good platform, but now they can get some of the lads in who might just be the ones to put the foot down.
A bit more aggressive.
Absolutely. Gets a nice round of applause from the crowd here at the Seat Unique Riverside as Thomas goes bowled by Ackerman for 48.
It's going to be difficult for a new batter coming in though. With the ball turning, it's never easy coming in middle overs, expecting to score runs pretty quick, and the ball's turning. So it's going to take him, I would say, 5 to 10 balls to try and get used to the pitch, used to the spin. Then he can start opening up a bit. But the first 10 balls are quite crucial, and if Durham can put the foot down a little bit and get one more in the next
you want 2 new batters
couple of overs, 2 new batters in, it'll be a great position for them.
So slip in place now as Rue takes guard. Ackerman 1 for 19 so far. Exciting. James Rue comes to the crease. Left-hander, wicket-keeper batsman. Oh, and that's hit the top of off stump. And you talk about peach. He's followed that up with another peach. Wow. Ackerman on a hat-trick.
Just like we said, very difficult for new batters.
That was flat and it's gripped. And as a left-hander, you're probably playing for that to slide on. And I would have missed that as well. 100%. Colonel, you probably would have reverse swept it or something like that. But that was absolute peach.
Was beautiful bowling. Well deserved from Ackerman. He's bowled a very good line, good pace, and he's getting his rewards.
Absolutely, and a couple of breakthroughs there for Durham, and that'll bring in ex-Durham, ex-Kent, and captain of Somerset, Sean Dixon, will come to the crease. Very fine player in his time here. And personally, I was actually really disappointed to see him leave. He left for family reasons to be closer to family down in the south. Lovely player, good lad. And he's found a home at Somerset and done really well since he's gone down there. I was talking to him this morning actually when I went out and had a look at the pitch, and he was asking a few questions about it. And we were both talking about Ackerman actually, and he was saying what a good cricketer he is. He says, what do you think of him? How's he found it up here? And I think Ackerman started probably okay. I think there's a lot more to come from him, and he hits the ball as hard as most.
I totally agree. I think what a great sign. When I found out in the off season that Ackerman was gonna, I thought it was gonna be a. I thought it was going to be.
Is listening.
I thought it was going to be a brilliant signing. I've seen him a few times when he was at Leicester.
Yeah.
And he always seemed to get runs against Durham.
Your son. Clapping along with the crowd for the hat-trick.
Brilliant.
Ackerman in. And all that turns and challenges the inside edge of Dixon. That ends an absolutely superb over from Colin Ackerman, picking up the wickets of Thomas and James Rue first ball. 2 for 19 for him off 6. And Somerset have gone from a pretty strong position to an okay position at 123 for 3. What Durham now really need to do is to have 2 new batters out there, and that just then transfers the pressure a little bit onto Goldsworthy now, because they don't want to fall behind in the scoring rate.
No, it's up to Goldsworthy now to stay there, hold up the wicket, build another partnership, even if it's a 10-20 run partnership. I think that's his job now.
Yeah.
Because if they lose him now, then they could be in a little bit of trouble.
So rightly, a big round of applause there for Colin Ackerman, who along with his batting, his bowling has been absolutely superb. And we do have a change of bowling, and it's Paul Coughlin who is going to come into the attack from the Lumley end. And it's full and straight from Coughlin and right on the money to Goldsworthy. Goldsworthy 64 off 90 deliveries now. And Sam Dalling and Gordon Mutchell are going to replace us at the end of the over. They couldn't get any wickets in their spell, mate.
Proper team.
Oh, mate. What a
proper
duo.
team. What a duo they will be.
Shorts.
Shorts, writing down his notes.
Yeah.
Booting his appointment to get a hair transplant.
Oh, that's hit off the inside edge, has it? It's off the pad. I was wondering if it was an inside edge first. And that very average umpire, Michael Goff, at the other end, I think has given a very, very good decision there. Love you, George, really. Gordon, you wouldn't think you'd have to write anything down, would you, with that head? There's got to be a lot of knowledge in that head.
Lots of knowledge.
We love you, Mochi.
I've never seen anybody get so excited when they get wickets. He loves it.
Oh, mate. He's just such... He's such
He's
a
just
team man,
great
though, isn't
human
he?
being,
He
and
is.
he's a good lad.
Do you know what he is?
He's a good lad.
He enjoys everybody's success, Munchie. He enjoyed my failures, but he enjoyed his own success. No, he is a good human.
That is true.
Paul Coughlin charging in here. Knows it's an important phase of the game. And knows this man was caught off his bowling on 7 off a no ball. Goldsworthy absolutely murders that ball. That's short from Coughlin. He pulls that away for 4. Not the length to bowl on this pitch.
I think there could be a bit of reverse swing happening here.
Okay.
I think there's a little
Well, it's
bit
dry
of
enough,
tail.
the pitch, isn't it?
I think there's a little bit of tail coming here.
Okay.
Obviously that big LB shout came in. That one obviously dropped it down a little bit shorter, but I still think there might be a little bit of a reverse swing coming into play here.
Goldsworthy on to 68 now. That one's nicely played, really soft hands. But what I do like is the fact that we've got a slip in play here. Borthwick's in at slip, looking to pick up wickets here and trying to break the back of this Somerset lineup. So that's good captaincy. Well, in my opinion, it's good
very
captaincy
good
from
captaincy.
Leeds.
But how often do you see slip catches in one-day cricket? Obviously with a new ball.
Yeah,
you
pretty
get
rare.
Pretty rare, but you don't. Middle of the overs, it's very rare you see slip catches.
Yeah, the Kookaburra balls don't do much, do they, after kind of the first 5 or 6 overs?
So my point is there a better catching position somewhere else than slip?
I like the fact he's bringing up some extra fielders in the circle as well, just trying to put Dixon under a little bit of pressure. Maybe it's psychological more than the actual... Oh, that's hit flesh by the look of it. This could be a run-out chance. Staleda runs in and dives and underarm flicks at the stump. So there's a bit of action happening. So myself and the Colonel have picked up a couple of wickets, and we're going to hand over to a really interesting phase of the play to Sam and Gordon Mutchell.
I just thought for half a second, Ash, you said I'm going to hand over to a really interesting, and I thought you were going to introduce us as really interesting, but no, it's the cricket. Too good to be true, eh? It is really interesting, isn't it, Much?
Yeah, no, definitely. Obviously, that drinks break in the middle of Ash and Colonel's stint there, and they just tried to up the ante a little bit. I think those last 2 wickets have just brought us back just slightly ahead for me in this little contest here.
Well, I was saying to you, I missed it. When I walked into this pavilion here, Somerset were 1 down, and I walked in and I heard Ash Thorpe saying, 2 wickets in the over. What an over from Ackerman.
Definitely, there's definitely a little bit of assistance there for both the spinners. Be interesting to see if Scott Borthwick gets brought on at any point. But no, 2 very, very handy wickets on a Durham point of view.
Little dab from Sean Dixon, who these Durham players will know well. He's quick between the wickets. He's come back for 2. Good bit of running. Fielder will be disappointed. Is it Daniel Hogg down there? I'm basing that on height.
Yes, it is Daniel Hogg. Again, long way to get down. Decent throw, good bit of run. I think that's where you get your extra few runs here at the Riverside, because it's quite a big playing area today, and they'll be looking to push those fielders now for the twos.
Yeah, these 2 are sharp. Ackerman then. A couple of wickets there is Scott Borthwick. He's just stretching those quads out at mid-on. He fancies it. He's going to have to stretch them now.
That's a great shot.
He put the dive in. That's a great bit of work. Only saves him 1 run in the end, but hopefully he's just holding his left shoulder. Hopefully he's okay. I think he's been told to turn around and stay at long on for Goldsworthy.
Well, that'll have got him loose if he is going to come on the ball. But a fantastic stop there, and a brilliant shot from Dixon there, just to piece that gap between straight mid-wicket and mid-on.
Flatter, no run. Let's talk a bit. Ackerman picked up the wickets, but George Drizzle, I thought he bowled superbly. He was unlucky. 10 overs, 0 for 44. He should have had 1 or 2 there, really. Kept finding the edge.
Yeah, no, I was really impressed. I think when Ryan Campbell was on, he was saying he bowled a little bit straight. But I thought his figures were really good, and he went for a couple of boundaries at the end, which should maybe just put him up to 4.4 and over. But I thought he did a real good job in the middle there, just to keep Somerset at bay. Oh, that's another good line. So I think Ash was talking about the Australian line for an off spinner just outside off stump, turning into that off stump. And I think Ackerman's just got into a nice bit of rhythm here.
His 7th over. Last ball. 2 for 22 after 7, and Scott Borthwick is down at long on and just seems to be in a bit of pain. I don't know if he's winded from hitting the deck, and it's his left shoulder, isn't it?
Yeah, but he's stretching something. I can't work out what it is. He's holding his heart there and his back. Something's hurting somewhere along the lines, but he seems to be all right. He's talking.
Yeah, but that's no real telltale sign of whether Scott Borthwick's all right, is it?
That's it.
That means he's alive.
He's done some of the commentary for the 2020s, and he's absolutely fantastic. But he's always a good talker, Scotty.
Bless him. He came on the first ever episode of a County Cricket Natters podcast that I do. And he was our first ever guest, and he did the episode. And at the end of it, we had an hour and 20 minutes. And it was about 8 o'clock one night. He said, "Right, I better go because it's my birthday, and Mum and Dad have made dinner." And we're like, "What? Why didn't you just tell us it was your birthday? We wouldn't have made you come and sit on a podcast." What a lovely man.
No, he is a great lad. He's captained that 4-day side very well.
Here's Coughlin. Slips come out.
Yeah,
listening to Phil Mustard taking slip out to Sean Dixon.
Obviously, Dixon played here for a little bit. He's just came across the ball there, so I don't know if that was a plan that spoke about in the old bowlers meeting before the start of play. Maybe he's going to slip in early to Dixon, but he's, as I say, the Kookaburra ball swung early, didn't it? But it doesn't do an awful lot in these middle overs, so they've gone back to that man out on the point boundary. Backward point, extra cover, mid-off.
Dixon uses his feet, drops, and decides not to take a run to backward point. Have these middle overs changed a little bit? Do you remember there was a time where you almost wrote off those middle overs? It became very slow in a 50-over game. You noticed the change?
Yeah, I mean, when I played, they actually changed it to 40 overs for a while for that reason, because it's almost a bit of a dead period in the game. As a batter, it's quite nice just to meander along for another 10 overs. And it seems to be that way. I mean, obviously, the power play at the start, sides don't seem to really go at the ball now. They sort of watched Durham bat at Sedbergh, and I thought McKinney and Lees both played brilliantly there. Obviously, Lees went on to get a great 100, and I was really impressed with McKinney's defence. Obviously, he's got some fantastic attacking shots. So, as I say, it's all about wickets in hand at the end for that last sort of 10-over push, which, again, Ackerman getting those 2 wickets and 2 balls is a massive bonus for us.
They want Goldsworthy. drills that to back the point. He's having a lovely season, as Ryan Campbell said. Not really in a Somerset shirt very often, which Somerset fans weren't too pleased about. But he's showing he's a classy batter.
He's played very well here.
Very good little footballer as well, Lewis Goldsworthy.
All right. What positions he played, do you know that? Or?
Oh, he's probably a little number 10, isn't he? He's got a left foot, just drifts around, goes between people's legs. Young Cornish lad. Oh, bouncer. Going to be a no ball, is it? No? Yeah.
Yes.
It is. I mean, Goldsworthy's not a tall man, so you don't have to do much to get it above his head.
No. Jack Santry there just signalled that Michael Goff there. He had a quick check, but I think that was pretty clear cut.
Good to see Michael Goff here umpiring as well, isn't it?
Oh, brilliant. And you know what? Like Ash alluded to earlier, he was an absolutely fantastic player as well. And it was obviously, I played a little bit with him just before he retired. And I think he had the season of his life before he decided to call it a day.
Just a tad frustrated with himself there, Goldsworthy. Hasn't been able to get Coughlin away in this over. This is good from Paul Coughlin.
It's a good line as well, especially with this field. Johnny Bushnell's been absolutely brilliant at backward point, and Scott Borth's squeezing tight there at extra cover, so the angles are not as big as they would be if they were sat back on the edge of that ring. And as I say, sometimes when the ball's not doing much, if you can build a bit of pressure with some dots, that's how you get your wickets. So fingers crossed we can get a wicket. We haven't got a wicket yet. Obviously you'll be happy as a Somerset fan, but
You've revealed me. Ousted me.
Very impartial, sorry.
Yeah, look at what I'm wearing. Hang on, we haven't got a commentary box, Canberra. End of the over, 137 or 32. All that proves is that if someone wants to pay me, then I'll wear anything.
I know another commentator who would do the same as that. It's not Ashley Thorpe. I'll let you work that one out.
137 for free. 32 gone here at the Seat Unique. Riverside bathed in sunshine. Colin Ackerman has ball in hand. He's bowled 7 overs, 2 for 24, including 2 in the space of 2 balls. He got opener George Thomas for a well-made 48, and then James Root, who is an exciting young cricketer and a good white ball player. Doesn't get the chance to show it too often because he can't get in that Somerset T20 side, but first ball in and gone. Colin Ackerman, the T20 world record holder, bowling. Unbelievable that. He's been a brilliant signing, hasn't he, as well?
Oh, you'll have to remind me of that world record.
7 for something.
Right.
Yeah. It was Errol Sapaya previously, 6 for 5 at Glamorgan.
Yeah.
And Colin Ackerman took 7, I think, for 30 odd. I'll have to have a look. Reverse sweeps out. And it's struck well.
Great shot.
Sean Dixon's very good. Behind square on both sides. That's changed a bit, hasn't it, that shot? Since you played.
Oh, no, definitely. I mean, if you don't have that shot, everyone's got to have that shot. And as I say, it moves the field around. Also, Ackerman's bowled a nice attacking line outside that off stump, so that's a good shot of that sort of bowling. They're just moving that backward point a little bit squarer now, so it opens up extra cover if he wants to go that way. Just turns it to the leg side, and I was obviously Dickinson played here for a few years. Had a great season before he went down to Somerset. There's always someone I've admired actually. I played against him a little bit towards the back end of my career, and he always looked like a well-organised batsman.
What he has shown, actually, he hasn't quite scored both wickets now down at long on, by the way, moving much more freely, swinging both of those shoulders, trying to catch the skipper. Oh, there we go, that's the leggy. Is Alex Lees watching?
Oh, well bowled, well kept out.
Kept a tad low, didn't it? I mean, Borthwick looks like a man ready to bowl to me.
Yeah, he was always someone. Obviously, he was young and enthusiastic when he when I was playing, but he would want to bowl. He wants to be in the game. You know, he's got himself in there. Extra cover to the spinning. I know he's in the important position down here at long on. In these sort of positions, he wants to influence the game all the time. So he'll be chomping at the bit to get that ball in his hand. And as I say, there's a bit of assistance there from definitely.
Sometimes under bowled at times over the years because of the way he's developed as a batter.
Yes, I mean, it used to always frustrate me when he was scoring lots and lots of runs, and he'd keep on. And I thought he was quite close to the England squad. I said, Scott, you need to stop saying you're a bowler who bats, because your batting's what's going to get you in. And then now, I think he was saying on the commentary, he's struggled a little bit with a knee injury, so he hasn't been able to bowl as much as he would have liked. But no, what a fantastic servant for Durham over the years.
Push down to long on where Scott Warwick is going to do the fielding.
Even though he did have a little sabbatical towards Surrey for a few years, we'll forgive him.
It's sort of that's the batting equivalent of a bowler's stress fracture, isn't it? It's kind of a rite of passage after going to a couple of years. The band's back together though, as people are saying. Coglin's back, Rain, Borthwick. It's lovely to see. I love coming up here. I love their cricket. Deep backward square. It's just been sent a little bit squarer for Dixon. 33 gone, 144 for free. Is it that time? Coglin's bowled 6. He's going to keep himself for later on. I don't know if
that's one. We've bowled 5 overs, haven't we? So we don't necessarily have to bowl Scotty, but I think it might be worth a go. I think Alex Lees has captained the 2020 side and the one-day side fantastically well. But maybe he could have bought one of those middle overs. But time will tell.
Baz Delayed has bowled 4, 1 for 12. Daniel Hogg on debut. 5 overs, 0 for 19. Coglin, who is going to continue from the end, 6 overs, 0 for 34. George Drizzle has bowled out, 10 overs, 0 for 44. Unlucky for that not to be 1 or 2. Colin Ackerman, 8 overs, 2 for 25, which brings us to 144 for free, with Lewis Goldsworthy on 70 and Sean Dixon on strike on 13. Stays at 13 as well. Yeah, Dixon is one of those that, without him, you look at Somerset's T20 side, and there's star names in there, right? Big hitters. Without him, they wouldn't have won the Blast last year on finals day. And you ask any of the Somerset players, they will say that as well. He made a 50 in the final, 30 or 40 odd, and just in those middle overs, him and Tom Abel love batting together. Yeah. And they can actually manipulate the ball without necessarily hitting with the power of a Banton and a Smeed.
Just hits strong, low risk shots. And like you say, with them sweeps, and he's got all bases covered. As I say, he had a fantastic year the year before he left, and I don't think he scored as many runs as he perhaps would have liked down at Somerset.
Not in red ball cricket, not quite. A good red ball year, as you were saying there, just before he left. Didn't he? He started the summer, I remember, April, May, he scored really heavily, didn't he?
Yes.
Bit of inside edge?
Yes. Johnny Bushnell's had a bit of a problem with standing up when he's bowling. He's just hit the deck at backward point there. I'm not sure what happened there.
I've noticed that. I think in his head, that ball was going to get opened up to him and he was going to dive forward and throw it one-handed, because he did end up on the deck.
No, and he's another one that Alex Lees might call upon to come on and hit the pitch like Paul Coglin is here. I think he's bowled a little bit of the death. So a few options open to Alex Lees with the bowlers. Again, great line of length. Bushnell managed to stay on his feet this time. Another great athlete. He's making that backward point region his own.
He looks good in that. Quite a tall man, actually. Often it's the shorter guys that are in at backward point.
And he's another Durham schoolboy who played more rugby than Dan Hogg did, but absolutely. I know the first team rugby coach Mark Bedworth was very upset when he decided to give up rugby and concentrate on his cricket.
Short and pulled. Just a single though. Yeah, but you're annoying, you professional athletes. You can't just be good at one sport. You're all multi-talented. Some of the things that you guys and girls can do.
And it's changing a little bit in that people are having to decide and commit a little bit earlier now. I was speaking to a very talented cricketer's dad the other day, and he was sort of on an academy with the football, and he's highly thought of with the cricketer Henry Wilds, and they were trying to get him to say, look, you're going to have to choose one, and I think he's 14, 15. Which I think, obviously, you just want to enjoy your sport, and they all sort of marry up together. Sort of some attributes in the movement of football help his cricket, and likewise with his coordination with the cricket and the football. So I don't know. I'm one of these ones who I think, as long as you're enjoying your sport, you should play as much as you possibly can, especially that age.
Yeah, you're right, because then you talk to any 27, 28-year-old professional sportsman who's maybe had a hard time and come back to it. You say why, and they say because I'm enjoying it again. Yeah. Because it wasn't about am I going to get in this team? Am I going to get in the academy? Will I be in the twos? Will I be in the first team?
Yeah.
Am I going to get dropped? Strip all that back. Failure, the theatre of failure goes when you, in inverted commas, fail.
And I suppose that's with Michael Gough there. He fell out of love with cricket with the playing side of things. And it is sort of that pressure of having to perform, and if you've got family or whatever, food on the table and this sort of thing. He's gone and done his umpire. He turned himself into the best umpire in the world. I'm a bit biased, obviously, because I know him. And he loves it again. And you've got to love it. I think that's one of the main things.
Not quite as much width. Well, he was trying to manipulate the width, make the width there, Goldsworthy.
That's it. We've just tied him down a little bit. If we can get him out now, that's going to be a big wicket for Durham.
71 from 109.
He uses a feet into the dot.
Yeah, just not able to get Ackerman away here. Economy rate well under 4.
There's something happening here, I think. Oh, beauty.
You can just tell.
Yeah,
it's good bowling that from Ackerman.
And I think Ackerman will be happy with him trying to open up that offside with this turn. I think he'd be better off trying to sweep or something if he's going to take a risk.
Just be one. Out to deep mid-wicket. Goldsworthy gets off strike. Chance of him just trying to force it a little bit. Getting towards that last 15 overs. This is the 35th. Somerset 146 for 3. What do you think they're looking for? 280?
Well, Phil Mustard was saying 240 would be a good score, and I thought he was a little bit shy there, but I think I think they're going to 250, 260. I think that's what they'd be going for now. And like you say, they've got those wickets in hand to launch at the end. Ackerman's got 1 over left. Obviously, they've got the spin of Scott Borthwick. They might be trying to target the faster bowlers towards the end. That might be the conversation in the middle here is, look, let's just sit on Ackerman. He's got a bit of turn happening. He's bowling a good spell, and we can catch up at the end. I think Johnny Bushnell's just coming on, so they might have a little dip at Johnny Bushnell here, so there's a chance of a wicket.
And does that kind of thing come into a skipper's head, thinking, well, actually, if I bring someone on, they might fancy it, almost a reverse psychology, or can you not really think like that?
No, I think so. I think sometimes the other way around in sort of 4-day cricket, you try and bring a golden arm to think, we'll just try and buy a wicket here. But I think up until this game, Johnny Bushnell's been one of the front 5 bowlers, so Lazy will be bringing him on thinking, I think Coggers has bowled well. He's a similar type of hard hit the pitch bowler. Try and keep it tight, but like you say, something's got to give at some point here.
Yeah, Johnny Bushnell from the Lumley end then. Another player given the chance to play regular cricket in this competition, which is why I love it so much. And
there it is.
Goldsworthy just trying to whip that into the leg side. It was in the air. There is there's an orthodox mid-wicket, but almost in there for the catch as well. Certainly tight on 1.
And I think he's one of those bowlers who just give you the hurry up a little bit. It takes a few balls to get used to his action. So, good start from Johnny Bushnell. Oh. Commentator's curse again there.
Good bit of work. Young Mustard behind the stumps.
He's looked very tidy. I know his dad's been on commentary, but he's looked very very good behind the stumps. He moves well. Like I say, his dad had a fantastic pair of hands and was a great athlete in himself, I think, but Hayden looks very lean and athletic.
Short ball, gone up and over. Not quite timed it, it's just going to plod or plonk into the ground. They'll pick up a couple though. Goldsworthy picks up 2, moves on to 74.
He's just holding this innings together as well, isn't he? I think you look at round the grounds, looking at the scores, there's always somebody, when they're getting the big scores, someone's got to get that 100 and everyone play around him. So if I was Dixon, I'd be telling him just to keep going the way he's going. Don't worry too much just yet.
Gone in the air. I think it's going to fall safe. Oh, it's a valiant effort. It's a brilliant effort out there. Is that Ackerman?
Yeah.
Colin Ackerman with 48 on his back. He made a lot of ground from deep square leg, probably 25 yards. And actually, we were right in it fell safe, but it wasn't quite as safe as we thought it might be.
I had an early call of safe there. He's done fantastically well to go and get that. And I think that's one of those moments where, you get that wicket, and that's the desperation you need in one-day cricket to go and make those half chances into chances. And he's done fantastic well. He just didn't quite get there, and it looks as if he might have just got a ball at the side of the head there as well. He's just given his head a bit of a rub. So I'm not sure whether this is why we've got a stoppage in play while the physio comes and checks on him. I'm not sure. Or they might be just having a drink.
Yeah, Sean Dixon signalled for a drink and potentially a pair of gloves, but in the middle of an over is slightly odd. Maybe it is because they need to check on
Susan. The physio's just coming out to have a quick check there.
They treat any blow to the head now rightfully with a bit of caution. So Goldsworthy caught behind off a no ball on just 7. We're not putting. Well, it definitely wasn't a drop catch because he didn't get hands to it, but a chance. It went a long way up in the air, as you said. Just got the hurry on from Bushnell there.
Yeah, and that's the pressure just beginning to tell here. Lee's be telling his players here, just keep that energy up, don't let them out.
What else have we got going on around the ground? Lanks all out for 99. So Derbyshire chasing exactly 100 to win down at Derby. Can't imagine there were many decent scores in that. No, there weren't. 5 for Pat Brown. Oh, it's brilliant to see Pat Brown back bowling well in white ball cricket. 5 for 37.
He burst on the scene, didn't he?
He did, and then bad injuries, as seems to be the way for quick bowlers. But up at Derbyshire this year, 5 for 37 for him.
No, Jennings. Has Jennings been picked up in the 100? Or
yeah.
I was surprised. I was surprised he hadn't been picked up. Actually, he's having an absolutely fantastic year. Obviously, Zach. I'm not sure. Have we heard how Zach Crawley's getting on with his finger?
I don't know. It looked pretty broken. It felt pretty broken. But yeah,
I'm very biased. I'd love to see Keaton get another go with that Test team. He's been in prolific form. I'm not sure he fits the mould, but
back underway with a wide from Bushnell. Yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, his numbers in the last couple of years. Did he go as the reserve batter? He went to New Zealand, but not to India. I think he went almost. I remember looking at it, I think, well, he's on the wrong tour there because he's such a good player. You can take him on one of them.
I think he's a big, tall man who sweeps and plays him very well. So, like you say, I want to say he went to India, but if you're thinking it was the wrong way...
I think it was the wrong way.
Yeah. Little drag on would have been good.
He has lived a little bit dangerously, Goldsworthy. There's been a couple from that Lumley end. Of Drizzle as well. He's found the edge. Unless it was the year before where it was New Zealand and Pakistan they went to. There's so much cricket going on.
He's definitely been on a tour and didn't play recently under the Bazball regime. I know they don't like using that word.
I reckon they love it. It's probably all they use.
Yeah, exactly.
Baz loves it.
Bald.
Keeping the scoring ticking over there, Dixon. He's very good at that. That is one thing about him. He may not hit the 4s and 6s that are eye-catching, but he will always try and score. Yeah. Which means then he runs 2s hard, picks up the odd boundary, and suddenly you're going, he's got 30 from 20 without doing anything. And Rocky Flintoff, I shouldn't mention him because he will just it's just going to be too much, isn't it?
Do you know what? And that's the first name I looked for. And it's the same, obviously, with Archie Vaughan playing in this game. It just, unfortunately, drags a bit more attention, which is good in some ways, but can hinder some people. But I think he looks like the sort of person who loves the limelight. I mean, you see the celebrations and the way he plays. He's a front foot player, and obviously he's got a pretty good mentor in his dad. Both of them do, and does Hayden Mustard. It was interesting there. He was saying how Hayden's just asking him a few more questions. My son's just beginning to get more into cricket. I haven't tried to push him into it, but he's playing a lot more. And I think it's almost harder to coach your own son than other people. But again, it's great to see all these ex-players' sons coming through and playing. They've obviously inspired them to play, which is great.
Something from up here as well. So I enjoyed seeing Colleen and Mustard combining, and then Benkenstein's down at Essex.
Yeah, so they had a Hall of Fame induction, and those 3 got in, and it was all on. Well, it wasn't on the back. It was obviously on the back of their great service to the club, but it tied in beautifully with them all going on the under-19 tour that year. So it was absolutely brilliant. And it was great listening to the kids talk about the dads and how they've helped and things like that.
It's all wonderful to hear. Scott Borthwick is still warming up at long on. He hasn't been turned to, but this is Ackerman's last over, and Borthwick will be well aware of that.
That's it. It'll be interesting to see how they play this over. They're going to see him out, or they're going to play a few shots. Well balled. Looks like they're going to see him out. This works single at the leg side.
The sensible thing to do.
Yeah. And like you said, Dixon's busy, but he knows where those ones are. He got across his stumps there and working in that gap in between sort of, well, short fine leg and mid-wicket. It's a big area just to drop the ball in. Down.
Oh, slight misfield. Allows him to come through for one. It was struck firmly.
Yeah. Those are the ones where you can just build that extra bit of pressure. I was just about to say it'd be interesting if Alex Lees wants to roll the dice and bring one of those sweep men up just to try and tease him into a shot there. But no, it was struck nicely. A bit of timing from Goldsworthy.
That fielder's just dropped back to the ring as well at cover for Dixon.
Again, Dixon trying to get across those stumps to open up the leg side. He's read this. He wants, you know, the danger balls, the one turning back in, trying to play against the spin. He's trying to negate that.
You're going to see this last one more ball, I think, of Ackerman. Bowled brilliantly. 2 for 35 he's got so far, Colin Ackerman. 159 for threes.
Oh, great. Oh, well done. That's a great spell.
Yeah, superb stuff from Colin Ackerman. He'll get a round of applause from a healthy crowd here at the Seat Unique Riverside. 10 overs, no maidens, 2 for 35. Those 2 wickets coming in the space of 2 balls. George Thomas bowled for 48 and then James Rue suffering exactly the same fate. Just 1 ball later, 159 for 3. 37 gone. Sam Dalling alongside Gordon Mitchell. We've got Ash Thorpe and Phil Mustard here as well.
On a nice summer's day. I know the clouds have just come in a little bit, but it's nice to have actually had a bit of a summer, isn't it, the last few weeks?
We had like a day, didn't we, a few weeks ago? The problem is, everyone thinks, oh, you work in cricket, but I just sit in air-conned rooms, so I never feel it, and I get out about 7 o'clock. Johnny Bushnell continuing, almost falling through with his run-up, managing to just about keep up right as the throw is an awkward bounce for Hayden Mustard, who does what all good wicketkeepers do and looks and throws the gloves up.
Do you know, it's the first time he's done it. It's one of those things where he's picked a couple up on the half volley and just, he's never said a word. And I think for morale around there, if he can just pick that up and throw it away, but when you get one on the end of the fingers, I think it just gets the better of you. Oh!
Inside edge, keeps a little bit low. Sean Dixon knows nothing about that. It's gone very, very fine. Hayden Mustard looks back at those stumps accusingly, as if, why are you not broken?
It's just those little things, that little catch that didn't quite carry the inside edge just past leg stump. We just got to keep hitting this pitch and hopefully the worm turns and we get a bit of luck soon.
Johnny Bushnell into his second over. 6th bowler used by skipper Alex Lees.
Balled.
How much as a bowler are you at this stage trying to take wickets, and how much is it about containment?
I think it's about containing here. I think it'd be a simple plan for Johnny here. Hit the pitch, maybe with the odd bouncer, the old adage, top of off, nice and straight. Obviously got deep square leg out, mid wicket in. Try not to give him any width to get it through. Backward point for 4, as he's just done there.
Just a little bit of width though. Goldsworthy, it was a lovely shot of a man in form.
I think it was Dixon. Sorry.
It was Dixon, yes. You're right. Goldsworthy is a man in form, but he did not play that shot.
Yeah, that and that's what you're looking for as a batter. Obviously, someone who's hitting the pitch if you can. It's quite a nice gap behind backward point there, and if you can, you could maybe run. If it's tighter, try and get it down here, tighter, third man, and scurry for 2. If not, get 4.
Just opened it up down to third. Daniel Hogg will do the fielding. Who are you expecting to see? Paul Hoglin's got 3 overs left. I imagine he'll bowl those.
I would like to see Scott Borthwick come on, actually. Obviously, there's 13 overs left. Even just for a couple, just while it's spinning. They obviously haven't got going against the spin yet. They're going to have to put the pace on the ball. These guys both look as if they like to time the ball. I wouldn't say they were big, strong strikers of the ball that caress the ball, so pace off might be a good thing, but looks like we're going to get a bit delayed. Is that right?
He's the man with his cap off.
Yeah, and I thought he bowled fantastic well with that new ball. Swung it, ball with a bit more zip. Actually, I've watched him a few times. And he seemed to be in good rhythm this morning, so fingers crossed he can start where he finished.
Yeah, picked up an absolutely huge wicket as well. Andy Umeed, who has been one of the form players for the last 2 years, averaging 100 since the start of last season in the Metro Bank One Day Cup. Another one of those players who we were talking about a bit earlier, who fell out of love with cricket completely, walked away, and then found it by just enjoying it through club cricket again.
And again, I remember playing against him as a young lad. Was it Warwickshire he was at before? And he always struck me as if someone had a bit about them. So obviously to get him for naught after scores of 114 and 84 in the first 2 games is absolutely fantastic.
Here is delayed from this Finkel end here.
Straight on the money.
Yeah, he's a quality cricketer. Again, as Cambo was saying a bit earlier on, it's a sign of the depth that people like him and Coughlin aren't.
Yeah.
A lot of counties, they would be red ball certainties when fit. Delayed, I think, played the Worcestershire game. I think he came in when they left Callum Parkinson out, actually. The first time under Ryan Campbell, they left a spinner out here in red ball cricket.
Yes, and obviously Ryan's seen him a lot with the Netherlands and has brought him in. So he's obviously a big fan. And just speaking to the lads, they all say he's got a lot about him. Both bat, ball and in the field. Definitely a handy addition. And I think obviously the ideal man to bring on here would be Ben Rain. With his change-ups, we haven't got as many change-ups in the side at the minute. Mitchell Colleen's also been left out. He changes up a bit more, whereas these guys have more hit the pitch ballers with a bit of swing.
He's hit the pitch. He's been hit out towards deep mid-wicket, and that's going to go bounce once, bounce twice, and go over the rope from Sean Dixon. He moves on to 29 from 27 balls. Easy to say having just watched it, but I don't think that's the place to bowl to Sean Dixon.
No, I think it's either got to be a bouncer or just hitting the top of them stumps. He's just giving that nice easy swing. The one you're looking for really is a batter with no mid wicket in. You could just pick your spot.
Cuts that one away. There's a fielder out there, and I think he's going to get to it. It's Ackerman. He's very quick, keeps it to just a couple, but 6 off those 2 balls, so 171 for free. And Dixon, as well as batting as skipper, will be getting a read of this pitch because he is going to have to decide who's bowling for Somerset, and they've got actually quite a lot of options. Left arm seamer in Ogbourne, Aldridge, Leach, and debutant Charlie Castle, who took 7 for. But then they've got spin options as well. Slow left arm, Jack Leach, Joel Thomas. Archie Vaughan's been bowling a bit of off spin.
Yeah, I think it'd be interesting to see how Leach goes on here. And just watching them warm up before the game, they did seem to have some big, tall, fast bowlers, left arm, like you said. So he's got a. Oh, that's a short one.
Slower ball into the pitch. Just a single. Yeah, they've probably got 7 or 8 options, which almost can be too much. So as a captain, that can be both a blessing and a curse. Yeah,
and like Alex Lee says, like we said, we've got Bushnell bowled. Borthwick hasn't bowled yet, so we bowled 6 with. Just looking around the rest of the field, I don't think Leesy bowls. I think McKinney teeters with some leg spin, some off spin, bit of seam. Went down to Scarborough with the second team last year, and he got the full variety out in the nets. Not particularly good at any of them, I might add, but lots of enthusiasm.
Driven to backward point, and enthusiasm is about 98% of the battle anyway. End of the over, 176 for free. Did you see down at the Oval the other day the ambidextrous bowler?
I saw it on the YouTube clips. The left arm, where did you get the left arm wicket and the right arm wicket?
The right arm off spin.
Is he Glamorgan lad?
He's a Glamorgan lad, and his name has now escaped me. And I was hoping that the internet up here was going to work quickly enough so I could seamlessly give you his name.
Well, I should be able to help you out, but I'm sorry, I've not been much use there.
I can't get on the Wi-Fi. I've been exposed as a fraud live on.
Yeah, but it was really good.
It was good. That's impressive. There was a guy I used to play some club cricket with that I saw bat, got 50 right-handed and turned around and made it to 100 left-handed, which is the oppo isn't great. I think you're thinking this guy's taking the Michael.
Yeah.
Bushnell. That's better to Dixon.
And I think that's it. We're just back of a length's just gone, so if we just fraction fuller here, make them drive through the covers rather than pull and cut. Would be the way I would be looking to go at, but these guys know better than me.
Ben Kellaway is the name I was looking for a few seconds ago.
Thorby would have been able to tell you that straight away.
Oh, yeah.
That's a good line.
Well, Thorpe would have said, well, I did that 15, 20 years ago, so it's nothing new. Still doing it on a Saturday. When I first met him, he said, I 10, 15 minutes into the conversation, I said, are you still playing? He's like, no, I've retired. And I thought, yeah, I've met people like you before. You probably retire 3 times a season.
He was putting his social media post out the other day with his running session on. I was very impressed.
Driven. They'll pick up a single, just wide. A backward point. Paul Coughlin comes around. Bushnell's been there most of the game. Difficult for him to fill the backward point when he's bowling. Was that during his mid-season holiday when he was abroad?
Yeah, just at the busy time. I played cricket for Brandon. He took our star bowler with him as well. That was the problem.
Did he?
Missed two Saturdays in the middle of the season.
It's worse than getting married in the season.
Well, and on the second one, they were just sat on the beach in Benidorm.
Oh, and Goldsworthy is trying to hoik that into the leg side. He's mistimed it and got 4 down the ground.
Again, it's just that release of pressure again. He's not unleashed the shackles just yet, but he's hoping he keeps on plinking it for a little bit longer, and we get him before he gets going.
He feels like he's been stuck. He's now on 85, but he's been in the 70s and 80s for a while now.
Yeah, 123 balls now for 85. He's doing a good job for his team, though. Like I say, last 10 overs, this is where the game's sometimes won and lost for the batting team. They've laid the platform. He's now got a little bit of a licence.
Fielder at third comes up and a deep mid-wicket goes out. Pace off, well bowled. Well bowled from Bushnell. Although he can't get that one away.
Yeah, it looks like he's going to go into the pitch straight there. Give him a little bit of width. But again, there's a bit of turn in the wicket, so he got away with it. Another inside edge. We just need one of those inside edges to drag onto the stumps.
He's had a few goals. Well, he's batted nicely, but also it hasn't been chanceless.
That's all right.
Pulled for 4. And of his 10 boundaries, that one earlier in the over down the ground is his only one in that V. Likes to play a shot square of the wicket, Lewis Goldsworthy. 40 overs gone then. I'm certainly going to take a break. Ashley Thorpe is back to take over.
Well, that's it. Unfortunately, we've gone wicketless again in our stint there, but
yeah, get off.
The Colonel's not back yet, so I'll stay on. Hopefully, me and you can get some wickets here, Ash. Come on.
It is my lucky day. Yeah, that was an average stint. Somerset Sam, I'd be very, very happy with that set.
Impartial Sam. We've come up with impartial Sam today.
No, it's definitely Somerset Sam, and that's not a bad thing because we are probably 3 of the most biased Durham commentators in the world. So, to all of our Somerset fans that are listening, I sort of apologise, but we are what we are, and we've definitely got Sam for a bit of balance from your side. Buster leader. He's going to bowl the 41st over. The start of the last 10, and it's a slower ball and it's full. I've never seen so many Durham bowlers fall over in their follow-throughs. Mark Wood is setting a really bad trend. And these bowlers are going face first into the turf quite a lot.
It's interesting. So is this now the last power play, so an extra man out, is that right?
Correct, yep. So we've got 4 in the circle. We have backward point, mid-off still in the circle. We've got cover and mid-on.
Which is great. I mean, obviously, took a bit of spin. Ash, would you be looking for the leg spinner with this extra man out, or what are you thinking?
Delader hits the hole there. Mate, I've literally just gone down there and sat outside, and I'm talking to Borthwick, who was winded, by the way. That's why he was holding his chest. Yeah, so he was fine. Tough character, Scotty. And I went, are we going to see some leg spin? He went, I don't think so. So he might be happy to go with his seamers. We've got Hogg, still has 5 overs left. Buster Lader might bowl all the way through here at the def. Coughlin has 3 overs and Bushnell has plenty. And a slow ball bouncer is cut away off the outside edge down to third man. And Goldsworthy was thinking about a second, but turns that one down.
Was that Drizzle down there, third man?
Yeah. So good platform. Muchie, if you were Somerset, you'd be pretty happy there. 180 for 3 going into the last 10.
Yeah, definitely. I think we've bowled well in the middle there. We just haven't had the rub of the green. Built some good pressure, and every time there's a half chance gone, we've just gone the other way. But like you say, this is this is the moving time now. This is where you get that above par score, isn't it? If you have a good back end, like Colonel was saying, 240. He thought, I think it was 250, 260.
I was thinking 260 plus personally, because that looks a good pitch, and I know it is spinning, but I think the power play in the last 10 is really where you can make a difference in your innings. And this is set up really nicely. And
sides almost set themselves for that, you know, with obviously 2 out at the start. Sometimes people go hard. It seems as if people just try and conserve wickets and tick along nicely until this time. So
it's the old formula, isn't it? It used to be Sri Lanka kind of changed the world, didn't they, in that World Cup? Where they went mental with Jayasuriya and Deleda looking to go Yorker length here.
Well, that's it. I can't get a wicket, so I'm going to pass you over to the Colonel. You boys will do us proud.
The Colonel's back. Colonel's back. Thanks, Muchie. And thanks to Sam there. 10 overs, none for, I'm just saying.
Well, it's been an interesting 10 overs, that Muchie. Well done, mate.
This is Colonel. Didn't often bat at the death, Colonel, because you were normally up the top. But if you were in now, this is like absolute gold dust for you, isn't it?
Brilliant.
Full license.
It is a full license, and there were times when I did carry me back through the innings in a 50. I did it. I got back-to-back hundreds in one season, which was quite good. Well played, Philip.
Round of applause for Gordon Mitchell. I was just waiting for the rest of the story.
But I didn't spend too much time at the death. But obviously, over the years, I did spend quite a bit of time thinking about the depth bowling or how I'm going to play it or what I'm going to do. But if you get in this position and you've got wickets in hand, you're trying to be one step ahead of what the bowler's thinking. So you can set yourself for the Yorker, you can set yourself for a slow ball, but you're always trying to think like what the bowler is going to bowl at you. Is he going to go wide Yorker?
Coghlan from the Finkel end, from the Lumley end. This is cut away by Dixon, who races back for a second. And what you have seen is an absolutely outstanding running between the wickets from Sean Dixon since he's come to the crease. But yeah, so are you looking at the field, and after you've got, I suppose if you've been batting for a length of time as well, it helps you with getting the rhythm of what the bowlers are doing.
Being at the top of the order and being at the back of the order, it's very similar.
Yep.
Obviously, there's fielders, a lot more fielders are in early on than out, but
oh, and a bit of bounce and a chop on. Colonel and I have done it again. Nothing to do with Paul Coghlan. But that is a huge wicket because Dixon was just starting to get going there. He's gone for 37 off 36. And maybe a little bit of luck there with a drag on. Somerset 188 for 4.
Big wicket. Big wicket. Big 9 overs ahead of Durham now. Yeah. Anything under 240, 250 I think they'll be pretty happy with.
So we're talking about the rhythm, and obviously Dixon has been out there for the best part of 5 or 6 overs. Now it's a new batter at the crease. How important is that for Durham at this stage?
Oh, massively important. Once you get one player who's been in for a while, seen the pace of the pitch, is it turn, is it bouncing, it's a lot easier for him to hit 4s, 6s, or wherever he wants really, because you've been out there a long time. But now with a new batter in, they're going to take 2 or 3 overs to build again. So that 2 or 3 overs is brilliant for Durham, and then hopefully in 2 or 3 overs again you get another wicket, and then you put the pressure on them again. So then the bottom order will come in under pressure, thinking, well, we've got to get to 250 or 270.
Yeah.
So they're going to put themselves under a lot of pressure, and once you go out of your comfort zone, it's not as easy as what people think.
Yeah, absolutely right. So a huge wicket that for Durham. We always talk about trying to have 2 new batters at the crease. Never a more important time than this going into the last 10. So crucial wicket there. Dixon was looking good, 4 boundaries, but some serious running between the wickets in his innings, and that just then transfers a bit of pressure onto Goldsworthy to be the one who's going to have to pick this up. He's 88 off 129 balls. He's been in for 148 minutes.
Yeah, plenty of force for Goldsworthy. He hasn't looked to go big at the minute.
Yeah.
So it'll be interesting if he's got that in his locker to hit sixes near the end from deft bowling or slower bowling or however you see it.
Yeah, and that might just hold him back a couple of overs as well from going full throttle with not wanting 2 new batsmen at the crease. As Josh Thomas is in, and first ball is an edge, and he's caught behind. So Durham, we've done it again. We've dropped 2 in 2. What have you been doing, Muchie? But a big breakthrough
bowling
there again, and Wickets will just keep putting the pressure back onto Somerset. But Coughlin, a double strike, picking up Dixon, bowled with a drag on, and Josh Thomas nicks behind. First ball, and Somerset now 188 for 5.
Brilliant. Just going across him, I think. Lefties, I think the ball is tailing a little bit, so it's not that easy.
Yeah, it's a very dry surface, so I'm not surprised that there is. I mean, despite the outfield and that being a really great nick. And again, fair play to Vic and the team for producing a beautiful pitch. And the outfield looks an absolute picture as well. We're going to have Casey Aldridge, the big fella, striding out to the middle now. He'll join Goldsworthy, who's there on 88. He's pretty much battered the whole way through the innings after being in at the fall of Andy Umeed's wicket. It's important Durham just keep the pressure on here, because you get the feeling that this will probably spin and spin further in the second innings as the innings goes on. It's a pretty warm day out there. It's pretty humid as well, actually, so it might swing as well early doors when Somerset start their bowling. And something for the Durham batters to keep in mind. But I think probably the easiest time to score might be with that new ball.
New ball, absolutely. Key to any innings, a new ball. When the ball is really hard, 2 new balls as well.
Yep.
When it's very, very hard, it hits a bat and goes to the boundary. Obviously with the fielders in as well. So if you are a young up and coming cricketer, always try and open the bat.
I'm trying to bat 11 these days.
Always try and open the bat because it's the best place you can ever be.
Absolutely. So hat-trick ball, slip in place.
Oh, Mustard's clapping his hands again with the crowd.
Why not?
Absolutely.
And in comes Coughlin on a hat-trick. And this is defended beautifully by Aldridge. What's all the fuss, he says. Straight on the front foot, right in the middle of the bat. That ends the slip, so sweepers go out, slip goes back into the covers. And to be fair, there's only a couple of balls, so now you're looking at just getting out of the over without conceding a boundary, and it's a huge win for Durham. And these are the moments now where you just look at each over as an event in itself, don't you? And you just, can you not concede a boundary and you win that over?
Absolutely, 100%.
Coughlin. Knees pumping in. This one's short and it's pushed away out into backward point region where Toledo does some fielding and then threatens to throw it left-handed, which he probably could do because by all accounts he's a gun footballer, gun cricketer, good at golf. Dodgy dress sense.
Has he?
Oh,
is he one of them? One of them Muchels, is he?
Yeah, he's probably got shorts.
No style, no style.
He's got shorts on probably. Surprised he's fielding in trousers.
I was impressed with Toledo last week at Sedbergh. That run out was unbelievable.
Yeah. And this one's tucked into the leg side. And they'll get through for a single and hit the batter as well.
Oh, that'll be good. Put him out with bowling, I think.
I'm sure he'll be ready to bowl Goldsworthy. Be licking his lips having batted out on that for a long time. He'll be ready to go. But that ends a superb over from Coughlin. He has now 2 for 39 from his 8 overs. Toledo has some work to do because I think he'll bowl all the way through here at the death, which he has done a little bit for the Dutch.
So plenty of overs left anyway.
Yeah, he has. He can bowl out. And then you've got Hogg and Bushnell who can also bowl some overs towards the back end. Coughlin has 2 left. This is where they've got 5 now in the circle, just trying to put a bit of a squeeze on the new batter and keep him on strike. Keep Goldsworthy away from the strike. This one's tucked away and timed really nicely off the pads. A couple of singles to get Aldridge on his way. score under 190 now for 5. The best part of 8 overs still remaining. Brings Goldsworthy back on strike.
Oh, wide Yorker.
Slow and wide.
Slow wider. Brilliant.
And inside the guidelines. So any dot at this stage is a great ball. So I think he'll mix that up with some slower balls, some Yorkers and some bounces. I think we'll see quite a lot of variety from Deleda.
I think with big boundaries as well, haven't we? We got what we got.
It's still a decent size.
Still a good hit, yeah.
It?
Both sides is big, so a lot of slow balls, slow ball bounces are always in the game.
Pitch 15, one of the more central pitches here at the Seat Unique Riverside. And again, slow and good shins from Mustard. I've always thought the Mustards have had good shins. Shake of the head from Father Mustard.
I'll have a little word with him tonight. Use your hands, mate.
Yeah. Just catch it. That's been the theme of today. Just catch it.
Just catch it or stop it.
Yeah, you did stop it, to be fair.
I used to. It was really harsh. A few of my ex-teammates used to call me the speed bump.
Yep. Just slow it down. Later, just getting a bit of grip with these slower balls. This has been a good over so far. Just the 2 singles and a couple of dots.
It took me a while to work it all out. Be fair, they called me for about a year and a half, and I didn't realise what they were. I didn't realise what they were trying to say to me.
That doesn't surprise me.
Yeah,
whatsoever.
Unbelievable. I was like, "Speed, what? I don't get it." And then I asked someone. I said, "Oh, why?" He said, "Oh, just because all you do is stop it. You don't really catch it."
And Deleda does bowl the bouncer. And he'd be happy with the result. It's just a single to Aldridge, who moves on to 3. Goldsworthy on 88. Sorry, 89 now, is he? Just trying to catch up with that scoreboard. I didn't realise how much we relied on that electronic scoreboard until today. I'm absolutely lost. Got the laptop on, which is literally a ball behind, and then peering at the old scoreboard. This one's driven nicely, and you talk about getting out of the over. Goldsworthy wins the over there with a lovely, lovely cover drive. Gorgeous shot on the rise, and it finds a boundary. Goldsworthy moves into the 90s, moves on to 93.
He went away from the slower balls there, didn't he?
Pace on that one, wasn't it?
Pace on.
And a lovely, lovely drive. Getting instructions left, right and centre here.
You're a busy man today, you aren't you?
No, mate, that's our group chat that you probably never even checked, to be fair. Excellent stuff. Sam's going to come in and cover the last few overs while I get my makeup done, ready for the half time with Mel. Go and do something with those legs.
Have we got Coughlin?
We've got Coughlin, yep. Still in the attack from the Lumley end. It comes in and this is just pushed down the pitch. So now just the 4 fielders in the circle, as you would expect at this stage. Aldridge on 3, not out. And Goldsworthy just 7 away from an excellent 100. Just struggling a little bit there, isn't he? I don't know if that impact off the ball or whether trying to evade the ball, he might have a bit of a muscle injury there.
Yeah, I think it caught his ankle, I think.
It's definitely stretching out at the non-striker's end. And that's hit to mid-off and takes off straight away, and Lees decides against throwing that, as it's an excellent piece of running between the wickets from big Casey Aldridge.
I would imagine the physio team will get a bit of ice on it half time.
Yeah,
because
absolutely.
I think he will be needed in the second innings to bowl's left arm spin.
Yeah, so already got a 4 to his name in the game against Kent. And it's 4 for 44. And now adding some runs. This is pulled away out into the deep, and as he hit it straight down deep mid-wicket throat, he has.
Brilliant catch.
He has, and that's a huge wicket for Durham. Is it Bushnell out there in the deep?
Yeah.
Johnny Bushnell judged it well, initially looking to go back, and then settling under it and taking a comfortable catch. He goes for 93 off 134 balls. And Somerset are now 6 down. 197 on the board. Colonel, you've got your wish. 2 new batters at the crease.
2 new batters. I think Coughlin, obviously he's going 6 early in his spell. He's pulled it back 90 to 4.8, and he's picking up some crucial wickets in his latter stages of the first innings. So fair play to him. He's worked out the best options, and he's come back very, very strong. Now we got 2 new batters, and this could be anything, so I think it's a case of from now on in you'd like to try and keep under 230 if you can.
Absolutely right. 6 down Somerset, 197 on the board. Josh Davey is the new batter as Goldsworthy rightly gets an excellent round of applause. His innings of 93, 11 boundaries off 134 balls. He was caught off that no ball earlier, so Coughlin a little bit of revenge there at the death, and like you said, he's pulled it back really well, taking 3 crucial wickets in this spell. He currently has 3 for 40 off 8.5 overs. Hit the pitch hard there, and Goldsworthy didn't get enough of it, and Bushnell took a comfortable catch in the end out in the deep. Coughlin in again, charging in, and this is full and clipped beautifully by Davey, first ball. Jamie shouts for 2, and that's exactly what the batters will get as Ackerman does the fielding out there in the deep. Ackerman spelled 2 for 35, picked up those 2 wickets in 2 balls. George Drizzle also bowled a nice spell, 10 through, none for 44. Probably deserved a wicket. Thought he bowled really nicely. Coughlin right on the money as this is played with lovely soft hands. And we talked about young Colonel doing some fielding practice earlier. He races around and throws that at the stumps. And that brings up the 200 for Somerset, 6 down. 1 ball remaining in the 44th over. Again, it's short, and this one dies on its way through. I'm not sure if that was a slower ball. It didn't look like a slower ball, but it didn't carry through. So it must have been behind the stumps, but that ends an excellent over again from Coughlin. 200 on the board for 6. Coughlin 3 for 43 from 9. So he has 1 over remaining. Deleda will probably bowl the 3 from this end at the death, and then it will be between young Dan Hogg and Johnny Bushnell to see who closes out from the Lumley end.
It's a good effort from Deleda, bowling 4 at the end.
It'll be 5. It'll be a 5 over spell.
It's a great effort. I think it helps with picking up wickets. I think obviously we've picked up wickets, so batters aren't seen.
And this is nicely timed away in the gap between fine leg and deep square. Davey will come back for 2. Looks like a strong area for him there, and again pace on from Deleda. I wonder if he'll revert back to his slower balls and bounces.
It's starting to cloud over a bit.
It is. I was just literally looking at exactly the same thing.
The wind's died down a little bit.
It's really humid out there as well, isn't it? Warm day, and that's right on the money from Deleda, and as solid as a forward defence as you'll ever see.
45 overs in.
Great block. Talked about Dixon's running between the wickets, mate. How good was the fella on our left, Gordon Mitchell's, running between the wickets? Did he ever run you out? He must have barbecued you.
Absolutely.
There we go.
Yeah, Mitchell was a very fast individual, but he's too fast for his own good.
Again, tucked away.
It was all about himself. It was never thought about the people at the other end who couldn't run as fast as him. He used to run down, yes, oh, sorry. but we loved him for that, though. We loved him for that. Especially when he came down to spinners. He used to use his feet quite well. One of the best players of spin, coming down, using his feet.
Agreed.
But as soon as he hit the middle of the bat, he just wanted to run.
Yeah. He just got excited when he
got very
connected,
excited.
didn't he? He's an excitable human. Slow ball bouncer, and this is pulled away out into the deep. Scott Borthwick will do the fielding. It'll just be the single. All very square there, aren't they? Him at deep mid wicket. The two men very close together, which is indicating that we might see a few more short balls.
We haven't seen too much of batters using the feet today, have we?
No.
Obviously, against spin and ball, most of them coming into the batters. You'd like to think somebody would try and take the initiative to use the feet, but nobody's really tried to do that today.
I think Dixon did it a little bit when he first came in. It's a nice slower ball and it's pushed away, and McKinney can't prevent the single. So just Davey busy out there, just knocking it around. Like you say, these wickets have now prevented Somerset from going full throttle in these last few overs. Probably delaying that just by maybe 3 overs.
I think Goldsworthy was a good wicket because he was starting to go a little bit.
Yeah. I'll tell you who, Dixon hits a clean ball as well for a little fella. This again will just be another single as McKinney runs around and again decides against the shy at the stumps. So 206 for 6.
McKinney having a little bit of a limp on.
It'll just be a strut.
Holding his hip.
It'll be a strut. Yeah. Let's see him strut.
He went off early in the game though, didn't he? He went off early in the game, so I'm wondering if there is a bit of a niggle somewhere along there.
You might be right. Just keep my eye on him. Big fella. Coghlan to bowl out from the Lumley end. And again, at this stage of the innings, those dot balls are absolutely crucial.
It'll be interesting to see when the batters decide they want to go for the boundary ball now. They've batted two overs now without really playing big shots. So it'll be interesting the thought process moving in, or what they think is a very good total.
We've got Aldridge, who's on 6 off 11. Davies 7 off 6 so far. And this is a slower ball. It's cut away to backward point, and Deleda does the fielding. So another dot. And Durham will be really happy because it seems really quiet out there at the moment. Sometimes when the batters are going, that gets everybody's adrenaline up and around, but Durham would be really happy for a quiet 5 overs to finish this innings off. It's tucked away nicely out into the deep, but again, it'll just be a single for Aldridge, who gets Davey back on strike. Phillip must have definitely would have took the bails off there as that throw came in. 100%. Only 18, still a few arts and dark arts to learn in the game for a wicketkeeper. Absolutely. Davey hits that one that badly, he's able to get through for a single.
If Coghlan couldn't get that, nobody could.
Absolutely.
He's one of the quickest fielders I've seen. He is brilliant.
Yeah,
go back to the T20 back at that catch was unbelievable.
My God. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm pleased I wasn't commentating at the time because I actually wouldn't have known what to say. Harmy was on, I think, doing it.
Oh, you were on holidays, were you, Ash?
No, I was here. I think it might have been the day before I went on my work trip. This one's tucked away out into the leg side for another single. Again, Durham more than happy.
Very happy at this stage of the game, taking singles.
Yeah, work trips not easy, mate. Somebody's got to do it. You've had a few of those in your time as well, mate, haven't you? A couple of work trips. around the world?
Yes. Like we still say, it's always a holiday with a little bit of work.
Mm-hmm. And a good bouncer from Coghlan to finish his spell. It'll be another single there for Josh Davey. Coghlan will finish with 3 for 47 from his 10 overs, as Somerset finished the 46th over on 210 for 6. I think now the foot will go down. I think this over is the one. 2 right-handers targeting the slightly shorter side of the ground. And I'm just trying to check for the wind there. The breeze is just starting to pick up a little bit and probably going across the ground kind of from the Chester Park kind of side of the ground across. So I think Deleda will try and go into the pitch here and take the pace off. We've got 2 men out. You've got one just behind square and Borthwick just in front of square on the leg side. You've got fine leg out. McKinney is in the circle at mid-on as well. Deleda comes in and that is short and tucked away to Borthwick, but it's a little bit to his left and he does well to prevent a second run. That's excellent fielding from Borthwick. And Speed Bump Jr. in action at the end there. That just shot off the square.
You
that
did slow it down.
That really flew off the square, the throw, and took Hayden Mustard by surprise. Nearly a trip to the dentist. As Deleda comes in again, and it is slow and it is hit down the ground, but it is mistimed. And again, just another single, and Durham will be really happy. Not going for boundaries at this late stage. Davey and Aldridge really looking to try and get going now. Aldridge on 9 from 15. Davey on 10. 212 for 6. Deleda's doing a great job here. He's gone 1 for 38 so far. Pulled some tough overs at the start and at the end. And this one's hit in the gap. And Borthwick will do well to prevent this from a second, and he does. Feeling really well. And again, a good arm from somebody who spends most of their career in the armchair at slip, which is not a bad place to observe a cricket game from.
He's very good in that position as well.
He's quick, isn't he?
He's quick. He's got a good arm.
He's
got great hands.
He loves the game of cricket. He so much loves cricket. It's brilliant. So enthusiastic still for the game.
Third man's come up.
Yeah, third man has come up in the circle and long on has gone out. So it would indicate some more pace off and into the pitch deliveries. And that is the slowest of slower ball bounces you will ever see. And it was on its way down as it got to the batsman. What we would describe in that shot as a reverse pull. It's got a single anyway. Might just leave it at that.
Yeah. It was a very strange shot.
It was incredible. What are you going with?
I think it was quite good foxing from the bowler, though. Very, very took all the pace off it.
Yeah, I think we're going to see quite a lot of that from Deleda in the latter part of his spell. That's textbook beautiful on drive for one, and again Durham will be very happy. The umpire just signaling to Ben McKinney not to throw the ball on the pitch. Do you enjoy that part of the game, Colonel, or do you just not bother with that? Telling them to throw it's a funny one, isn't it?
It's a very funny one, and obviously you know what they're trying to do.
Yeah. Deleda trying to anticipate there, that going on the leg side. And that ends another really good over from Durham's point of view. Somerset just stalling here at the back end on 216 for 6. Yeah, back to the umpire, mate.
The consensus, obviously, if you're out of the 30-yard circle, then you can get away with a one bounce throw in. But we do try and clamp down on mid-off, throwing it into the keeper and landing on the middle of the pitch. Only because it could dent the pitch, it could generate unevenness for the next innings or whatever it is. But it's a very hard one to manage because not everybody's got a good arm.
Yeah, absolutely right.
And obviously we all know that the softer the ball goes, the harder it is to hit a boundary.
Yeah.
So it's a very hard one to manage. But I think you give them a bit of a teacup sort of thing and say, hey, keep the ball up, and they tend to.
Bushnell in. Yeah, the old double teapot. I've had a few glares off you with the double teapot with the white coat on.
Absolutely. You've got to just show everybody that you
authority, mate.
Authority. You know what's going on. So it's more of a case of just trying to give a bit of a heads up. Going, hey, behave yourself, my friend.
And as an umpire, do you find that the man management side it probably comes quite naturally to you, being the person that you are? As Bushnell bowls this one into the pitch and it's a dot ball. But do you think that's one of the most important roles of an umpire?
Yeah, I think that's one of my important roles, what I do as an umpire.
Yeah.
I think the way you manage a game or manage the players, I think is the key to your success. Don't get me wrong, it doesn't always work like that. But 9 times out of 10.
Bushnell slow and an outside edge, and Hogg does well to get down the big fella.
I think most players like communication.
Yeah.
Like to have a little bit of a relationship with the umpires, because they might think they're going to get a decision their way, or they might not get a decision their way. So I think part and parcel of the man management and speaking to the captains or speaking to the players is quite a key role as an umpire. I've found it in my transition from playing to umpiring is quite tricky.
Bushnell comes in, this one's plinked over the offside, and Davey will collect a couple. Sorry, it's Aldridge that's on strike. He'll collect a couple. That one goes out into the offside, but good bowling again from Bushnell. Durham not be that bothered with going for 1s and 2s here. This innings is drawing to a close. Aldridge finding it tough to get away. He's on 14 now from 19, and Davey a runner ball 13. And the reverse, I love that. He wasn't as successful in the last over, but he reverse flicks that one over probably the tallest man on the ground in Dan Hogg, and gets a much needed boundary for Somerset. Moves the score on to, where are we at, 224 for 6. A good piece of improvisation.
Yeah, but on the umpiring thing, if you obviously transition from the player to the umpire, most of the players I know I played against or played with, it's quite hard. And that was probably one of the biggest challenges when I first decided I was going to go around the umpiring route, is how do you differentiate yourself from a player to an umpire?
And that's pulled away, but straight to the man. Borthwick out in the deep. Absolutely. Well, I'm going to leave you with the last couple of overs. Sam's going to join you, and I'm going to get ready with the man who wears shorts to do something during the lunch interval.
You're the odd one out, Ash, not in shorts today. I was just enjoying hearing about the Colonel's Teapot. I thought that'd be a great name for an indie band. You could I'd definitely go and see them at a festival, wouldn't you? Tynemouth Beach.
It's a teapot, but a teapot, yeah.
The Colonel's Teapot. Ash Thorpe and the Colonel's Teapot. That's the head. There's a #1 album in that. Ash, as he always does, slips off for the last couple of overs. Going to be Baz Deleda, who's got 1 left. They're going to have to find another over as well. They've got 2 overs. Paul Coughlin's bowled out, so it could be Daniel Hogg as well to bowl the last over.
I think you will be seeing Hogg bowl 1, I think.
Aldridge on strike. Penultimate over. Aldridge strikes that down the ground. I think it's going to fall just inside the ropes. It teases Alex Lees. Didn't quite get hold of it, Casey Aldridge, but it brings him 4. Moves into the 20s. What do you reckon? Somerset be happy? Be about where are we in the game?
Well, I think halfway. I would have said 240, 250. They're there or thereabouts. I think that'll be a tricky old challenge for Durham to knock off, especially with the ball spinning. So I think they'll be quite happy after the middle claps they had.
Aldridge with that reverse lap. It was actually quite well bowled from Delade. I think he saw him getting into position early and dragged it right down. Just a single. This is where you can pick up some momentum, both sides. Somerset, if they, might only be 20-25 runs, but momentum to take into the second innings.
Yeah, 100%. If they can get through about 240 in the next 3 overs or so, I think it's a key to a good game of cricket.
Someone said 240 right early on, didn't they? Aldridge down and on strike, he's on 24. Davies got 13, he's a proper batter. But he flicks that one into the leg side. Going to fall between 2 fielders. Scott Borthwick does really well out there. That's superb.
It's a lovely Saturday with you, Sam. The energy is unbelievable, mate. I love it. You're up off your chair, you.
I can't see past that window, that's why. I need a shit. I tell you what, next season I want full glass all the way around, glass, 360.
Yeah. Are you listening, Sam?
just an idea, just a thought I've got. So this is too many energy drinks this morning. Slower ball bouncer.
Oh, great catch. Brilliant catch from Bushnell. I think that was a very well timed run, diving forward. A very good wicket for Durham.
Casey Aldridge has to go off. He's a big man. He made 24 from 24. Delade. Slower ball into the pitch. What they used to call a long hop these days is it's very much a wicket-taking delivery.
It is a wicket-taking delivery these days.
And that's big. I know there's only 7 or 8 balls left, but actually 7 or 8 balls less of Aldridge is huge.
Yeah, it is, absolutely. And Aldridge, he's a big boy. He can hit a long ball. And if you can get the guys who are hitting long balls out, then you're always in a good position. And now we got a legend, Leach. Leachy, what a legend he was in the Ashes.
And the most famous one not out.
Oh.
So I'm going to say something that might go one of 2 ways here. I'm a Newcastle United season ticket holder.
Yes.
And I watched that Ashes, the Stokes Leach. Newcastle went to Spurs on the Sunday, 4:30 kickoff. And we watched on the big screen those 2 do it. And it finished about 4:15. And then we went into the away end and Joe Linton scored in a 1-0 win. It was superb.
What a brilliant day that is, eh?
It was the first year, you know the pints that fill up from the bottom, and the only way to test that sensibly is to pat your pint repeatedly at the bottom and then wonder why it's fallen through, as if it was like just magic that it just dropped in there. Oh, I saw a fair few of those. Anyway, I digress.
That was one of the best days. That was a great day. That
it was. Jack Leach, who will fancy himself as an all-rounder. Around the wicket to Delade. Doesn't quite get it fine enough. Just a single. 1 ball left. Been a good comeback actually. He started the over with a boundary and you thought, oh, could this be momentum for Somerset? But he's stifled them, Delade, so far.
He has. He's bowled well. After having 5 off the bounce, 5 overs off the bounce, he's done a fabulous job to keep it under control, not going for too many boundaries.
Somerset searching for a couple more. 7 balls left in the innings. 2-3-1 for 7.
Oh, that is your long hop you were talking about.
You stand and wait for it.
Stand and wait, and that's been 1 step ahead of you, step ahead of the bowler. That.
Yes, if you're into position too early, you may look a fool, but actually Josh Davey just waited, and he waited a little bit longer.
He did. That was a half-tracker wide, half-tracker. But he's done really well, Delade. He's bowled fantastically well. So you can give or take a couple of boundaries here or there, but I think going into the last over, trying to keep it under that 240, what we spoke about early on, will be pretty good.
10 overs, 253 that wicket. Casey Aldridge in there. Last over, he also picked up a key wicket. Andy Hamid up top for a duck. One of the leading run scorers in this competition for the last couple of years. So that's a huge contribution from Delade. And we're going to have... Is that Johnny Bushnell to bowl the last over, I think? Must be.
Yes, it is, yeah.
4 overs, 0 for 34 for him. He's got the responsibility from the Lumley end of the last over. Somerset 2-3-6 for 7. Leach on strike. They'll look for 2 here. They won't get it. Yes, perhaps.
It's an interesting field. He's got his mid-on, mid-off up, and then he's bowling probably. You would think he was going to bowl short, but he bowled in the slot. Unfortunately, he missed out a little bit on that one, I think.
Almost looking at who you're bowling at and thinking, well, maybe he's not going to. Good luck to him if he wants to hit me over the top for 6.
Absolutely.
Final leg comes up. Davey right-hander on strike. Now, long off and long on go back. Deep square leg, deep mid-wicket. 5 balls left. Fielder out there as well. And they are going to come back for 2 this time. Jack Leach is going to have to hurry. He gets back. A bit of work, couple of runs.
Good running. Good running.
Josh Davey moves into the 20s then. Just a 1 boundary, but he still scored his runs pretty quickly. It's gone in the air.
Ooh. Oh, brilliant. Another dive forward from Coughlin, I think it is. Davey.
Thought for half a second he misjudged it, which is why he needed the dive.
Yeah, absolutely.
He thought Davey had got a little bit more of that.
I thought it was a fantastic catch. That's a good wicket because Davey's a big, strong boy. He can hit over the boundary.
He was trying to do it. It's a long way out towards that.
That is a long way. What's that, about 90 metres? 80?
80 at least, Ashford. Any more? We're all having a go. I'm going to say between. I'm going to do that thing. 85.
I'm going to go 87.
Okay. Can't have 2 goes though. That's not how it works. Hang on.
I don't think it's going to be the full 90 metres.
Well, you shouldn't have said 90 metres then,
yard, sorry.
Josh Davey has to go. It's a good catch from Paul Coughlin, who's a good athlete. And there's this, the debutant. With the black gloves on, I like this. No, it's not. It's Alfie Ogborn, in fact. Left arm seamer, bats right-handed. Just signed a new contract with Somerset. I like this. He looks like he's going to nip off and rob a bank or something straight after this. $239 for 8. It's shorts weather. Come on, we've got to celebrate. A couple of balls left in this innings. That's gone in the air. And I think it's going to fall just short of the sweeper, but it's just going to be a single. So this is brilliant stuff from Johnny Bushnell to finish off. Turn 2 by Alex Lees for just a 1 over. He's gone for 1-2, picked up the wicket of Josh Davey, and Alfie Ogborn has picked up a single. So bang on 240 with 2 balls to go.
242 balls to go.
Going to be, but you think that makes a game of it too, Gordy? You think?
I think 240 makes a game of it. I think it all depends on the new ball first up, before the spin comes into play. If Durham can get off to a bit of a quick start with the seamers with a new ball, I think that's going to be the key to this game, I think.
Be interesting to see who takes it. They've got Ogborn, the debutant Castle, Aldridge, Josh Davey, all candidates. As Leach is on strike. Or bowled. Come through for just a single, leg buys.
Oi.
Leach has to hurry, but Durham won't mind that at this stage. Then they've got the left arm spinner of Leach, of Josh Thomas.
And they've got Goldsworthy.
And Goldsworthy. So they've got 3
so
left arm spinners.
So they've got 3 spinners. So it'll be interesting how many overs they get from the seamers.
And Andy Umeed bowls a little bit of spin as well. Archie Vaughan's not playing in this game, but he has bowled off spin. But they've got options.
They've got lots of options.
1 ball left. Sean Dixon was out there for a decent amount of time, so they've had a read on the pitch. Ooh, edged and taken. Picks up a wicket to end the innings. I don't think Jack Leach quite read that, or he'd already started off on his run and just couldn't stop himself in time, because he ended up next to Alfie Ogborn. Just a little tickle then. 241 for 9, Somerset. Finish with Johnny Bushnell picks himself up another wicket. So 2 for 39 for him. Durham will be chasing 242. It was Lewis Goldsworthy top scoring with 93. It wasn't chanceless. He caught behind off a no ball.
Caught behind no ball.
He
batted 7.
He batted all right though, didn't
batted very sensibly. He batted quite a bit of time with Thomas. They built a very good partnership. unfortunately, once they got the wicket, then they didn't quite build the partnership after that. They kept losing wickets at crucial intervals, crucial times. But I think they'll sit nice with 240. I think they'll think they're in the game.
Yeah, 119 that second wicket partnership. George Thomas, 48. He had the second highest score. 37 for Dixon, 24 for Aldridge at the end, and 20 for Josh Davey. For Durham, pick of the bowlers, Colin Ackerman, 10 overs, 2 for 35. He bowled superbly, 2 wickets in 2 balls. Didn't get the hat-trick, neither did Paul Coughlin, who was also on a hat-trick. 3 for 47 for him. Couple for Johnny Bushnell. 5 overs for Daniel Hogg on his List A debut. Deleda picked up the key wicket of Andy Amid. 2 for 53 for him. And George Drizzle, I'm going to mention him because I thought he bowled much better than 10 overs. 0 for 44. But we will see if the chaps in the studio agree with me. I'm going to throw over to Andy Sixsmith, Gordon Mitchell, and last but never least, Ash Thorpe.
Colonel Somerset Sam, thank you very much. I'm here with the Durham bias in the Daffin News studio on Durham Live, Ash Thorpe and Gordon Mitchell. We have to balance it out somewhere. I've got to say, I mean, me, Colonel and Thorpe have gone wrong. We're all in trousers. I'm going to continue this short debate. Let's forget about the cricket for the first 45 seconds of this halftime show. And let's talk about shorts. Muchie, you're right. Sam, you're completely right. Ash, how are the jeans feeling? Because the makeup hasn't worked. I tell you that for free.
Jeans are fine. I'm just looking at Muchie's calves in the monitor there. They're work of art. Absolute work of art. Look at them.
Can we all just agree? Thank you so much. Ben, our cameraman, is straight on this. I tell you now, Muchie, you've been working out, fella, there. You're not doing a bad job.
Do you know what? It's worked. I want to take the attention away from my head and bring in the shorts. Nobody's mentioned it. No, I did bring a spare pair of trousers, and I was going to change. I thought I can't. I'll look so weak if I do that. So I'm rocking the shorts. PE teacher, we all like a pair of shorts. So no, it's been good. And the weather has been brilliant at last. We've got a summer at last.
It has been brilliant. I mean, the attention was away from your head as soon as we didn't see the name Steve Harmison on the sheet for today. So luckily for you. Listen, let's focus on the cricket. Obviously, Durham restricting Somerset there to 2-4-1. That's a pretty decent effort from Durham, Thorpe, you would say.
Yeah, especially after that second wicket partnership between Goldsworthy and Thomas, who got them, laid a really good platform till just after the drinks break. And then you were just waiting for when that moment Somerset were going to kind of put the foot down. The Colonel reckoned 230, 240 was going to be around a par score, and, well, not often he's wrong. He's got 240 on the board. Let's just hope from a Durham point of view that that's not enough.
Are you only saying this because he's literally less than 2 metres away, sat from you? He's not looking at you yet. I think he's looking at the highlights of Hayden's wicket keeping so far.
I tell you what, everybody plays this lad for a fool, right? He is a very, very clever individual, and he plays that game very well. So never be fooled by the Colonel.
I love this positivity in the Daffin News studio. We're all so dead nice about each other. Sometimes, but only sometimes. Muchie, what did you make of it overall in terms of Durham's field and in terms of Durham's bowling in that?
Yeah, I thought we bowled really well, and we're a little bit lucky in the middle there not to pick up a few more wickets to stop them. But I thought Goldsworthy played a really good innings. Yeah. Time will tell whether that's going to be the match-winning knock if we knock them off. Obviously, he got a little bit stuck in the middle there, and I thought we built some really good pressure. But they stuck at the task really well. I've been really impressed with Lees in the 2020s and I would love to have seen our commentator and partner Scott Borthwick get a ball.
Yeah,
he's turning there. But no, I thought he manoeuvred the bowlers really well. I thought Hogg on debut bowled well. 5 overs for I think 19 or so. And obviously Johnny Bushnell at the back end there, given the responsibility to bowl to death. I thought his plans were really good.
Yeah.
Another organised innings.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned him there, Scott Borthwick, the Badger. Obviously, he's been a big fixture of Durham Live so far. If you haven't tuned into Durham Live before, he's been in the punditry chair, he's been in the commentary chair. He's better out on the field, though, Thorpe, isn't he? Yeah. I mean, he's been a brilliant pundit, but he's better out there.
I can still hear him in here. But no, in all seriousness, he's absolutely outstanding. His fielding was brilliant there. I was hoping he was going to get a ball as well with the turn that's in this pitch. It'd be interesting to see if that is a factor later on with us only bowling the 20 overs of spin. I think we might see more of that from Somerset.
Yeah. We hope he's all right, though, Much. I mean, he had one when he was chasing down a 4, but I think he might be soldiering through it to the end.
He was there. I think Ash had a quick word with him. He's just a bit winded. It made him stop talking for a couple of overs. So I think everyone was pretty happy with that. But, I mean, he's just full of energy. And I mean, some of the throws at the end there from the off balance, still winging it over the top of the stumps. I think one caught young Colonel by surprise, just bounced over his head. But no, really good effort from the lads.
He does look happier out there. Listen, we need to focus on the bowling, but the bowling from one perspective, and I'm gonna link it in to commentary combinations. And you guys know where I'm going with this, because the Colonel Thorpe combination nearly brought 2 hat-tricks, and the Muchie Sam combination, we didn't bring much. Not going to lie, no pun intended, Gordon.
No, I think you're right. I am wicketless so far, so hopefully that continues in the second half of the game. But no, it was a bit disappointing I didn't have a bit more action there. But these things happen. I was the only commentator, actually Colonel that was unbeaten when I've done my stints at home. So
it's a fair point. Let's hope that continues today as well.
I didn't want to bring it up in the 2020. Now it's a different competition. I'm going to bring it up 4 from 4. That's all I'm saying. So wickets and runs, you just W at the end. That matters.
Let's just hope that's not the commentator's curse coming back to bite us in the one days, though. Like, Thorpe, where's this magic coming from between you and Colonel? How is it transmitting out into the pitch?
Luck. Absolute luck.
Modest.
Yeah, left-handed luck, I reckon, between the pair of us. No, I mean, we got the new ball set and we got the last 10 overs, so there's normally a bit of action happens in those. We just put Muchie the boring bloke in the middle there just to kind of pad it out a little bit, keep everybody awake sometimes. But no, in all seriousness, it is pure luck. We got 2 in 2 a couple of times there. Ackerman's 2 balls to get those wickets are absolutely superb. One through the gate and then one beating the left-hander on the outside edge. Horrible ball for a lefty first up, like I was kind of saying on commentary. You're probably expecting that to slide in a little bit and you're covering. You don't want to be LB, and then it clips the top of off and you're out. But to be fair, Durham's bowling I thought was excellent. I think you mentioned Leesy's captaincy as well, mixing them around. Probably struggling a little bit in this side for death bowlers, so that meant that Bass had to bowl 5 overs at the death, and he did a great job.
You mentioned Bass there. Obviously, he opened up the wickets. First wicket up pretty quickly in. Wonderful, stunning catch from a young mustard as well.
Yeah, it was superb. I mean, there was a bit of swing early doors, and Durham will probably rue the fact that we took a wicket off a no ball quite early. And Goldsworthy, I think, was on 7 at the time, and then went on to make a really, really composed 93. And set Somerset up with probably what they'll hope is a winning score on that pitch.
Well, we won't mention mustards and Ubers ever again. I mean, I was absolutely howling at that story next door when we were hearing about Phil and his problems with Uber this morning. Other taxi firms are available as well, I feel like I have to point out. We talk about the wickets, and Thorpe was talking there about Colin Ackerman's wickets in particular, but it wasn't just the quick bunches of wickets, it was the timing of them as well, and the personnel that Colin and then Coggers got out.
Yeah, that's it. I thought they both bowled really well. And to get wickets, you want to get wickets in clusters just to stifle the runs. And I thought it did. I was really impressed with both spinners. As I say, they bowled. I think Ryan Campbell was on. He thought George Drizzle bowled a little bit straight, but I thought both of them bowled really well. A lot of turn for them to work with. Yeah. And as I say, I think we kept the pressure on all the way. There was never one moment where they got away from us. And I'm hoping that's not because the pitch is a little bit too paced. Not many of them managed to come in and get going from the off. I think Dixon was better than a runner ball. And then Davey at the end there managed to get sort of 18 off 16 or whatever it was. But no, I think Durham have put themselves in a great position to win this game. Hopefully Ben McKinney can keep going the way he's going. And I think Alex Lee's, when he's got runs in the 2020 and in the one days, they've proven match-winning performances. And that's what you want from your senior players. And as I say, I thought both senior bowlers stood up really well with the ball there, Deleda and Coughlin, taking wickets, hitting the pitch hard, so it was a good effort.
We'll certainly have a look at the batting, because obviously that's to come for Durham, the run chase in particular. But you talk about the track there, obviously Thorpe, you will have mentioned this in your pitch report, because it was a consummately professional pitch report. But are we looking at a slow track that is taking spin very, very well today or not, especially given the humid conditions here or not?
I think it's dry. I think it's probably a little bit drier than what Vic would want, due to the abnormally really warm conditions. We've actually might have even had a summer over the last week or two. Probably get rain later in the week.
As long as it's not Friday, we're all right.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, I think it is a little bit dry, and the grass that is on that pitch is quite tufty, if that makes any sense. It's thick, and the ball is just gripping in there a little bit, so it will spin. But we've
they've got every right to spin the ball, and we just need to play it well to win.
Absolutely. And how much is it? I mean, Much, you touched upon this a little bit before, but the fact that we don't really have a death bowler necessarily in that squad. How well did they do then to strangle Somerset, especially towards the back end of their innings?
I thought they did really well. Obviously, Johnny Bushnell's done it a couple of times now in this competition. And again, I thought, like you said, Goldsworthy laid the platform and they weren't able to capitalise on that. And that was through some good planning. I thought he read the pitch really well, went into the pitch, slow balls. And the boys stood up. That experience for Johnny Bushnell going forward is going to be absolutely massive. And I think Ryan Campbell's talked about it. That's what we're looking for in this competition. See what these boys can do, give them a platform. And hopefully they can do it with the bat as well. That's
the thing. I mean, we were talking about it pre-match, weren't we? About the youngsters, the young names that are in this squad, and the great experience that these opportunities are giving them. I know it was a long-run joke throughout the T20 Blast that Ben McKinney was named in squads. We never quite got to see him. We have seen little flashes of what he can do so far in the One Day Cup. But you can run through the squad and you can pick out the young names there of what they're doing, Thorpe.
Yeah, absolutely. And you get to see Ben now show what he can do, but alongside somebody like Alex Lees.
Yeah.
So what better role model in this club? There's none. A big, tall, left-handed opening batter, and you get to bat together and learn on the job. And this is what is happening out there. And you've seen a good start from him. He got 40 odd, and he'll have been disappointed not to go on at Lancashire. And then he got 80 when Durham were absolutely right in the mire the other day. So that shows his mentality. And now it's about being consistent and putting in match-winning performances. So can he now turn up again today and put a score on the board that puts Durham in a position to win?
And it was really interesting to hear what Campbell was saying about people like Daniel Hogg. There was a fascinating conversation, not just about his kind of height and his presence, but his younger brother being better at sport than he is as well. Much.
Yeah, that's it. Obviously, they're both at Durham School. And Paddy, he's both very impressive individuals.
Yeah. Rugby lad, though, is young.
He's a rugby lad, big, tall, second row.
Yeah.
And he's an absolute unit now. It's great to see. But he's also one of the best league captains I've ever seen. I take the under-16 side. I didn't have to do anything. He did everything. He'd organised the team and speaks really well. There was actually a first team game that had a really good season this year and got the final of the National Cup. Where the coach was just getting a little bit heated on the sideline, and he was the one that sort of calmed everyone down. And I think Dan's got that in him as well. Absolutely brilliant. I think he was deputy head boy, possibly, or head of house. Both really good lads and unbelievable sportsmen. I mean, in the field there, he's running around. Just needs a bit bigger pair of trousers. That's the only thing.
I had to laugh. I mean, it was the first thing, sadly, for Dan, if he does watch this one back, but it was the first thing you noticed. Not even just his frame, that 6'6", 6'7" frame, not just the bounce that he generate. It's the size of his trousers, unfortunately, but he's a hell of a talent, Thorpe, isn't he?
Yeah, really exciting. He's one of a crew. You've got the likes of him, James Minto, Mitchell Colleen, Luke Robinson. There's just a crew of young players underneath that. You've got Luke Symington as well, who's the same age as Minto. There is a future at this club. There's no mystery behind it. John Windows, and he's got a great group of coaches in there with Rimington. You've got Cole Pearce, and you've got Stewie Pointer. So there's a lot of experience there, and they see these guys, they work with them every day, and they put them in the position to go out and perform on that field out there for Durham. And it's amazing to see, and it just won't stop. There's that conveyor belt coming through constantly.
Yeah, it's absolutely ridiculous, isn't it? I mean, we always try and promise you folks who are watching us here on Durham Live that we're going to bring you guests, special guests on Durham Live. Unfortunately, today we've only ended up with Ash and Gordon, but on Friday, all being well, we will have John Windows here in the Daffa News studio to have a chat about the Academy and just the wonderful work that Durham do here in the Academy, that conveyor belt, that the talent just keeps coming off. Speaking of fantastic people, though, Muchie, we have just mentioned him there. He was on comms for 10 overs or so, Ryan Campbell. I always find it absolutely fascinating to listen to Campbell because he's just so honest about things. He speaks so freshly, brings an entirely new perspective, seems so relaxed as well. How did you kind of find listening to him on comms?
Oh, it was absolutely brilliant. I actually got a bit nervous. It's always that head coach comes and you think you're on trial. But no, he does. And there's a couple of times where he's speaking about the schedule and travelling up and down. Yeah. And he always comes back with a line, please don't send any tweets or messages towards us. But no, and he speaks so well and so passionately, like you say. And he's got these boys playing some fantastic cricket, you can see. And talking about the sort of young lads coming through, you've got to have that with a successful team to push those older ones, you know. Ben McKinney's chomping at the bit to get in that championship side, and that pressure underneath just lifts everybody. No, very, very, very impressive individual, I think.
Well, it's been tremendous to have Campbell on comms, most certainly. He's a very, very impressive figure. But for now, we're going to move away from today's game against Somerset. And we're going to look at another very, very impressive figure in Durham colours. It's not been a bad start to the season. For one, David Bedingham, cracking run after run, numerous centuries across numerous formats. It's been absolutely blinding start to the season for the South African. And us here on Durham Live, we've sat down with him to have a little bit of a chat about the start of the season, about the upcoming series against the West Indies for South Africa. He sat down only a week or two ago with our very own Rob Rush.
It is South Africa Cup 357. It's got to feel pretty special now.
Oh, yeah, I think so. I didn't think maybe like 2 years ago that it would happen, but it's happened, which is quite cool, and hopefully there'll be many more to come.
Can you take us back to when you got that first phone call that you were going to be included for that India series? What were your emotions there?
Well, I was actually playing for the SAA side against the West Indies, and the test coach was coaching the SAA side, so he actually didn't call, he just called me into like a room, and I thought I was in trouble almost, and then he just said, well done, you've made the India test squad, which was quite surprising. I mean, I've spoken to him about it before, but it was still quite a shock. The first people I called was definitely my parents, because I think they've done a lot for my cricketing career. So yeah, quite a proud moment, and yeah, I'm glad it happened.
And then obviously you go on to you get a 50 on test debut. Not a lot of people get able to do that, so that must have been as well like a special feeling. How difficult were the conditions out there?
Well, I think honestly, because we won the toss and bowled, and it was almost overcast like this, maybe a bit warmer, and we bowled them out for maybe like 220, and then the pitch settled down to a degree. But I think our openers and number 3 did quite well. So when I came in, it was a bit flatter. I'm not saying it was easy, but it was definitely a bit flatter. And then once I got off the mark, the nerves kind of settled, and I could actually just enjoy the occasion.
And then you came out of that series with a 1-1 draw, and then due to the SA20 going on, you were one of the more senior guys after 2 caps going down to New Zealand. You've mentioned in previous interviews you pulled yourself out of the SA20 auction or to be considered for New Zealand. Was there any sort of hesitation there, or was it just you've now got a chance to play Test cricket again for South Africa? You want to take it?
Well, I think so. Like that conversation happened, I reckon, August last year. So before the draft obviously happened, before the India Test matches happened. So like the coach called me and kind of said, look, if you don't put your name in. So like everyone thinks like I pulled out like I was dead certain to like get into the auction or get into the SA20, but like I just thought, like weighing up the pros and cons, I thought to play a test match for sure for your country, I think overweighed the chance of playing in the SA20, yeah.
And then you go down to New Zealand, first test, you don't get the big century, but the second test, second innings, you finally get to that 3-figure mark. Can you talk us through, once you got past 50 and kind of that second part of your innings, and then obviously the elation when you do get that first century for your country?
Well, I think in the first test, I got so many messages after the test match saying well done, but also saying how silly I was to try continue the 6 hitting and stuff like that. So like when I eventually got to that mark, I tried to just stay sensible and calm, which luckily I did. And yeah, it was obviously quite special. I knew back home, I think it was like maybe 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning back home in SA. And I knew from speaking to guys days before that they'll be up watching regardless of what time. So I knew that my family, my friends would be watching. So I think just having that was quite special. I mean, New Zealand's miles away, so no one was really there in terms of like SA and family and stuff. But it was really special to know that they were watching and stuff like that, yeah.
Did you get a sense, was there a feeling of vindication because you obviously left South Africa to come over to here and play for Durham, and everyone was kind of talking about the time that you were putting your South Africa ambitions on hold and there was more chance of an England call-up, and then you obviously reversed your decision and you made yourself available to South Africa. Was there a sense of vindication over the winter getting those test call-ups and those test opportunities?
No, I think I'll never regret coming over here. I think I owe Northie and Durham a lot because I've learned a lot. I've grown as a person and as a player. So like I think so because like coming through and watching guys play, getting like not jealous, but just like knowing or maybe thinking that I could do the same job playing Test cricket. So it was quite cool eventually making the step up and then doing okay as well, because I always think the biggest thing about Test cricket, I always think, is like before you actually do it, it's like believing or thinking, can I actually do it? And I mean, I've only played 4 tests, so it's a small sample size, but like playing against those Indian seamers in tough conditions, I think getting through them and doing okay, just like it almost gave me a lot of confidence going into like New Zealand, also playing against a good attack, but obviously on flatter wickets. So like coming like across like Bumrah and those guys on tough wickets definitely made me confident to go out and score runs in New Zealand, which was quite cool.
And then looking ahead to the season, obviously we're kicking off on Friday against Hampshire, so the club season comes first for you, but that the international scene will now be always in the picture. How do you balance the two? Is it a case of just you put your best foot forward with Durham first and then South Africa will take care of itself? Is that the mindset?
Well, I think firstly, I've looked at the schedule. So if South Africa continues to happen, I don't think I'll miss, especially 2024 this season and next year, I don't think I'll miss, I think I'd maybe miss 1 or 2 Champo games, which is obviously lucky. And secondly, I think every game is a chance to score runs and do well for Durham or South Africa or Western Province. So I think like I'll take it game by game and try to do what I've been doing for Durham for the last 3 or 4 years, and that's score runs and try win games. Yeah.
Yeah, lovely to hear from David Bedingham there. And lads, he said one thing towards the end of that interview that really struck a chord with me. He said, every game is an opportunity for him. He just looks at cricket and looks at sport with such a kind of like a wide lens angle, thought he, doesn't he? He's an incredible person to hear from and to chat to.
He's such a good player, but you know what? He's such a great bloke as well. He's one of the nicest people that you'll ever meet.
Yeah.
And when he got called up for South Africa, it was an emotional moment for a lot of people around Durham. And he'll say that Durham have given him a platform to probably make that transition from being a good first-class player to a Test match cricketer.
Yeah.
And he's done so well. We miss him around the place because he's so bloody good. I had named my international all-time Durham 11, and I didn't include him, and I just had to put the caveat for the pure reason that he's still playing.
Yeah.
So it was a kind of a past player side, but he's a jet. He's such a good player, and every time he plays for Durham or he played those series for South Africa, he just looks like he's gone up a level every time he plays.
Yeah. When he arrived, then did we think he was this good? We knew he was good, but did we know he was this good?
I think he came with big raps. Obviously, hadn't really done it in South Africa up until then.
Yeah.
And I remember speaking to Will Gidman actually, and because he had a bit of an iffy first season, didn't he? And I remember him saying, "Oh, this guy's going to be unbelievable," and lo and behold, he was right. And like he says, every chance he gets an opportunity to excel. And I remember when Shivnarine Chanderpaul, he just loves batting, and he looks the same. He just loves as if he wants to spend time at the crease.
Yeah.
He's got that nice, relaxed demeanour about him where I'm here for the day. I'm not worried. I was very energetic when I first went out, try and get off the mark or whatever. But he's just goes about his business very, very calmly, and that's probably why he's so consistent.
I just love the thought of much arriving at the crease, full on energy and everything. I'm ready to go. 20 seconds later, I'm ready to get back to the sheds. I suppose the £1 million question is then, lads, why is he so good? I mean, Muchie, you talked there about his kind of relaxed demeanour, his cool, calm demeanour at the crease. Sum up the factors that make David Bedingham, Thorby.
I think that level-headedness. I don't think he gets too high when things go well or too low when things don't go well. And he just wants to improve every time he bats.
Yeah.
And he's greedy.
Yeah.
And he just loves batting. I think like the best batters just make it look so easy.
Yeah.
And he, we're lucky that we don't have to pay to watch him bat. But man, I would. Don't tell anybody, but I would pay to watch him bat.
Yeah, don't make that public on Durham Live, mate.
Absolutely. Mate, he's incredible. And I think he's in a really good environment as well. So I think that the Durham environment that he's in has just allowed him to thrive.
Is it that South African level of ruthlessness as well, Muchie, that he's got? I mean, we've just seen it there in the interview. He comes across an absolutely lovely, level-headed bloke. but there is that ruthlessness when he's at the crease that is reminiscent of so many South Africans.
Definitely, and it's just bred into them to win, isn't it?
Yeah,
I mean, you look at the rugby side over the last few years, the World Cups they've won, and
Yeah.
so how competitive they are. And I mean, obviously, been lucky to play with people like Dale Benkenstein, Herschel Gibbs came over for a little bit, and they always come with that extra bit of competitive edge. And will to win, and that's the difference between the good players and the great players, is the ones that'll just do that little bit extra or sit in that little bit longer. We can all play cover drives, forward defences, whatever, and just have that little bit more grit about you. And South Africa seem to have that, unfortunately. Well, fortunately for England, in a cricketing point of view, they can't manage to win a cricket World Cup. But I think over there, their sport is sort of bred into them to be winners, isn't it?
So we're going to have a little bit of fun on Durham Live. We're going to have a little bit of role play. Steady on. What you two are about to bowl. You're in the side with against a side that features David Bedingham at Durham's side. How do you bowl at him? What do you do when he's in this sort of form?
My hamstring's a bit sore. What do you do?
Without giving too many hints away, I suppose, to opposition. But
the man doesn't seem to have a weakness. No. He can play a front foot, back foot, which I think, especially being able to play off the back foot, is the key to being an international cricketer. Once you're getting bowlers, I mean, look at Mark Wood. I mean, 90 odd mile an hour, and that's got to put a bit of doubt in your mind. But he's relaxed. So how would I get him out? I don't know. I'd try and bounce him out. I don't know, but he'd probably be 100 before I got him out. But would I take him getting 100 and being out? Probably.
Is it a battle that we pay to see much, either of you two up against?
Thorpe's got more mix-ups than me. I think we'd have to change it up with Thorpe. I can just run in and hit somewhere near you, swing it away. He's got that one covered. You'll have to go your off spin. What else do you bowl these days, Thorpe? Do you still get a few overs in?
Unfortunately, yes. Unfortunately, yes.
I would pay to see this. I'd pay to see the battle up between either of you two up against Bedders. But
you wouldn't have to rush to get in. It'd be going on a while, I think.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. Day 3 would be the best one, I think.
I know everyone talks about him, from a county championship perspective, from a red ball perspective, but the man can play not just all formats, because that's the modern day cricketer. A modern day cricketer can play all formats: white ball, T20, one days, red ball. But Bedders can do it all well. So why is that?
I don't know. Muchie, you probably played more multi-format cricket than me, but I just don't think he cares. When he just wants to bat.
Yeah.
And I don't think whether he's I think we looked at his strike rate in red ball cricket, which was up around the 90 mark.
Yeah.
And then you just nudge that up a little bit for white ball, and I just don't think it phases him.
Yeah, I think he's got a brilliant base technique, hasn't he? But he's got these wrists as well, which make it able to hit the gap. Sort of just Joe Root's an expert of it. If there's a ball just outside off stump, you can hit it extra cover, or you can run it past that man at backward point, and I think he's got that as well.
Yeah.
We were lucky to have Michael Divnitty, who's an absolutely fantastic cricketer, and was a good white ball player as well, but he hit strong shots. He didn't have the ability to manipulate the ball quite as well. He still was one of the first names on your team sheet. Don't get us wrong, but I think he's got the ability to manipulate that ball into the little gaps, which again, on wickets like this, where you've got to manoeuvre the ball, it's a bit too paced. It means he can get that strike rate up above 100 on any surface.
That's been his form for Durham, just quickly, because the bell's just gone there, so the two teams will be out shortly. Durham chasing, 2-4-2. I'm almost losing track here to beat Somerset in the first home game of the Metrobank One Day Cup. Let's talk his South African form, because obviously there's a big series coming up against the West Indies. How do you see him going in that thought before we wrap things up on Bedders?
I can't see him doing anything but succeeding.
Yeah.
He had that. It was a breakthrough, I think, for him in South Africa. Not in South Africa, in New Zealand, where he got that first 100, and I think the belief that's given him, I don't think there's any stopping him, and I think he'll just get better and better, and I hope he has a brilliant time in the Caribbean, on and off the field.
Yeah. Much do you think, just very, very finally on Bedders, do you think that he gets the recognition worldwide that he perhaps deserves yet? And how much does series like the one upcoming against the West Indies, how much could that put him on a pedestal to get that recognition?
Oh, definitely. I mean, obviously we talked about the One Day Cup here, people getting an opportunity. There was a few guys couldn't play in the Test side. He's had his chance. He's took it with both hands. He's had a brilliant start to his Test career. You bang a few hundreds out against the West Indies, then he's going to be right up there, which we all know he's capable of. So I think he's a name we're going to hear about for a long time. which might be to our downfall because I think South Africa might get their hands on him.
Absolutely, but fingers crossed he can still play plenty of cricket for Durham, and hopefully he's going to be with us for quite a few years to come, shall we say. I'm just looking over Muchie's shoulders. The two teams are back out on the field now. I don't know if we can get pictures of that as it stands, but lads, how do you see this one going as we look at the beautiful conditions on our screens in front of us at the Seat Unique Riverside in Chester Street? Durham getting this win today, Thorpe?
Yeah, I think so. We're going to have to bat well, but I'm backing us after a bit of a disaster down at Worcester to bounce back and get a win.
Muchie?
I'll second that. Sounds like a good plan. Nice platform for these two. Hopefully sets things up for a nice run in at the end, not too close.
Happy days. Well, it's beautiful weather, beautiful conditions. We're hoping for a beautiful performance here from Durham as the first ball comes in from Somerset. Durham chasing 2-4-2 for the first home win and their second win of the Metro Bank One Day Cup campaign. Hopefully I've padded it out enough because I've just seen a frantic Colonel and Sam Daling chase across the cameras to go. I mean, Colonel looks a little bit out of breath to go back to their commentary positions. So without any further ado, let's see if Durham can pick up that win. Let's hand you back over to your commentary team of Phil Mustard. And first, Sam Daling.
I don't know about that, Colonel. You know, they keep us penned in here for 15 minutes, and they give us 5 minutes to have our lunch, and then we're stood out there like naughty schoolboys in the corridor trying to get back in. Oh. Josh Davies opening the bowling, and he's beating the outside edge. We wondered who might start, Colonel. The answer is Josh Davies.
Josh Davies will start. Interesting if they do a spin down the bottom end.
Yeah, what do you reckon? So you reckon starting with spin might be
I think if they've got the off spinner, if they've got an off spinner, I wouldn't be surprised if they did have a short burst with that.
Might be Andy and me. They've got 3 left arm spinners in Thomas, Leach and Lewis Goldsworthy. Couple of slips waiting. James Rue has the gloves on. Oh, it's a big shout.
Oh.
Turned down. Josh Davies doesn't like it. He never does, as most bowlers.
Most fast bowlers are exactly the same.
You're the umpire, Colonel, quite literally.
I'm the umpire. For me, it looked like it was sliding down, possibly a little bit high.
Doing too much.
Other than that, yeah. But he does well, Josh Davies. I've umpired him a few times in various games, and he hits a bat harder than you think. And he's got very good skills. He's got very good wrist, good skills, and I think he's a very good cricketer.
He's made a good career for himself. One of those who spent time at a couple of counties, couldn't quite find a home, ended up playing a lot of international cricket, but has found a home at Somerset. That's probably 7 or 8 years now, actually.
Yeah, absolutely.
Around the wicket to McKinney. 2 left-handers at the top of the order for Durham. Does that change what Somerset do? Does it change their thinking?
No, I think they would have done the homework on this, but I think it changes the way the seamers try to combat what they're trying to do. Obviously, we've seen Davey coming around the wicket here, trying to take the ball away from the left-handers. It's a lot harder to, as a left-hander, to hit the ball that is going away from you a little bit, and that'll bring the 2 slips into play.
Left alone, just dying a bit on James Rue, picks it up cleanly enough. 2 slips are Andy Amid and Casey Aldridge, who we might see with the new ball. Around the wicket to the left-hander is just the standard these days, isn't it?
Absolutely. Just a standard. I think go back 10, 12 years ago, it was all trying to bring it back in, hit them on the pad, but now bowlers are so skillful now through various formats of cricket that coming around the wicket in the 4-day game, the T20, the 100, the Metro Bank, it's a great skill to have.
Oh, that's a beauty. Squares him up there. Ben McKinney, good start for Somerset. End of the over. Just that one leg by from Josh Davies opening over from the Finkel end. Remember.
Brilliant start. Coming around the wicket, going away from the lefties, and it's doing a little bit as well.
How do you approach this if you're Durham?
I think as we saw in the Somerset innings, we saw them get off to a decent start, but then once the spin came into play a little bit, it slowed it down. So if I was opening the bat now, I would look to capitalise on the first 10 overs, the field in, the ball's hard, and try and capitalise on the top 10 and their field placements.
Well, it's going to be a left armer, but not left arm spin. Alfie Ogborn is going to take the new ball from the Finkel end. All left-handers in the game right now. Just shaping it away from Alex Lees. He's happy to let that one go through to James Rue, another left-hander behind the stumps. He's gone for the All Black look as well. They're definitely plotting something on the way home, these Somerset lads.
You see a lot of the young wicket keepers now want to use the black gloves, and I don't understand. I used to have a pair of black gloves back in the days when I had to buy them, but now the youngsters love the black gloves, and I don't know why, but they must think it's trendy.
Just reaching for that one. It's retro, isn't it?
But he's got all the black shoes on. He's got everything.
I like him. It's the same with football, isn't it? You remember the days when someone first wore white boots and you were thinking, oh, this guy must be a good player. Now you see a player with all black boots and you think, right, they can properly play.
You see the ones with the white boots now and you go, what a dick you are.
That's a level 1 for you, Colonel.
Sorry, level 1.
Turned in to the leg side. It's fielded by Thomas.
Sorry, listeners.
The beauty of that, Colonel, was that I thought you'd stopped yourself. You stopped, and then you came out with it anyway.
Yeah. Sorry, everybody.
Yeah, you've got nothing to be sorry for. It's a good life lesson for everyone. I blame the 5 minutes you were given for your dinner.
Yeah, but then you see the batters, like you've got cricketers coming out with all the gear, like especially in club cricket. Club cricket's a great one, isn't it? They come out with all the best gear and they look the part and they do all this stuff in the batting at like 7 or 8 or 9. You go all the gear, no idea, and it's a great one, isn't it? I love it.
It was always when I was playing. I had one lad, I won't name him in case he's a Somerset fan, so he might be listening, but he'd have like 8 or 9 different bats. So I never bought a bat. I'd just go to say, right, which one can you lend me today? I don't need to bring my own kit if you're bringing all these wonderful bats. I'm not risking 400 quid.
£400 then was a lot of money. Cricket bats these days are £900.
Are they really?
£900 for a cricket bat?
And the thing is, anyone who's good enough to use a £900 cricket bat doesn't have to pay for it anyway, so...
Yeah.
They are.
But you see some and you think, ooh, wow. I do agree though that you do get the best willow and the handcrafted, the weight, the best grips. I do get it. I do understand it. But as a club cricketer, it's probably a little bit steep, I think. But there's plenty of people out there who do it.
That's who they aim for. End of the over. 2 overs gone. Just the 1 run on the scoreboard for Durham so far. So a watchful start. Felt like you were just rowing back there. You realised you had a sponsor to keep happy, Colonel.
I did have a very nice sponsor. And they looked after me for a long time. Probably good 10 years of my career. And they were brilliant.
You still playing a bit then?
I try not to play, but obviously when I retired, I thought I was never going to play cricket again. But then it's amazing what 10 one-day internationals and 2 2020 does for your career.
Josh Davey around the wicket. Goldsworthy does the fielding at backward point.
Yeah, I started playing for the PCA Masters when I retired. Needed a few extra quid. So I thought, that'll be nice. And then all of a sudden, 2-3 years ago, you've got all these legend cricket tournaments popping up around the world. So obviously, playing England it's played a big part in the way I've moved about life now.
Again, solid from McKinney. So you say I'm sat here with a bona fide legend? Is that you under that umbrella?
You can say that. I think I'm sat with the best legend. I think pretty good on the comms, I reckon. But yeah, you can class me as a legend if you want, but you'll be the only person.
Well, it only needs one person though. It's as long as it's the right person. Fine.
But I do about 5 of them a year now. It's brilliant. I travel the world, hit a few. The best part about you don't do any warm-ups.
Davey around the wicket. Again, solid McKinney. It's a great start from Somerset. But I love the mix of players you get, because you look at some of the names, you think, well, hang on a minute, you were playing in the Big Bash about 2 months ago.
Well, we just finished one in Edgbaston 2 weeks ago, and by all accounts, it's gone down really well. The viewing was really good. We had some really big names. You got obviously Jack Callis, Yuvraj Singh, Kevin Peterson, Ian Bell, who looked elegant as usual. But yeah, it's
nice shot from Ben McKinney, just on the back foot. Going to get a couple for it, I think. Yeah, just the two. Thomas does the fielding.
But then you look at the Australian team. Gee, what a side they had.
Sid's played,
Aaron
didn't he?
Finch, yeah, Siddy.
Straight from a county championship.
Sid.
So
yeah, Sid played. Yeah, he came straight from the county championship. You had Ben Dunk, who's still playing T10 around the world. You've got Aaron Finch, who's one of the best, and you've got Ben Cutton. You've got an unbelievable, like Dan Christian just retired about a year and a half ago, 2 years ago. You've got an unbelievable side.
Davey around the wicket, really wide of the crease. Ooh. Wasn't in complete control of that, just took his hand off the bat. Dixon's going to keep it to 1, I think. Was key for Durham here. Someone like Ben McKinney early in his career, be easy to get tied down and feel tied down.
Yeah, I think we'll go back 2 years ago when he was talked about as a very, very good cricketer. And I think it's just taken him to this time now where he's starting to understand what batting is all about. He used to just get out for the odd 10, 20, now he's starting to build innings, and now he's starting to understand what cricket's all about. I've umpired him a couple of times in club cricket. Obviously, he's a pro, and the responsibility as a pro is quite high in club cricket. So I think he's learning from that experience as well. And then watching him go about his innings last week at Sedbergh, and then obviously the game against the Rapids, he seems to be moving into being very reliable now. And if he can be reliable for the next 8-10 games, will be brilliant. And I think that's a great positive for Durham.
Yeah, 80 in that game down at Worcester, 43 at Sedbergh. He was also in that county select 11 that played the West Indies down at Beckenham. Ogborn to continue. Nice shot, great bit of fielding though at mid-wicket. I think that's Josh Thomas, number 8, yeah.
But he's got a very good cricket brain. I mean, obviously a year ago he captained England 19s on a couple of tours, so he's quite highly regarded from the ECB to give him the ownership of leading the team, and by all accounts he's done a very good job.
This is good from Ogborn. This is a competition where he's been given a chance to shine. The Somerset T20 side is a very difficult one to break into, as you imagine, as the reigning champions. But Ogborn's been on the staff for a couple of years, and they've rewarded him with an extension. Left arm seam. There's something, you just want that variation.
Yeah, left arm seam. Just left arm is obviously we've got 3 left arm spinners. We got a left arm seamer. Left armers are getting more popular now in professional sport, not just in cricket, just in everything really.
Ooh, under edge.
It looks like he's got some a lovely wrist position, got good shape. So, and I think playing in the Metro Bank for the next 2 or 3 weeks, I think for all the young rookies out there, I think it's a great opportunity for them to play with first class cricketers on the big stage in front of big crowds, sun shining, and I think it's a great experience for them. And I'm all over the Metro Bank, giving all the youngsters a really good game.
Oh, that's a beauty. That's a beauty. It hasn't quite carried, and it's gone through for 4. Outside edge. Genuinely beat the batter there, Alfie Ogborn. That's that shape you were talking about.
Yeah, that beautiful shape. Pitching on off stump, going away. And I think the wicketkeeper might be a little bit disappointed there, because it went through keeper and first slip. So as a keeper, you must be thinking, oh, should I have got that? Should I not have got that? But we'll not know till we see the full replay. But as a keeper, you are thinking, oh no, should I have got that? Should I have gone for that?
You know what everyone else in the team is thinking though as the keeper, don't you? They're all looking at you thinking.
Oh, they're thinking you're rubbish. Why didn't you go for that? But I think that might just open up Ben McKinney a little bit. Obviously, he's nicked it. He's a little bit cagey early on, so hopefully that little might just get him a little boost to open up a bit, because when he opens up, that's when he plays his best.
I've just turned and seen a wonderful sight. Victor Main's in. Of course, he's in shorts. He's very much on the short side of this debate. I've never seen him not in shorts. On the back foot there. McKinney?
Yeah, we've been speaking about Vic this morning. I borrowed a bit of something off him about 3 years ago, and I've still got it in the garage. What was it, Vic?
Wouldn't fit in the Uber, would it?
I'd like to agree with you 3 years ago, but I actually it's probably about 8.
I have got it in the garage, honestly. I have got it.
Every time I see this man, are you bringing our drag mat back? I'll bring it back tomorrow. It's in the garage. I'll bring it back tomorrow. He's had it for 8 years, and he's probably sold it on and made a fortune on it, knowing this guy.
He hires it out, but he's probably rented it back to you by the company. Davies continue around the wicket.
What is a drag mat? What is a drag mat? I was trying to level out my lawn when I borrowed it off you.
Well, that's exactly what it's for. If you put extra soil on there, then drag the drag mat across it, as the name suggests, it drags it level.
So I've got to do that with these wickets?
Yeah. At the end of the season.
Did you hire a new one?
Not for the last 8 years he hasn't done it.
This is why the wickets are so up and down. You must have noticed that.
Just straying a touch too straight there, Josh Davey, and Alex Lee's just turning it round the corner for the first boundary of the innings. One of the slips has gone out. Andy Hamid's gone to a short catching cover, and fine leg is up.
When you were playing, Phil, we had to have flat pitches because the old back was going towards the end there, and those up and down balls you couldn't get up and down.
No, I totally agree with you. And I think they're not so flat these days, are they?
Oh, there's flat as. This is as flat as today.
Next ball, very similar result. In fact, exactly the same result. It just gave fine leg a little bit more of a chase. That is leg by, so no bat on it. Back-to-back boundaries to start the over. And maybe just jump starting them a little bit. That.
Yeah, I think he just strayed off line a little bit, hasn't he, onto the legs of the left-handers, and that'll just get them going a little bit. I think they're a little bit cautious early on, but hopefully he'll get them going now.
Lovely shot from Alex Lees. They were just overcompensating, and Lees just leaning into it.
Race away on that fast outfield.
Lovely outfield, isn't it?
Don't start now. What's your thinking, Phil? Par score or?
I was thinking early on. I was thinking a high scoring. Then I saw a little bit of turn early on, so I thought about a 240, 250 was there or thereabouts. And I think the first, we were discussing before, the first 10 overs with the new ball was probably the key to this run chase when the ball's new.
Yeah.
Because we've seen in the Somerset innings where once the spinners came on and got a little bit more tricky. But be fair, we did bowl very well as well.
Yeah.
So I thought once I saw it turn 240 I think it was a good score. But I would have liked about a 250, 270.
Yeah. I think over the years that I've been here, I've seen this quite regularly, is that sides go off very quickly. I remember an England-New Zealand game here in the World Cup, and England got over 300 and belted it around, and then New Zealand dropped a few wickets early and then fell short. But do you know what I think it is? I mean, people always say, the pitch gets slower. But watching the fielders, every time the ball goes to the outfield, they bounce the ball back into the keeper. I mean, back when we were playing, you always had to reach the keeper. But now it's bounce the ball in, and it softens the ball up over a course of a few overs. and then you haven't got that pace on the ball for the batsman to use.
Lovely
That's
shot.
my excuse anyway.
No, I totally agree with you. Coming from the umpiring background, we do get, obviously, you see the ball coming in. It's been happening for 10, 12, 15, 20 years or whatever it is. But we do see that because I think the back end of the innings, get the ball soft, it is harder to hit. And I think that's a great point, Vic. I think you've hit the nail on the head there. And if they did keep the ball a bit harder, then obviously we'll go a lot further. But I think you've hit the nail on the head perfectly there.
Yeah, I've always said, well, after a couple of years being here, that this is very much a pace-off ground. If you run in hard, hit the pitch hard, the ball travels. But if you take the pace off, it's very much more difficult to score.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a big surface, a big playing surface as well. So obviously we go back, I don't know how many years now. We've always had a big playing surface, and taking the pace off the ball has always been crucial at Chelsea Street, and it still is now.
24 without loss. 4 boundaries in that previous over, just getting Alex Lees and Durham up and running. But that's fascinating because Durham is known for producing big, quick bowlers.
Yeah, absolutely. And we've been very successful with quick bowls from my time. Harmy was a little bit older than me, but from that day we've always produced some very quick bowlers, and we've always managed to produce the pitches that we needed for our quick bowlers. A little bit in, a little bit of bounce. We've never really had a team full of spinners, where now we've probably got more spinners now than what we've ever had, really. Obviously we had a guy from Somerset, was Ian Blackwell for a while.
Tries to play the big shot, just thunders into his pads.
So the way they set up the pitches for what the attack that we had was, Blackwell would bowl for, especially in 40 game, he'd bowl for 50 overs on one end, go for no runs, then the seamers come from the other end. And early days, the pitch did a lot up here. It started getting better the last, 20 years or so, but yeah, it was a bit up and down. My early days.
Push and run there, good run from McKinney. Saw it was to the left of a right-handed fielder, George Thomas, and took off for that single quickly, just putting that pressure back on the field. But you think the same as Cambo though, Vic, because he's the one that had to really push to bring a frontline spinner into the county championship side, and actually when he put the numbers in front of Marcus North, it stacked up.
Yeah, I think there's a lot to be said for the balanced attack. I watched 6 or 7 seasons of seamer after seamer, and don't get me wrong, they produced the goods. We were always bowling sides out, but I think there's a lot to be said for having a decent spinner. Someone who can give the quick bowlers a break, if nothing else. Someone who you can throw the ball to and they can bowl 20 overs. A bit like Ian Blackwell. He wouldn't go for many runs in 20 overs, and he could keep the seam bowlers fresh. I think there's a lot to be said for having a decent spinner. You often hear the story that if it seams, it'll spin. I think part of the fact that we didn't have spinners here was because we didn't have good enough spinners.
Yeah, absolutely. And even Blackie was a good spinner, but he wasn't a big turner.
Yeah.
But like what you said,
That's a lovely shot from Alex Lees. Just waited and pulled it with ease to the boundary.
But he would bowl from one end. My pick up one for 70 off however many overs, which was perfect because you get the breakthrough and then you just roll out all the seamers that we have. I think at one point we had 8 or 9 seamers at one point.
Yeah.
And there were proper seamers as well. And but that was a great time in Durham's history, really, when we produced all them seamers in one roof sort of thing.
But I think it's great at the moment as well, because in a way it's still happening. And young Minto playing the other day, 16-year-old lad, and he's come in and seems to have bowled okay. I didn't watch a great deal of it, but you've got 3 or 4 others as well who are involved in this squad. And
up and over there, McKinney's just chipped it over Thomas at mid-off. Didn't quite time it, picks up a couple.
Hopefully if these lads can stay fit for 2 or 3 years and stay off the physio's bench, then they'll carry on the work that the club has done for years.
What do you think of this, Colonel? Josh Davey went for 12 and that 4 leg byes in his previous over. 3 spinners waiting, but they've kept him on.
They must have a bit of a plan. I think they get the seamers as many as they can, and then they'll just bombard with 3 spinners. I think that's the way it looks like they're going to go here. But you can't just take a bowler off.
Yeah.
Because he got hit for 2 or 3 boundaries. I think you've still got to give the confidence to the bowler. Because if that was the case, bowlers would just come on. Thanks, I'm done. Thank you very much. So I think you've got to give the confidence more of the individual than what it is as a team. Because in the long run, if you back your team to come back from getting 3 boundaries, a leg by and whatever it is, so I think there's a bit of a
goes full up, digs it out. Yeah, people are reactionary.
Bit of a management sort of the individual.
And social media will be going, oh, why has he not come off? Why would someone else not bowling? But actually, Josh Davies' skill set, and any bowler can get hit for a couple of boundaries in an over.
Absolutely, 100%. All it takes is one batter to go, right, I take a liking to you. You go bang, 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 but then the next over you go, I'm going to take him down this time, then he gets you out. So the bowler, 9 times out of 10, does win. If he does get hit a few times, the batter who's hitting him is still thinking, I'm still going to hit him. And that'll get you out, probably.
Lee's on strike, 16 he's got.
That happened a lot in my career.
There speaks the voice of experience.
Yeah, I'll have him. I'll take him down. Oh.
Careful, you've already had a level 1, Colonel. Are you enjoying this relatively quiet period, or is it a quiet period for you, Vic, with no championship action, or does the fun never stop in the world of Victor Main?
Do you know, it's brilliant. I mean, our last game, I think, was 2 weeks ago. We've got a game on Friday, which we'll play on the same pitch as this. And then we haven't got another game for 2 weeks. So for the last 14 days, everything has been targeted towards this game. And it's been ideal. It's so much different to earlier on in the season, where games are coming thick and fast, the weather's awful, you can't get on. This has been a breeze. I've even allowed the guys to go home a couple of nights fairly early. Yeah, they've got home at 8 o'clock instead of 10.
I've seen those bunk beds you've got in there
in the morning
shed.
We won't go into that.
Davey around the wicket. Turned out there is a deep square leg though, so just be a single to end the 7th over. Fairly free without loss. For the uninitiated like myself, what difference does it make in terms of your preparation having a proper lead-in time?
It's terrific. I mean, this pitch has been the sole. It's been the only thing that we thought about for the last 2 weeks. So you channel everything into this pitch and the outfield, getting everything as good as it can be. I mean, the square itself hardly looks played on now for back end of July, and it's allowed us to do some reseeding. Because of the warmer temperatures, the grass has suddenly started growing, which it hasn't done throughout the season so far. And we're just able to put so much water down to make that germinate, because nobody's coming on here. It doesn't matter if the pitches are wet. It's just a massive difference to us. I mean, God forbid we ever get 100 side, because we'll get no time at all then.
Hog ball around the wicket. Yorker dug out well actually. And they take a quick single, and he went to the non-striker's end, the wicketkeeper's end, which I think was the correct thing for Jack Leach to do. Well, the man sat in your chair about 3 hours ago said something quite different, I'm afraid, Victor Main, about the 100.
I'm sure that was probably the chief exec. Oh, Ryan, yeah.
So, obviously, you said 14 days.
Yeah.
Do you have discussions with the the director of football and stuff on the sort of pitch that they want?
Not for these games, no. I mean, this has been ideal. We've just been left to our own devices.
Ball in the air. Oh, and it's just gone wide of mid-wicket. It had been moved across. It was a valiant effort in there from George Thomas. Just couldn't quite get his hand to it.
Now, we've been left to our own devices on this pitch. There's been no input from anybody. And so my aim has been that we just produce the best pitch for the game that we can. So it's been perfect.
36 without loss. It might be a stupid question, but so I'm looking the way we are. 2 to the right is basically just grass, right, on that strip. How do you turn the one that's 2 to the right into the pitch? What are the stages?
Well, let's go to the one 3 to the right.
All right, if you like.
Which is what we will use in 2 weeks' time for the last of the one-day games. Covered in grass at the moment. So what will happen to start off with? It'll be cut down to about 10 millimetres in length.
Oh, lovely shot. There's 2 fielders there, a backward point and an extra cover, but he's gone right between them, Ben McKinney, all the way along the ground. Lovely.
Then it'll be flooded for a couple of days, just get as much water on there as we can. Then we'll put a sheet on it straight away to keep that moisture in, to stop it from evaporating in the sun, so that water can penetrate right down into the surface. Then as soon as we feel it's ready, we'll start to roll that and roll it to get that surface as compact as we can, get it as hard as possible. And then gradually over a period of time, we'll start to reduce the length of the grass until we get it down to similar to this one is now. Probably back off on the rolling once we've got that initial hardness. Then it's just a question of painting a few lines on it and sticking the stumps in.
And that's when the guys get to go
How many
home.
mils this one?
5. I'm not saying normal for one-day cricket. We would normally go 5 mil.
Oh, it's gone up in the air. Jack
That's
Leach is underneath it. Jack Leach takes the catch. And Somerset have made the breakthrough. It's Ben McKinney who has to go, just trying to pull a ball from Alfie Ogborn. He's only managed to pull it right up in the air. Jack Leach takes the catch. McKinney goes for 17 and Durham are 40 for 1.
Yeah, it's a shame. It was a shame that I was just starting to enjoy the way McKinney is starting to look. But I think obviously it's a massive wicket for Somerset. Huge wicket for Somerset. Early breakthrough in the first 10 overs is always key to any team's success. So obviously Somerset will be coming in and going, can we get 1, maybe 2 more before 10? Possibly 1. But if Durham go in 1 down after 10, they'll be thinking we've probably won that session. Break it down in a little session,
Yeah.
10 overs, 20 overs, 25, whatever it is. But I think if you can break it down into their losing wickets, because we need wickets at the end to get a big score, or knock it off, whichever one it is. So I think if we can keep it to 1 down after 10, I think it'll make our building blocks a lot easier.
It's going to be Basteleda out into the middle, batting at 3. I was going to ask actually, so in T20 teams, there's that saying, or the stat, lose 3 wickets in the 6 over power play, and the chances are whatever 70-something% you'll lose the game. Is there an equivalent in 50 over cricket for that 15 overs?
I'm going to go on what I've seen and what I know, but in the way I think about the game is if you break it down into small sessions, I would also say if you lose 1 in the first 10, then you've got a great opportunity to build partnerships, build your score up to, once you get over to about 100 for 1, 100 for 2, and then you can start having building blocks.
That's a beauty from Davey to start a new over. 8 gone, 40 for 1 it is. That was an absolute beauty.
Davey's back on now, lad. After
Still on?
a few boundaries, you've kept him on. But that's great captaincy. For me, I think that's great captaincy. Because bowlers don't go try and get it for 12 or 1 over. But I think it's great captaincy. Give him give them the confidence going forward in for the next 5 games or whatever it is.
202 runs to win.
It's not a sprint, is it? A 50 over game. No. It's not like your T20. It's a longer game. You can afford to have one.
That's a big shout. It's going to be given. The finger goes up. Alex Lees looks backward, but he got himself in the wrong position. He was trying to dab it down to third. It nipped back at him, and the decision to keep Josh Davey on looks even better. Phil Mustard, would you have given that out?
From here, it looked pretty good from here. I think he's got a lovely wrist, hasn't he? The wrist, obviously, going away from Lees, but I think it looked pretty good. Possibly a little bit high, but I don't know till I see the replay. But it was good skill for bowling, though. So you got to give credit to Josh, the way he's come back, the way he's battled the other way, went for a few runs. So.
Yeah, all of a sudden, after a solid enough start, Durham have lost 2 wickets in the space of 3 deliveries. Both openers gone, McKinney and Alex Lees. Who have we got coming out here? Yes, we're just having a look at the replay on our screen, and that's the previous ball.
And that was a very good ball.
It was a beauty. In fact, it was Colin Ackerman coming in at number 3 with the number 48 on the back of his shirt, so apologies to all.
Oh, I think it's Borthwick.
Scott Borthwick in at 4. So Ackerman and Borthwick. So plenty of experience. And that's the beauty of these 50 over sides. There's some youngsters, but there's some experienced players both to guide.
I think they've up in the dressing room. I think they've seen they lost 2 early wickets, and then that's where the great management comes in of putting in experienced players to try and build their innings again.
It's been another left-hander. Borthwick. We lost a couple. Got the right-handed Ackerman.
Yeah, looks a little bit high for me.
He goes straight up. Josh Davey, 1 for 19 he's got. So a bit of a rebuild for Durham to do here. If you're just joining us, it's second innings of Durham versus Somerset. Durham chasing 2-4-2 for victory. They started a bit like Somerset, 1 win, 1 defeat in this competition. Sam Dalling alongside Phil Mustard and Victor Main. Currently, Ash Thorpe and Gordon Muchell are here as well. All-star lineup. Well, apart from myself. Turned it into leg side. I've never scored many runs. Pick up a single.
Vic, do you spend more time on a 2020 wicket or one-day wicket, or very similar?
Very similar, I'd say. Yeah, very, very similar amount of time. I say with this one, we've been very lucky in that we've had no other distraction. So we probably have spent a lot more time preparing this one. Having said that, don't really spend more time on the roller or whatever. It's just fine manicuring it.
So next year and this time they're going to have they'll have like a band or somebody coming in between these 14 days, eh?
I can't wait. Do you know, everybody says this to me, but my love is live music. I love live music, so whenever we get a concert out here, to me it's brilliant. I mean, where else could I go and watch The Who in my back garden? Who cares if I scratch the ground a little bit? Come on, let's get it on.
Brilliant. Could be a great first gig for Ash Thorpe and the Colonel's Teapot.
I think we should use the ground for more things. Get some car racing or something out here.
Yeah. Just to confirm, Vic, 4 games of 200 balls each, no, but a gig with 25,000 people, get a couple on there.
Every day. Every day. I don't understand 100 cricket. I call it cricket. It's not cricket, is it? Come on. No, come on. Let's have some proper entertainment on here. I mean, I was talking to one of the groundsmen the other day, and he said they put up a BMX track for 100 game to entertain the fans. Good God!
Who is this?
Down at Hampshire.
Oh, brilliant!
They've got a BMX track. They're coming down this huge ramp down the stand, and then flying up another one and doing somersaults and all this twirly stuff. I mean, what the hell's that got to do with cricket?
What a great idea, though, eh? That It's proper entertainment, that, man.
Oh, good Lord. All they want to do is put a swimming pool in there for them to land in.
Careful, that'll be built
I'll definitely go and watch 100 then.
built into your commentary contracts for next year, lads. Bit of danger money in there.
I think I might be talking myself out of a job here.
Brilliant.
Who cares? I'm 66 years old.
That's a great idea. I think that's a great idea. The 100. Gee.
Oh.
9 overs gone, 41 for 2.
I'd sooner have horse racing.
Hey?
I'd sooner have horse racing round the field.
Why don't you make it into a dog track or something?
Oh.
Shot.
That's a lovely shot, isn't it?
All about timing. Jack Leach will chase it. Probably cut it off as well. I think they're going to come back.
Oh, no.
No, they're not. A good decision probably not to come back for the third there.
You learn that at underage group. Don't turn blind, Borthwick.
Colin Ackerman sent him back. Borthwick on strike then. Less than 200 to win.
You must have seen a few bands down here, Phil. Little Mix, that sounds about your...
I'll tell you which one I am. Jamie Cullum, many years ago. Jamie Cullum was very good. I enjoyed that one. I came to watch The Who. Was it The Who? No, what? No, it wasn't The Who. What was it? Can't remember now. 2 years ago. Who did you have 2 years ago? But Little Mix, come on, Vic, man. I'm 41-year-old, man.
I know 2 years ago. It's Diana Ross. That's
No, not that one. No, it wasn't Diana Ross. Then. One before that. Madness. That's the one.
Oh, crap. That's my first year. That's 2015.
No, they've played twice here, haven't they?
Yeah, but we know Phil can't do years.
I've only seen him once.
It's 3 years ago, borrowing he only retired in 2022.
Great concert, wasn't it? Madness.
Oh,
brilliant. Yeah.
Bring in your own wine. It was brilliant.
We should have him on every week.
I dropped into Vic's cottage over there.
Yeah, he didn't bring me drag mat back there.
No, I didn't bring the drag mat, but I popped in a couple of wines and beautiful it was, wasn't it?
Borthwick solid. Alfie Ogborn into the 5th over of his work. He's got 1 for 18 so far.
I'm going to ask you one more question before I go, Vic.
Oh, this would be
Scotty Borthwick.
Yep.
He always does this, walks away.
Yeah, I know what you're going to say. I know what you're going to say.
That must make you go mad. He's done it for many years now, and his whole routine does exactly the same, and he scratches along one of the lines, doesn't he?
Yep. Yeah. Do you know, before I answer your question, I'm going to tell you, I had a phone call a few weeks ago. Durham 2s were playing down at Headingley in a game. And I had a phone call from the groundsman at Headingley. And he said, do you have a player in your 2s who scratches a bloody great line? I said, yeah. I said, it's Borthwick. Oh, thank God for that. He said, I was going to go and give our 2s a real rollicking for doing that. But if it's Borthwick, I'll let him away with it. But in answer to your question, I mean, normally when I'm talking to you, Phil, I'm not particularly serious. I don't know why, but I'm going to answer your question seriously. It doesn't bother me in the slightest. My job is to prepare the pitch for people to play on, is to repair it after they've played. What they do while they're playing is down to them. Too many groundsmen get precious about their grass, about their patch and whatever, and nobody should make a mess out there. If you want to see a fine lawn, go and have a look at the headmaster's lawn. Don't come to a sports field, because we make them to play on, not to look at.
Brilliant. I bet your front garden's beautiful though.
Oh, it's a bloody mess. It's got dandelions and daisies, and my missus goes mad. Cut that lawn shorter.
Well, thanks, Colonel. Vic can get all serious now. We're actually going to see a debut for Somerset.
Gordon, how you doing?
Gordon Mutchell joins me. So, Charlie Castle. Oh, here we go. We could just get the announcement. A couple of weeks ago, burst onto the scene by taking 7 for 21 on debut for Scotland. So, there you go. Being signed up by Somerset to have a crack in the Metro Bank competition. A big, tall, strong right arm quick. And he comes in, Ackerman, just struggling to time the ball a little bit there, maybe trying to overhit it a little bit. As the initial power play done, Durham 43 for 2.
Has he played a bit of cricket in Australia?
I believe so. I think he was born... Somebody actually messaged me today saying he was born in Aberdeen and played some club cricket for, I think it was Falkland Cricket Club. I believe there's a... and raised in Australia. He's right on the money to start with against Ackerman. So, Vic, did you catch my pitch report this morning?
I didn't, unfortunately.
Oh, mate, I'm disappointed.
I caught Scott Borthwick's. Scott Borthwick apparently said to the lads that it was a very good pitch, but a bit slow and tacky.
I'm not sure that all really goes together, does it?
I'm not sure it went down particularly well either. No, I missed yours, so you must inform me of what you said.
I said it was an absolute road, Vic. No, I said it was... I said we were playing on a new pitch. She was very dry. We had some a pretty even covering of grass. And I expected it to turn. So...
fair assessment.
She looks... No, she does look a good pitch. And I think, yeah, just the nature of the grass, it is grabbing that seam a little bit. But I think it's good to bat on it. It's sliding on from the quicks. As Ackerman defends that one out into the offside.
Was anything said about the size of the boundaries, Vic? Do you get a memo about that? Or what's the... Obviously, it looked a bit short in the 2020s.
Yeah, I didn't for this game, Gordon. This is probably the first one that I said a little bit earlier. There's been no input whatsoever for this game as to what we should do. So... yeah,
been left to his own devices.
Yeah, we've just got
on. Look what's happened.
Got on and done it.
Ground's looking in beautiful condition. This one's over
Shot.
pitched and driven gloriously by Ackerman through extra cover for 4.
Shot of the day.
Absolutely glorious.
There's no better sight than a cover drive, is that just pieces that gap perfectly.
Only if it's a lefty doing it, mate. But yeah, we'll just leave that there. No, that was a beautiful shot. Slightly over pitched and well put away. So he said there, you've had 14 days. So a lot of that, I saw the outfield. What was I watching last night in that competition that you were talking about that you dislike? And some of the outfields are starting to look very, very dry, and you can see the kind of the drain marks in the outfields. So have you done any work in particular on fertilising and trying to lushen up the outfield?
No, I mean we've had the irrigation going on most nights for a week or so now, but you see this is the problem that grounds are getting. When you mentioned at Headingley yesterday, I didn't see it. I don't watch that stuff. But a couple of people have said to me about it. But
what can you do?
What do people expect?
Yeah,
I mean, it's not only the games that they had yesterday, the women's game, then the men's game.
Yeah,
you get 2 days of training prior to that. There's 4 teams training.
And
one
that's
in
on
the
the square
afternoon,
as well, isn't it?
Yeah, and they've got no chance. And this is what worries me moving forward about the game, because there's so much more coming in with the ladies' game, which is brilliant. I'm all in favour of the ladies' game. Taking off with the 100 and whatever, we want that here, but that's given us, the ladies' game alone is giving us 20 more days of cricket next year. Then if you put in another, I don't know how many you get, 600 or 700 games or whatever, the square doesn't get any bigger. You've still got the same number of pitches to accommodate those games on, and the added pressure with training. When do the guys ever get out there to do the work? There has to be, the grounds have to deteriorate. And I've spoken to a number of the guys.
And that finds the edge. Jack Leach into the attack, and Ackerman does not look a happy man as he's given out, caught behind. But he has to go, and that's a huge wicket from Jack Leach. And for Somerset, and Durham in a little bit of trouble at 48 for 3.
What a ball that was, bit of turn and bounce. As you say, Ackerman doesn't look too happy with the decision, but it was always going to be a difficult period. I think Leach was going to hold the key to the Somerset's bowling innings, and he started off nicely here.
We've got good spin options, and I think what's good, and again, Vic's here, so I can pump his tyres. I think the bounce has been really good in this pitch as well, and as much as spinners like the turn, they like bouncing pitches as well. So that's a big wicket.
Yes, great start for Leach, isn't it? He's going to be feeling really positive now. It's going to be difficult to get on top of him.
Interesting period in his career, isn't it? Like, look at Jack Leach, and he's watching Bashir kind of can't get a game for Somerset over Leach, but Leach now can't get a game for England over Bashir. It's a bit of a weird situation that they find themselves in, but much to Somerset's advantage today because he's a world-class operator. He's picked up a very handy Colin Ackerman early doors. So yes, mate, going back to your pitch. See, you've gone all serious on me when now Colonel's gone.
You can be nothing but house, but with Colonel, can you? I mean, he's just one of the funniest guys I've ever come against.
He's unique. He's unique. So yeah, you're talking about the training. So I guess if 20 extra days of cricket or whatever that might be on the square, then what's been great from my point of view is to see the amount of junior games and age group games that have taken place on this ground. That probably all gets knocked on the head, does it?
They will have to go.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, they will have to go. There just isn't going to be the space for them.
Which is a real shame because it's good to see. You know, we've seen even the Super Fours with under 12s with 2 games going on the square on either side, and there's parents here, and it's a proud moment for families to be able to.
Oh, it's great to see the kids out there. I mean, they love coming to play here. The hard fact is that when they come and play here, they play on really rough old pitches that have been used to death. Yet they still love coming out here and playing. And there's nobody in the stand watching them. It's a huge, great ground. But they all seem to get a buzz out of it.
Absolutely. Getting their name up on the scoreboard and things like that is a real treat for them.
And of course now it's live streamed, isn't it? Everything's live streamed, even the kids' games. You've got it. It's fantastic.
Absolutely. Leach again in round the wicket and just trapping Jones. And that's bowled him, I think. Yeah, it has. It's clipped the off stump. And Jack Leach, a little bit like what Ackerman did when he came into the attack, has taken a couple of wickets. And Durham now, we said they're in trouble at 48 for 3. And even more trouble at 48 for 4, Gordon.
Yeah, again, fantastic ball. Just went back. Just did enough to beat that outside edge and clip the top of off stump, which is what Leach does, isn't it? I think, obviously, we need a bit of a rebuild now. No finer person to have at the crease than Scotty Borthwick. And is it Johnny Bush? Might be Baz Delader who's coming out now. It's 2 very experienced batters. Just need to somehow get a partnership together. Plenty of time left in this game.
Absolutely. Just going to try and grab a replay of that when we can, when it pops up. But it looked a good ball. It looks like he's really been able to bowl with good pace into the pitch. And Jones a little bit stuck on the crease there, trying to go back. That one's clipped the off stump.
What's the thinking now, Gordon? If you come in this position, you're coming in now. Do you forget that it's a limited overs game? Do you just look to try and get a partnership going, work it around 1s and 2s?
Yeah, obviously you'll have a chat with Scott coming out here. And again, it's just you watching that ball. There's no rush. There's no real pressure on the scoreboard at the minute. Just try and get yourself in. Obviously come up with a little game plan. Leach is obviously, you pretty much know what you're going to get with Leach, and he's going to bowl at the stumps, trying to attack both edges. But again, I would be thinking if we get one partnership here, we still win the game with 5 overs to spare.
Yeah. I know I say it all the time, particularly in championship games. I find here partnerships are crucial. It's probably the same in every game. But in championship games, I often see you can get 3 or 4 wickets go down very quickly. But if a partnership starts to build, it just looks a totally different game. And you wonder where the next wicket's coming from.
And I think in this competition more than anything, obviously you get the 2 new balls at the start.
Yeah.
Once you get past that, the kookaburra ball, I know it's going to spin probably all game, but the kookaburra ball just goes pretty straight, so you can just line them up, play them in your areas. And as I say, if you need to get the fielders back to get a little bit more of a boost to your innings, do that. But just play percentage cricket. 50 overs is a brilliant game because there's always time to recover. Whereas 2020, you have 3 or 4 bad overs, you're sometimes out the game. Yeah, just got to rebuild.
Durham definitely need to rebuild here, in all sorts of trouble at 48 for 4. Castle comes in and beats the outside edge.
That was a beauty.
Somerset right on top.
The other things to try and be sharp with your footwork. I think sometimes you come in when you're just trying to find your way, you just become a little bit lackadaisical. I think Scotty Borthwick loves the fight, and he'll be getting those feet going, looking to be positive with his footwork.
Rotating the strike around, being left hand and right hand as well. It's going to be crucial here. Castle again on the money. Borthwick just playing across his front pad a little bit there. But Durham do back pretty deep with Dan Hogg due to come in at 11. You got Johnny Bushnell, George Drizzle, Hayden Mustard, Coghlan and Hogg still in the sheds.
That's it. I think they were a similar position against Northumberland, weren't they? And I think Johnny Bushnell managed to get a partnership with Coghlan, which managed to get them over the line in a similar position.
Borthwick drives but can't beat cover. Aldridge there in the covers. Sorry, it might be Ogborn, sorry. No, it is.
Similar mentality, Thorpe, or would you be looking at it a bit differently?
I think you've still got to look to score, but I think you can just rotate the strike around. And to be fair, they've bowled pretty well. They've bowled pretty well, Somerset. So sometimes you've just got to suck up that period of pressure, and then I think Vic's hit the nail on the head. The longer you bat, the easier it gets. We've watched a couple of championship games here where the ball has zipped around a little bit, with there being a bit more live grass on, and obviously the Duke's ball is a bit more responsive than the Kookaburra ball. However, as soon as there was a partnership developed in that game, that was pretty much a match-winning moment in the game. Borthwick again, it shows it's a good pitch because he's driving on the up there without any issues. So can Durham soak up this moment and come out the other side with a partnership? 48 for 4 after 13. That was a maiden over from Castle. Borthwick 4 not out. Deleda yet to face a ball.
Deleda, he's been covering 3, hasn't he, so far? I think that's because he's bowled a few more overs this innings, or I think it's tactical.
It's a good question. Maybe they thought he was a better player of spin, and maybe thought keeping him in the middle. We're about to find that out if that was the case. Scored 72, I think, in the first game. Yeah, at Lancashire, and then was part of that horror start down at Worcester. Was the 3 ducks in the first over.
I watched that on the live stream. Actually, I thought he played really well down at Lancashire.
Yeah, he hit them beautifully. Leach and again the danger man, slip in place and delayed it. I think, yeah, just being positive with your footwork here. I think Jones was a little bit stuck on the crease, trying to play across it to the leg side. It definitely turned. I'm not sure it was the best choice of shots. Easy for me to say from here, that is for sure. And that's punched away beautifully off the back foot by Deleda, and he gets off the mark. See, it's all gone flat, hasn't it, out there from a crowd's point of view, that Durham have lost those wickets in a clump. And that's where you might look at somebody like Ben McKinney, who got off to a nice start and then lost his wicket, and the consequences of that wicket is we've lost a couple in a clump. Borthwick plays that nicely down the ground to long on, and we'll pick up another single. So Vic, I had the pleasure of watching the Test match, my favourite format of cricket still, down at your old patch the other day at Trent Bridge as the Durham 50 comes up. It's definitely one of my favourite grounds in the world, Trent Bridge. Do you have a good time working down there?
Yeah, I was only down there for 2 years, but it's a special place. I mean, like you, I love the ground, and I love Test match cricket as well, as you can probably tell. But I just sometimes I go into Trent Bridge on a Sunday morning at 7 o'clock in the morning, no one around, and just walk out onto the square. And I don't know what it is, but you can feel the history. You can feel the history of that ground out there. It's different here because this ground doesn't have that long history.
Yeah.
But you just look around and you can think of all those guys that have played there over the years, going back a long time. And it just feels a special ground to me.
No, I hear what you're saying. There's Lords obviously has that feel as well, where you feel the history
definitely.
of you just feel that there's just a certain atmosphere in places that you go, and there's an aura. I don't know what the words are that I'm looking for, but you can feel
they're also
something.
Beautifully done grounds as well. I mean, there are other grounds that one can go to, where you stand out and you think, this is a concrete bowl.
Yeah.
It is just a circle of concrete. But those grounds like Trent Bridge and Lords, they have the bits around. You can still see trees. You can still see churches or whatever. And
it's almost like a village element to a cricket stadium, isn't it?
Yeah, it's they're very special places.
Just the pavilion's been there that long. How long was it?
It's years and years. And I always loved the Radcliffe Road stand.
Yeah.
I always thought that was my favourite stand in cricket, but then they went and put that extra bit on top of it, which I'm not so keen on.
What about the Batman sort of scoreboard?
Yeah.
It's weird, isn't it?
I was watching the other day. I couldn't decide whether I liked it or didn't like it. Like you say, it's just steeped in history with a sort of old pavilion but no, it was one of my favourite grounds to go to, actually, Trent Bridge.
Yeah, I agree. It's funny now, you look at the ground and you see lots of new mixed with old as well. There's different elements to the ground. Obviously, the two new stands that are opposite each other on kind of the square boundaries.
Yeah, I think it's just a shame that new road stand has sort of taken so much of the playing area away. Why it couldn't be curved, I don't know. It's just one straight.
It was always awkward on the boundary out there because you never quite knew when the boundary rope was going to come at you, chasing the ball.
And this, speaking of angles, this boundary today, Vic, doesn't seem to have your normal angles in the corners and stuff. It almost looks round or oval.
No comment.
Did you not put the boundary out?
I did put the boundary out. Yeah, I did put the boundary out.
Okay. No comment. It's not often we get that from you, mate.
No.
Castle Durham trying to rebuild here. 51 for 4. Somerset well on top.
I remember Gordon getting a very good 100 at Trent Bridge, actually. Must have been 2013-14.
Oh, I'll take your word for it, Vic. I'm no good with dates.
I remember it well. Championship match, and you would have come in about 4 or 5, and you scored a really impressive 100, and took quite a lot of abuse for it.
That normally happened.
It's incredible. Such a nice man. You cop some stick.
Oh, I remember actually nicking one off Charlie Shrek to Mark Elam, and I didn't think it carried. But Mark Elam, by all accounts, is supposed to be the nicest man in cricket.
Nah, that can't
so
be true.
I stood my ground, and it was eventful for the next few overs, to say the least. Paul Franks was in one ear. Dave Hussey was charging at us from another one. I said, look, if I thought he'd caught it, I'd have walked off, but I don't think it carried. And you see them on the TV all the time now where people think they've got them, and it turns out they haven't. But no, it was one of my happiest stomping grounds, Trent Bridge.
It's a great place to bat, that is for sure. 55 now for 4 as the ground announcer reads that out with the electronic scoreboard being out of action for the day. Some of our watchers in the ground unable to see from their seats the old scoreboard. But Jack Leach getting into his work. Scott Borthwick, Buster Leader, with a big rebuilding job to do. Buster Leader playing a lovely extra cover drive in the last over to hopefully kickstart his innings. So other favourite cricket grounds, Vic, around the world?
I haven't visited many around the world, actually.
Or even just from watching them on the TV, where would you like to go? Maybe a bucket list of cricket grounds?
I'll tell you my favourite ground ever, and unfortunately you'll never see it again, was Northlands Road at Southampton.
Okay.
Where Hampshire used to play before they went to the Aegeus.
That's a lovely punch off the back foot by Borthwick, and he'll collect at least 2. They might come back for it's gone for 4, I think. Bit of honesty out there in the outfield, unlike Gordon Mutchell not walking for that catch all them years ago. That's an excellent boundary for Borthwick on the back foot, using his feet really well.
Colonel will tell you the umpire's there to make the decision. Speaking of which, there's only one man I've seen called back after being given out, and it's been done twice, and that's Phil Mustard.
Really?
We're playing, I can't remember who the umpire was, and he played a reverse sweep, was given out LBW and sort of showed his hand, and the umpire, not out, called him back.
He probably got fined for it as well.
No, and it was in a first-class game.
Wow.
That's a lovable rogue he is, though. He gets those sort of things happen to him.
What a great description. Lovable rogue. So we've got Southampton. Where else would be on your list?
Worcester, if it's not in the water.
Yeah, bless them.
That's a lovely place to sit and watch cricket.
Deleda touches and goes and gets back for 2. Excellent bit of running, as you might have heard Gordon Mutchell saying he definitely would have gone for 2 there.
And those are the little things that get the innings going.
Yeah, it does. You're absolutely right.
Scotty's always been blessed with natural timing, hasn't he? That 4 he hit through that extra cover off the back foot.
Got a really nice bat flow, hasn't he?
Yeah.
What about international grounds, Vic?
That's interesting. Of course, I'd like to go to the Wacker.
Oh,
I've heard so much about the Wacker.
What, just to check out the actual soil and the?
Just have a look.
It's going through a pretty big revamp at the moment, the Wacker. It's very outdated, and the government's thrown a bit of money at it to revamp it. Optus Stadium, just over the river now, has kind of taken over as the #1 venue in Perth.
I like Bridgetown. I liked the old racecourse ground at Antigua.
I was watching that the other day, and there in Jamaica, I think, they play that much football on them now. There's actually, you can see the markings through the middle of the pitch of the centre line. Can you imagine that if you had football on this ground as well, Vic? You can see a wry smile going on your face right now. You probably got enough actually down the sides to get a full pitch in, haven't you?
You'd probably get about 4 pitches on here. Yeah.
Get them going down each kind of flank of the ground.
I often wonder
maybe we could do that over the winter.
I was going to say, I often wonder why we don't play something in the winter.
What a pitch that would be.
Oh.
Just going back to, obviously, the Wacker played club cricket a couple of years in Perth, and the finals were always played at the Wacker.
Yep.
Which was the highlight for all the sort of Australian club cricketers. And obviously, like you're saying, the kids coming here and playing, and if it does end up that they can't do that, will be a big miss. But I mean, what a pitch that was. It was like batting indoors on the Wacker. It was absolutely beautiful.
The nets are worse. The nets are unbelievably bouncy, and obviously the bowlers are never off the full quota, so that was fun in there. But yeah, lucky enough to play a few games there growing up. Some schoolboy stuff. It's normally the poor state school boys like me against your posh boys in the sweaters and the blazers and that.
Did you win?
Yeah.
Any hundreds?
Nah, not for me, mate. Used to glove him in them days. Probably dropped a few. But no, all good. All good. Goldsworthy joins the attack. So we've got left arm spin from both ends. He's had a good day with the bat. Can he continue that with the ball? Oh, not first up. That'll test his sore leg from when he was batting. That's delayed, it pulls away.
Scotty was worried about the man cad there. I think he's diving back in.
I would have been too. That one's full and slapped into the covers by Deleda. A little bit more round arm than Leach from first glance. He's had 4 for 44 so far this season against Kent, being the highlight for him. Deleda pushes that one nicely down the ground for a single. It's funny, something the Colonel mentioned about footwork. We haven't seen any player really come down the pitch to spin today. Something that he did mention, and rightly so. You were very good on your feet. What advantage does that give you as a batter, being able to use your feet?
I think obviously it takes the spin out a little bit so you can get down, puts a bit of pressure on the ball as well. And like you say, especially in the first innings when the ball's turning in towards you, I think it's pretty low risk. Obviously 2 bowlers turning the ball away. The risks increased a little bit, but it was a shot I used to go to. So obviously Scott Borthwick's got this ball turned in, so he's not a massive user of his feet.
No,
he likes his
probably
sweeps.
sweep more, yeah, absolutely.
Puts horses for courses, isn't it? I think. And it just, if you can hit it to mid on and mid off, if you're 2 yards down the wicket, you get in every time. But it was something to put a bit more pressure back on the bowler rather than just letting them hit. They want to lunge and hit the splice. It was kind of get down there and hit their best ball down the ground for 1s and 2s, and if you can, drop kick it back over you for 6.
I think Ryan mentioned earlier it's always good to see fast bowlers. I love watching fast bowlers, but I love watching good spinners as well. Deleda gets across and paddles that
Great
one
shot
down the leg side, and that will run away for 4. Very clever batting. He just got across and used the angle. And with there being no 45 in a deep backward square, you don't have to get much on that for that.
No, and I think that's his experience there. Obviously, he's bowling round arm. Reasonably hard to get LBW. If he can just get something on that, it's a pretty low risk boundary. They've just bought in that 45 now.
He's changed the field now, so the hard sweep might come into play for him. As he uses his hands really nicely on that one and opens up the offside. So just, and Vic talked about it as well, that a little partnership starting to build, and you can see that the runs are just starting to flow a little bit easier, but it's very early stages. This partnership.
It's really good batting there, isn't it? Last couple of balls, because he's got that one just leg stumpish just outside, and he's paddle swept that around for 4. And then that last ball, he's just delayed it a little bit, opened the face, pushed it into a gap. Which just makes me feel I might be starting to feel a little bit more comfortable, a little bit more confident.
Delayed. Did you realise that? Delayed. Very good.
I missed that one straight off my head.
Way too quick for me. I'm only a country boy from the sticks.
Oh, I'm a country boy too, mate. Don't worry.
Oh, no.
Has that bowled him? I think it has. Oh.
Well, I don't know what's happened
there.
Well,
nobody's really sure what's happened. There's a bail
bail's
off
on the floor. I think that's just clipped the top of the bail.
He's been given out by Michael Goff. Sorry, from our position, we're directly behind that, so it's quite difficult for us to pick up on that. I'm just going to try and grab that on a replay.
Well,
I think it's
certainly
bowled him.
Talked him out there.
Yeah, it has. It's bowled him. It's just clipped the outside of the off stump. You've got to say, absolute peach again.
Just saying how well he was starting to look. And,
well, you were right. Yeah, even Muchie touched wood.
It's another great ball, and that's why he's played Test cricket, isn't he? He doesn't waste many balls, Leach. And Deleda's come forward, played with a pretty straight bat, and it's just beaten everything and clipped that stump.
They bowled very straight, haven't they?
Yeah.
Noticeable watching them out. All the bowlers have bowled very straight.
Well, there you go, Buster Deleda. has to go for 12, bowled by Jack Leach. I said that partnership was just starting to build. 22, and Johnny Bushnell with a big rebuild now to do with Red Bull captain Scott Borthwick. Durham in trouble. As a comparison, Somerset at the same stage was 71 for 1.
Run-wise.
So run-wise, you've got to be happy, but obviously being 5 down, Somerset firmly in charge of this contest. Big opportunity for Johnny Bushnell.
Yeah, definitely. As I said, he played a match-winning innings at Newcastle the other week against Northumberland. Hopefully he can continue that good form today.
Big test against this type of bowler, though, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. It's tough now.
But this is what Ryan Campbell's wanting to see how people can stand up in these sort of situations. 2 slips in. He's a pretty positive player, Johnny Bushnell. It'll be interesting to see how he goes here.
Absolutely right. 2 slips in place. And fired in by
Solid.
Leach in it. Nice forward defence there from Johnny Bushnell.
There's no sweepers out there on the leg side. They're giving him the option to go. Oh, that's out.
And Gordon Mutchell's called it absolutely right. It's full, it's straight, and strikes Bushnell on the pad. And before umpire Goff could get his hand up, Gordon Mutchell had given him out, and it goes from bad to worse. And Leach is absolutely cleaning up here. He has 4 for 11, and Durham 70 for 6.
He's getting some lovely drift on the ball as well, isn't he? It's tough. As I say, he's threatening both edges. He's drifting in and then really turning sharply out. But like you say, Ash, we've got a long tail.
Yeah.
There's a young mustard in. We've got plenty of capable batters in the hutch. We just need to get that partnership we keep talking about. And as you keep saying, it's easier said than done when you set up here. It's the theory of it's easy, but actually going out there and doing it's another thing. But I'm really looking forward to seeing how Hayden goes.
It's a tough going. We picked up a few wickets, myself and the Colonel, in the first innings, and I've picked up a few here in this spell as well, unfortunately, from a Durham point of view. But Somerset well on top, 70 for 6. And as you said, young Colonel comes into bat. From Durham's point of view, his dad's due to be on commentary in a few overs' time, so we hope that that is the case and that he's still in.
Definitely. Well, Scott Borthwick definitely had a good few partnerships with his dad. Fingers crossed that combination can work again. He looks like someone who likes a bit of a challenge as well. Look, I mean, Phil always loved to backs to the wall innings.
Absolutely. We played against him the other week in club cricket, and he did battle hard as well in that game. We were well on top, and he got them to a comfortable draw. A draw is not on the board today. It's not an option, but can he get Durham into a position where they can launch towards victory? But at the moment, that's looking highly unlikely after 17.5 overs. And I love that. That's the mustard that we all love. And you can hear Vic laughing. He's got down and he's paddled that over his shoulder. And it's going to spin off the middle of his bat all the way for 4. Never in a million years would I have tried to do that, and still couldn't do that. Much have you ever done that to the spinners?
I'm blocking that one straight back. But do you know what? That's brilliant, and that's what the game is now, isn't it? First ball, and that's probably a percentage shot. Yeah, just get down there, get something on it. There's no 40 with the 45s coming in now. There's no square leg. It'll be interesting if he takes on a hard sweep now, which would be gutsy. But
mate, I love that.
Good sweeper.
And a good solid forward defence there, using his feet well. I mean, to be fair, he was facing me the other week, and this is probably really similar to facing Jack Leach right now.
Similar hairstyles, I think that's about
it, yeah. Probably true. And he's yorked there by Leach, who fires that one in, and that ends a superb over from Jack Leach. He has, what have we got there? 4 for 15.
4. Plenty of
four
overs still to
overs.
come, unfortunately, for Durham.
So yeah, he's just got the 6 in the bank. Goldsworthy's just started his spell. 74 for 6 after 18.
We saying earlier that spinners never prosper at Durham.
Mate, have you heard this? There's this groundsman at Durham, mate. All he does is produce absolute Bunsen burners. It always turns at Durham. It's never seams, never spins. It's just... Nah. In all seriousness, there's absolutely nothing wrong with this pitch. They're allowed to spin it. The thing that I did know, I will get into pitch geek mode, because Vic knows I'm an absolute amateur groundsman and basically just like sitting on a roller for hours. As Goldsworthy does come in. This one's tossed up and Borthwick edges. You get at least a couple. And he will pick up 2. Just looking at the coarseness of the grass on the pitch, Vic, do you think that assists in getting the ball to grip for spinners?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, and that's a product of what we've had over the winter.
Yes, absolutely.
And this early spring, in that the grass that we planted at the end of last year just didn't grow because it rotted off because it sat in water all winter.
Yep.
Then we've had a very cold spring, which hasn't encouraged grass to grow. So what we've actually got out there is a lot of weed grass.
Yep.
Which is that coarse grass that you're... Sharp single there. That coarse grass that you're mentioning.
Yeah.
That's a weed grass.
Yep.
And that will grip the ball.
Yep.
A little bit more. There was a product that used to be used 3 or 4 years ago, which we used to call spin in a bottle.
Right.
Which actually does that same thing. You spray it on the grass, and it makes the grass stand up, and B, it makes the cell wall very, very brittle.
Okay.
So the pitches had to be green because you had to have grass on there, but it made it very, very brittle. And suddenly all these green pitches were spinning like wild things, and it very, very quickly got banned.
Love that. Mustard defends out into the offside. No, that's cool. So, as everybody's probably aware, I was away a couple of weeks ago working really hard, and I was in Desert Springs, and they talk about kind of a hybrid grass that they use out there, some Bermuda and something else I think they were talking about.
Oh.
As Mustard tries to launch that one but gets the toe end of the bat. But obviously very different soil composition and requirements out in the middle of a desert.
That will be different weather grasses. Yeah. They have to get grass which is tolerant to the very intense heat.
Yeah.
And we use a complete ryegrass here, which probably wouldn't last for 2 minutes out there.
I'm assuming that's when you're talking about grass. I mean, this is geek talk. Width of blades and things like that, and the moisture wouldn't retain and all that kind of thing.
Yeah,
is that where you're going?
That's probably beyond me, but
lies. He's loving this.
Yeah, I mean it's just different types. I mean, over here we used to play on what we called a lot of fine grass.
Mm-hmm.
It should be fescue, which is a very, very fine grass, but it doesn't really, it's too fine. It doesn't stand up to the intense wear of your cricket game. The ryegrass is much more suitable to our conditions.
Oh, and Borthwick's beaten by Leach. Challenging both edges here.
It's interesting, Scotty, he probably always does this. He looks if he's batting on his toes or on off stump here, trying to get outside the line, take that LBW out. And as you say, he's just drifted that one past.
He tucks this away into the leg side and will pick up a single. As father of the batsman comes into the studio, watching intently. As he says to Vic, are you still here? Vic, thank you very much again for your time, mate. I can't believe I've even bored the groundsman off.
We were talking about grass. I mean, when the groundsman's sick, you're talking about grass. Think of our punters.
He's had enough. Had a gutful, he says. As Leach comes in and Mustard defends out into the offside. I like the fact he's busy and looking to pick up singles to start with.
I'm glad you are.
How are you? Are you a nervous watcher of him batting?
I am batting wise, yeah.
Yeah.
Keep wise, I'm not really fussed, but batting wise.
Thanks, Vic.
What do you think of that
Brilliant,
first
mate.
shot he played there, Colonel? Little
Brilliant.
dab
Brilliant.
sweep.
Get off the mark. Dab sweep 4. Happy days, lad. Gets you going.
Exactly. I remember you playing against Michael Kasparich for the cricket board one time, Colonel, and smacking him back over his head first ball for 6 up.
Where was that,
onto
down
the
at
stand
Darlington?
Is it Feetons?
Yeah, it was, yeah.
Were you playing that one, Ash?
No, I think as usual I was injured. I'd actually talked to Kasparich for a while after we played Glamorgan here on, I think, my county championship debut, and I managed to shoulder arms and.
Did he get 7th for that game or 9th for us? Did he?
I don't know. He definitely got 1.
Yeah, I think he got a few. I think. I think he
we
bowled us
beaten in
out.
4 sessions, I reckon.
Yeah, I agree with. Yeah, I remember that one.
He was our nemesis for a while, wasn't he?
Oh, it's proper. On that note, I'm going to disappear and hope that Sam Dalling's run of wicket droughts continues, as he's going to come in and join Phil Mustard. And good luck with Phil, because his son's batting right now, and this could be interesting.
I'm all good, lad. All good.
Is he up to level 1.5? Is he just teetering? I tell you what, I've not even seen many wickets off the field, because every time I walk out, I leave this pavilion or come back in, and 2 wickets have gone down. I missed both of Jack Leach's. Phil must have just put his headphones on backwards. Luckily, his mates haven't seen that one.
No, I didn't.
Goldsworthy left-hander. You said spin was going to be key.
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously, Vic's not here anymore, so we can't ask him any questions about spin. But yeah, that was looking through the first innings. That was a key, and it was always going to be the key again. But the left arm Leach is bowled brilliantly, showing his true class, especially to the righties, where he's pitching on middle, hitting off. He's just a world-class bowler, isn't he?
He's a quality performer, Goldsworthy, who turns that one away. Goldsworthy had such a good T20 Blast campaign as well, out on loan at Leicestershire. Picked up a bundle of wickets for them.
He's a skillful bowler. Obviously, he's quite short, so he's quite a round army bowler, but he bowls it stump to stump, and I've seen him a couple of times.
Somerset will be delighted with where they are. 79 for 6, Durham. It's looking a very tall order from here. You never know, though. With a Mustard at the crease, you never know is what they say.
You never know. It is going to be a tall order. But you never know. Cricket is a funny game. Only takes 1 or 2 good innings to get you going.
You talked a bit earlier, Phil, end of the 21st over, 79 for 6, about batting in sessions. Do Durham now need to treat this as a session? What's this session got to consist of for Durham to have a chance?
I think it's a very obviously batting session, but when you go 6 down within the first 20 overs, it's always a tall order too, especially when obviously Borthwick's still there, who's probably one of the most experienced players, and obviously he's got to try and anchor the innings with a couple of youngsters who are just coming into the game or playing high standard. So it's going to be a very tricky situation for Borthwick to handle. How does he go about it? And then on the other end of it, it's up to Hayden to play his natural game, but his natural game is quite aggressive. And obviously this is all a big learning curve for him about building the innings, trying to win a game of cricket. He did it quite a lot as a youngster, won a few academy games, but this is different altogether.
It's brilliant, though. It's what you want, isn't it? Up against Jack Leach, played however many tests he's played for England. This is the dream. Keeps that one out. And what are you saying? Let's assume it's not, which it is your son, but to a young batter coming in this situation, is it important to actually give the message, just play your natural game and take the pressure off?
Well, yeah, I think it's a very I think obviously Durham are in a tricky situation now. So obviously coming coming in 8 as a young batter, chasing, needing 180, I think it is, give or take, 160. It's a really, really tricky one, but as a coach, as a captain, or whatever it is, you've still got to give your young players a natural way of playing cricket. But obviously he's still got to mature a little bit of try and build an innings with Borthwick and try and learn that way rather than getting in, getting out. So I think for me, I would be saying to him to use this as more of a practice, as a learning curve moving forward.
It's tricky, isn't it? Because the modern way is never take a backward step, even if you're on the ropes, just keep swinging. But yeah, it's almost right. Jack Leach has bowled 5.4 overs and taken 4 wickets. Get rid of Jack Leach. If they can get Jack Leach bowling 10 overs and just taking 4 wickets, that's a mini battle.
Yeah.
And then see where you are in an hour.
Yeah, absolutely. But you've still got Goldsworthy coming on the other end, bowling left arm into middle stump going away as well. So spinning away from the bat or spinning into the bat it's tricky for any batter at this time because you've got to get runs. That's why it's a one-day game of cricket, because you got to win a game of cricket. You can't just stand out there and just have a net or something like that. But it's a very tricky one. I don't think they're in a great position at the minute. But you can either go out fighting or you can go out wondering, if that makes sense. The way I used to go out fighting, I used to just, I'm going to win the game of cricket. If that was being positive and being aggressive, that is the way I'll play. Because you go 10 overs of being positive cricket and being successful, you put your team in a great position.
There's Goldsworthy, ball in hand for Somerset. Well, Ben Green, I think it was against Durham. Do you remember Ben Green got 160-70 odd? They actually lost the game, but it was a similar position to this. It was down at Taunton. Suddenly Ben Green hit something like 18 sixes.
Yeah, it's slightly different. In terms of Taunton is a very small ground.
Yes.
Where this ground you've got to manage it differently. You've got to hit the pockets, you've got to run 2s, you've got to pick up the odd 4. Then if you strike a good ball, you might get a couple of 6s.
But the point being that you've never lost. You just need one inning. It will be a magic inning.
It will be a magic innings, and you've got to have the confidence to do that. So it'll be interesting what the coaches said up top for people coming down. For
Good
people
run.
coming down at 8. It'll be interesting what information they handed down.
And how key is Scott Borthwick's role in this with a young batter out there?
Massively. Obviously, when Scotty came in 4 because we were 2 down, that was always going to be the plan. Scotty to bat all the way through, get 90 or 100 off however many balls, and then the rest of the team play around him. But now that's all changed.
There's 4 of them. Goldsworthy just dropping short, and Scott Borthwick still showing a bit of attacking intent.
Yeah, so now that's all changed because we lost Jones, we lost the leader, we lost Bushnell in 2 overs. So Scotty's Scotty's role so different now.
Couple more runs, and there's the senior player as well, talking to the youngsters, talking them through it. I mean, he's vital for someone like Hayden, but it could be any other young player.
Yeah, it could be any youngster coming in, and just batting with a senior guy is so valuable in learning of how they're going to play the game, what we're going to do. Are we going to get 5, 6, 7 and over, take it down to the end and then go hard? Are we going to go hard now? So there's lots of conversations which I would imagine they'll be having out there about how they're going to manipulate to getting the score. It might be a case of let's try and rotate 4s and 5s and over for the next 15, 20 overs.
And that gets you not far off. Now, interesting, Andy Amid, I don't know if he's just stretching or warming up, but he was starting to bowl. Another potential spin option. They've got 4 seamers, Somerset. We've only seen 3 of them. Haven't seen Casey Aldridge yet. Got Josh Thomas as well, slow left armour. Jack Leach, 4 for 20, just sorting his field out, moving the man at deep square a little bit squarer for Scott Borthwick. Oh, I'm in the way there. Oh, beautiful day here though at the Seat Unique Riverside. A couple of Somerset fans I've seen out there in their shirts. Long trip up for them. They'll be quite happy in the sunshine.
Oh, they'll be very happy in the sunshine. And it's a nice place to come, especially in the school holidays or however it is, to come watch a bit of cricket, see a bit of the northeast. A few of them do that, don't they? They come up, they spend 4 or 5 days here, go up on the east coast, which is a beautiful coastline, and then watch a little bit of cricket.
Glorious. Another game here on Friday, don't forget. Nottinghamshire, the visitors. Paul Edwards, one of the finest cricket writers of whatever really, is upstairs for the Cricketer today, so he'll probably have some fine words about this game. He's here on Friday. He's doing the same thing. He's here for 4 days, staying for Friday's game as well. Glorious.
Oh, it's perfect. That's how it should be. Enjoy it. You don't get up north very often. People think Manchester's north, but not many people get Newcastle. But if you can spend 4 days here, people love it. People enjoy it, especially if you've got the weather.
Yeah, beautiful. Some wonderful beaches. Finds a gap, just a single. You got any umpiring coming up, Phil?
Yeah, I've got a Metro Bank game on Friday. That'll be my first Metro Bank this year.
Oh, nice.
I've done it the last couple of years, so I always look forward to these sort of games. It's put me into the next bracket of very high profile games. So they're always good. You've got the match referees and you've got people looking at you, and in an environment where it will take out your comfort zone every now and then.
Where are you Friday then?
York.
Beautiful.
Yorkshire v Gloucestershire. So that'll be a long journey for Gloucester up to York, but York's a beautiful ground as well, so looking forward to that. I would imagine there'll be a few Yorkies in there supporting.
Cut away just for a single. What does a day of umpiring look like? What's the preparation? Are you there as early as the ground staff?
No, not quite. Obviously, the roll up to it, you've got to look through your regulations, and you've got to understand all your regulations. I know we look at them every other week, and we know them off not the back of your hand, but you know quite a good chunk of them. So you just have a little browse through, rolling up to it, and then you probably get to the ground. You wake up, get the ground about 9 o'clock. You just go and have a little mingle with the groundsman and the catering, and say hello to the players, and just make yourself open to them, just to give them the opportunity to come and have a chat to you if they want to have a chat to you, and just make yourself visible to them really. But then you go about 10 o'clock-ish, 9:30-ish. You go to the pitch, you have a little walk around the vicinity and see if everything's intact for the game. So it is pretty relaxed, but you've just got to tick a few boxes and get everything in shape for the match. And then obviously when 11 o'clock comes, that's when the hard work starts.
Can I see a bit of Andy Amid? Hasn't bowled in this competition yet. It was warming up. Interesting. Going to him. Well, they've got 2 left-arm spinners on already. Well, they did have. So there's Thomas in the bowl left-arm spin. Gone for something a little bit different, Andy Amid. Oh, he's nearly picked up a wicket. Almost worked.
Big turn.
Pitch is doing a bit for spinners, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
Quite a tall guy as well, Amid, so might get a bit of extra bounce. Is it a bit more challenging on an outground? Is there more? It's the same set of regulations, but is that one you have to look a little bit more closely at all those boxes being ticked? Yes,
slightly different. Obviously, you've got the big ground, you've got the big stands, and you've got plenty of space. But when you're on outground, especially if you've got a crowd coming, they can get quite close to the pitch, and you've got to keep you 3 yards away from the pitch just for safety reasons, really. So that's always a challenge, because once you're on the field, you can't really see that. But you got to just keep reminding the people up top to stay your distance from the boundary edge, really.
It says 3 yards, is it? That's the regulation. I see. And there's so many formats that people think, oh, you should know it already. But part of it will be safety, just rereading the regulations for your own peace of mind.
Absolutely.
But also the different regs for all the comps.
Yeah, so different.
And they change them every year just to keep you on your toes.
I've just come away from a 3-day game up Cumbria v Hertfordshire. So the regulation for national counties is very different to first class. So it's quite a challenge. It gets your mind working a little bit and always looking to improve.
Here's Amid, one on his back, drops that one short. He must have bunts it down the ground. Just a single to Josh Davey. Go on, have you ever got it wrong and signalled a free hit for a no ball? Because it's the no ball, isn't it? It's the free hit ones.
No, I've never got that one. That's probably the first one you learn, isn't it?
Is it? Right.
You can only have bounces or whatever it is, and it's the first one you learn. So
full toss, hit down the ground. Those kind of balls are the ones that so often get spinners wickets. You bowl the one that pitches and beats the outside edge and it's a dot, and then you throw up a full toss. How many of those have you hit down fielder's throat?
Plenty. You think, leg spin, especially a leg spin, it just comes. So you just try and clip it over mid-wicket, straight to the end, and it's it's so bad because it's just a bad way of getting out, and you go in, you just want to put your head in the cold bath and just forget about it. But you know everybody else is thinking, oh, that's a rubbish shot. And you think, oh God, please don't remind me on.
Oh, end of the over. Amid bowled 1 over at 0 for 4. So halfway through this Durham reply, remember they are chasing 242 for victory. They have reached 97, which is fine in terms of runs. Unfortunately, they're 6 down, Phil, which makes it they're stood at the bottom of the hill looking up right now.
They're the very bottom of the hill. At least we got a little bit of a partnership going between Borthwick and Mustard, but they've still got a bit of an uphill battle to get in contention with this. But if you're looking down the rest of the batting order, in the modern game, you've got Drizel can bat, you've got Coughlin can bat, so you still got plenty of batting. If you can get close enough, we've still got plenty of batting to try and push for the victory. But at this moment in time, if I was a fielding side, I'd be thinking I'm in the game.
Yeah, be absolutely delighted in the game. On top of the game, it's possible. It needs moments. Cricket's all about moments. Sport's all about moments. Durham need probably about 20 of them, and Somerset only need a couple. That's the problem.
Absolutely. You got obviously the next 10 overs. If Mustard and Borthwick can hang around for the next 10 overs, hopefully try and tick off about 40 or 50 runs, and then a big push for the last 10 or 15 to get 100. So that's the way I'll be thinking if I was batting out there at the minute. But then you've also got to take in consideration how people want to play. But somewhere along the line, someone will have to take a couple of risks.
Game, come on, let's give Durham fans some positivity. Is there a game in your career, can you remember being in a dire situation and turning it around, singing the Bladen races at the end?
Be on
the spot there, haven't I?
You have, yeah. I can't remember what happened last week. Never mind. Never mind. 7 years ago, 8 years ago. Yeah, we've had some good finals. Obviously, the finals are the ones that you really look forward to.
Yeah,
the first one, 2007, was pretty straightforward. But then the second one in 2009, I think it was 8. Can't remember now. 9, I think it was. Might have been later. Where it was a very nip and tuck game down at Lords, bad light, and I think it was a low scoring game, 140 plays, 140 or something along that line. So, and I think we got it 7 or 8 down, which we were struggling a little bit. So they're the ones that you really think about. But there's many other games where you've been down and out. I think we a semi-final or quarter-final against Essex here in a one-day game. We got bowled out for 90. Might have been a semi-final. 2000. That might have been 2007. We were bowled off about 80 or 90, and Essex. Then we bowled them off about 78 or something along them lines. So, cricket is a funny old game, and you just never know what is going to happen. But I think that'll be the one where you think, "Wow, we're out. We're not going to get into a final." But that was That was a very good game, that one.
Oh, yeah, 7 down, chasing just 71. Liam Plunkett batting at 9, needed to get 30 odd not out.
Yeah. So that was a remarkable game. Remarkable game, and I think Otis Gibson got I think Otis got a few wickets, I think.
He was always getting wickets, wasn't he?
He was a great pro.
Did he get 9 for up here at one point?
Yeah.
Leach to...
Yeah, everyone got them. Plunkett got 4, Otis 3. But yeah, it was one of them where we were never in the game. But then all of a sudden it just changed. A couple of good spells of bowling. Is that 2007?
2007, yeah. Spot on.
Semi-final?
Semi-final. Andy Bickle picked up 4 for.
Yeah, as you can imagine, Essex were thinking, oh yeah, easy semi, let's get to the final, let's do this, let's get home, let's get on the M1. But yeah, we spoiled the party, I think.
Beautiful. 38 for 7. Andy Bickle picked up 4 for as well. The thing is, as much as everyone loves watching runs and 6s and 4s and these 200 plus 20 over scores, the low scoring thriller, right? It can't be fun as a player, but there is nothing better than a low scoring thriller, is there?
Yeah, low scoring thriller is unbelievable. Like I was in a good position, obviously wicket keeping, so I can't really.
Good from Borthwick, just drop and run to the right of the left-handed fielder.
Yes, I was wicket keeper, so I didn't really have to worry too much about the close games. It was more the bowlers, and because in one-day cricket you don't really do that much as a wicketkeeper anyway. So I wasn't really in that position really.
Yeah, 100 up for Durham. You're thinking as a fielder, you might either thinking, well, they're probably thinking, yeah, I want the ball to come to me. I'm thinking, please, can that ball not come anywhere near me? Even in amateur T20 cricket. Jack Leach slip in. Leach fielding off his own bowling. 100 for 6.
He's
Durham
brilliant at that, isn't he? Leach is brilliant, and especially diving to his left. Obviously, he's left-handed, but he's just so good off his own bowling.
He's turned himself into a real athlete as well. He's had to really come back from injury, illness. Like if you're talking about adversity in a cricketing career, he has had the lot. He keeps fighting.
Yeah, he does. He keeps coming back. He keeps putting in performances. He keeps putting his name in the hat for recall. He's just a great guy as well, isn't he?
Yeah, he's wonderful.
He's one of the nice ones of Somerset, really.
He's been fantastic. And hopefully he plays for Somerset for many years to come. Hopefully as well he gets a place back in the England side. I don't think we can ever write Jack Leach off.
No.
Quality performer. Brilliant to have around a group, which I think is important. Short from Hamid, and it's pulled straight to mid-wicket. Oh dear, Scott Borthwick. He hit that very, very hard, and Jack Leach, the man we were just talking about his fielding, to his left hand has just made it look very, very easy. But that's one of those spinners' wickets, the drag down.
Drag down, mid-wicket, short mid-wicket, deep mid-wicket. It just gets wickets, doesn't it?
It was absolutely fizzed at Jack Leach. It was hit so hard that Leach actually took it almost on the stretch behind him. He was swivelling on that hip.
Oh, amazing.
To his left hand. And Durham have reached 100, but they are 7 down. Scott Borthwick, who we felt was key to any sort of chance Durham might have had of getting back into this game, has gone for 30-5. Andy Hamid, part-time bowler, I'd say, is a fair description. Around the wicket to the left-hander, drags one down, and Borthwick.
He was passing before, yeah. Great reactions from Leach.
Can't keep Jack Leach out of the game.
No, you can't.
And that leaves Durham. Well, they were already in real trouble. Let's be honest about it. Hayden Muster still out there, unbeaten on 9.
He's having a bit of a net, isn't he?
Got a chance for an extended net if he fancies 25 overs in the sunshine.
But yeah, you never diss them. But we got Coughlin coming in now. I think it is. He'll play. I think he'll be aggressive.
Got first class 100. Coughlin.
He's been around a long time. He's a very good character. He's a very good cricketer. He can bat, he can bowl, he can field. So I think he'll come quite hard here. So I think when you're batting at 9, I think you're in no man's land, aren't you, really?
Yes.
And unfortunately, Durham have slipped to yeah, not a very good game.
These days, if you're batting 9, 10, 11, and you're actually batting in a one-day game, your side's probably in a bit of trouble.
Yeah.
You just never know, though. I'm remaining the optimist with my Durham shirt on.
I love the way you are optimist. Well, I would imagine people up on the balcony up there, Durham players, will be thinking, oh, we're in a little bit of trouble here.
Yeah.
But you never know. You never know. But I think it's been a great performance at the minute from Somerset. I think they bowl well as a unit. They've bowled around Jack Leach. They've put pressure on Durham from third over or fourth over, I think it was. So give them credit the way they bowled.
Push for one. Direct hit. I don't think that's going to be given. Goldsworthy did really, really well, though. Coughlin's off the mark and just stretching that hamstring.
Yeah.
I hope he hasn't. That would add salt into the
wounds.
Oh, Paul Coughlin is just holding that left hamstring.
Yeah, it's hard. It's hard. You've been in the field for 50 overs and you're coming in at 9 and you're taking a quick single.
I thought Somerset batted quite well, actually, in terms of they judged the pitch quite early and realised it wasn't a 300, 350 wicket, so didn't try.
Yeah, and that was all to do with Goldsworthy, wasn't it? Looking back at that innings now, you're thinking that was a crucial innings, really. Obviously, he was only going roughly a run a ball, a little bit less, but you take him out of that, then it's a 150, 160, isn't it?
You take him out on 7 when he's nicked one.
Yeah, absolutely, and yeah, I'm sure whatever happens after this, they'll look back at it and go, "Oh no."
They happen.
But it happens. It is what cricket's all about, and people need second chances.
It's a good learning experience. But yeah, Goldsworthy 93 off 134, which if you just glanced at a scorecard these days, you'd think, oh, he's not scored quickly enough there. But on this pitch, ball spinning, pace off has been the way to go.
Yeah, he's done very well.
As this man, Jack Leach, has shown, 4 for 25, 2 left for him. Looking for a 5. Not played that much white ball cricket. Not played that much cricket full stop at times.
Yeah, but when he comes in, though, he does the job really well.
Oh, yeah. Well, I think that's it. People look at him and go, well, he's 30-odd now and hasn't played much white ball cricket. Yeah, but you've got to give some context to that. Like, when's he had the opportunities to play white ball cricket?
And obviously, this gives them the opportunity to play white ball cricket now in the short window of 50 over stuff.
Yeah, for someone like him, it's brilliant. You know, yes, there's somewhere he would rather be, and I don't think anyone can escape what he would rather be doing in the last couple of weeks.
Yeah, but still playing cricket is what people love to do.
Exactly.
And it's still competitive cricket. It's not, if it's like going away second team cricket, it's professional cricket at the end of the day.
Ooh, and that one's bounced. That got big on Hayden Mustard. And that's the beauty of people like Jack Leach, of Scott Borthwick, Paul Coughlin, like that. He'll just see, I get to play 8 games for Somerset. Isn't that brilliant?
Absolutely. And what's good about it is they want to play as well, because of being out of it for so long. Obviously, we've lost players to various other competitions, but I think these are the modern pros who've been around for a long time, and they still produce some outstanding performances.
And this is the format of cricket. I don't know. It's still almost the pinnacle of white ball cricket. Oh, and I think Leach might have his 5th wicket. Paul Coughlin looks back, and he's going to have to walk back. And Jack Leach has taken the outside edge. James Rue has taken the catch standing up. Leach is 4 for 26, has become 5 for 26. And Durham are 103 for 8.
What brilliant bowler, eh? He always got you in the game. He's always trying to get you out. Always making you play. Doesn't bowl many bad balls. That's brilliant. Well bowled, Jack Leach.
Yeah, that's been the key to him today, actually. Pitches it on, as you said, middle. So you've got to play it as a right-hander. You can't leave it alone.
No, you can't. You've got to play it, and we've seen 3 or 4 right-handers get out like that. But that just goes down to the skillful of the bowler.
A career best for Jack Leach. It was already a career best, actually. 3 for 7 was his best in only 19 List A games before. So that's how little he's played in 50 over cricket. 70-20. So he's played 27 career white ball games in professional cricket as opposed to 36 tests, which like just shows
amazing
the opportunity. And he's been given an opportunity. He's picked up.
And he's grabbing it with both hands.
5 for 26. Could still be more. End of the over. He's got 1 over left, which Durham won't be massively pleased about. Sometimes you just have to say you've been outplayed, and they have been outplayed
100%.
today.
We've been outplayed. Absolutely, we've been outplayed. The spinners have been the key to both innings, and Jack Leach and the Somerset boys have bowled fantastically well.
Jack Leach in particular has been outstanding. 5 for 26, 9 overs. We'll even forgive him no maidens in his 9 overs, given he's picked up 5 for 26.
No maidens.
Beautiful stuff.
Yeah, you don't get many maidens in white ball stuff.
Oh no.
In the modern day, we got 3 at the minute, but naturally you don't get many maidens in. It's all about the run rate, isn't it?
The run rate
2.89.
It's not great. It's not great for Durham at the moment. Run rate, wickets column. There's not much. There's particular that one. You know when they do those World Cup final, they do the hand-drawn scorecards that people put on their wall. This one will not be going.
This one will not even make it, I don't think.
It might make it up to Casa Leach in his study. I like to think of him, glasses on, just studying away. I reckon he writes with a kind of scroll on a bit of like old paper. What's it called? I've lost the word. I don't know why I've gone in that direction. I can just see Jack Leach dabbing his ink.
Ticking it off.
Oh, beautiful. 5 for Endless Day cricket for the first time, Jack Leach. Congratulations. The Andy Hamid experiment is over. Brought them a wicket. Now Goldsworthy is back. We've got Hayden Mustard and George Driz out, formerly of Somerset. Reverse sweep.
Is that where he started his cricket, down in Somerset, or did he go from Gloucester?
Gloucestershire.
Yeah.
He was on loan for Somerset in this competition. He's testing me on the years.
Well, when I played Gloucester, he must have just gone to Gloucester. So I played probably a year with him in Gloucester.
Okay.
And I thought he was a really good spinner then. When he came up north, it was quite good to see him come up north and cement his place really. Because I thought he was a really good bowler when I first saw him down in at Gloucester.
Yeah, how was your time in the West Country?
It was a bit different to the northeast. I did 1 year down there.
Yeah, I forgot.
Well, I signed a 2 year, did 1 year, but then I probably fell out of the love of the game really. Once I left Durham, went down to Gloucester, it was never the same, and then I decided to move into the real world a little bit. I quite enjoyed the real world, and that's what it was. I probably could have gone to another couple of places, but I just thought that was, if I wasn't enjoying my cricket, then what's the point of doing it? Yeah. I didn't want to go down that slippery slope going from the top level down all the way down level, so I thought it was the right decision just to call it a day.
And you've refound that love?
Yeah, I have refound that. Obviously, I was still involved in the game.
Yeah.
Being an umpire, so I was still involved in it. Still enjoy it. I still get into the battles between the two teams without being on either side of it. So that side of it is, I really, really, really love it. But refound it the last couple of years in this legend stuff, which it's still competitive.
I was say, does it get competitive? No warm-ups, but I bet
no
once you
warm-ups,
start.
but that doesn't really matter. But it gets competitive. You want to be performing. You want to hit sixes. You want to hit fours. You want to entertain, and that's what this legend stuff's all about. And I found the rekindle again of love playing cricket again.
I'm delighted to hear that. 2021, I've just had it confirmed from Harry Everett that's when George Drizzle was at Somerset. Same year you borrowed some kit from Vic Domain, wasn't it? 2021, 3 years ago.
Me?
Yeah.
I thought you talked of these boys who just walked in.
Just fixated on the batting, I wonder why. Jack Leach, final over.
Oh, he's out.
Jack Leach has number 6. Little edge, little tickle behind. Jack Leach is all smiles. James Rue, carbon copy of the dismissal in the previous over, really. A slight feather. And Hayden Mustard has to wander off. James Rew takes the catch. Jet Leach has 6 for 26. Probably a decent candidate for player of the game.
I think so.
Yeah?
I can't really see him going away from Leach. I think he's been brilliant, hasn't he? I think the whole Somerset team have, obviously, you can look Goldworthy, who batter really well, and you go Leachy, but both of them together have won the game for Somerset. So it's
9 down now. Durham 106 for 9. Just having a look at the scorecard. It's saying Durham require 136 off 20.3 overs. Yeah, they do. They've only got that 1 wicket left. That's going to be the issue. The man is a debutant, Daniel Hogg. Saw him bowl. Lovely. I mean, what a moment for him this morning.
Yeah, making his debut, getting his cap. Oh, brilliant. Like it's everybody's dream, and that's what this competition does. You come in, I think George Drizzell might have given him his cap this morning. But it's brilliant for a young lad coming into a big environment, making his debut, and you cherish him for years and years to come.
Remember your debut?
I do remember my debut. I think it was here. I think it was Sri Lanka. Oh yeah, that was Sri Lanka. That was my debut. But my one-day debut was Lancashire. I think it was. Come off the back of hitting Kasparowicz for 6 at Darlington. I thought I can do the same thing to I think it might have been Jimmy or Freddie or one of them anyway, and I tried to hit him for 6 over cover, nicked off first ball, first slip, thank you very much, on you go. So yeah, that was my debut.
Started you mean to go on?
Absolutely. But yeah, I do remember it.
2 slips in. Oh, it beats the outside. Well, it can't be worse than poor Archie Vaughan, who got run out backing up without facing a ball on his debut.
Yeah, on his debut.
The triple whammy.
That's a horrible way to go, isn't it? It's just run out is just normally you're in control of your run outs, so you should never really get run out, but them ones where they hit it straight back, it's terrible.
Keep that one. It must be, that's another facet of umpiring now. It must be hard. You have to keep an eye out for those run out backups. Yeah, deliberate.
Yeah, you got to keep an eye on them now.
Keep your eye out and then guess.
That's exactly what you do.
Leach is in, and Leach has finished his spell. Well bowled, Jack Leach. 10 overs, no maidens, 6 wickets for 26 runs, and that spell has put Somerset on the cusp of quite a hefty victory here. One wicket left to claim. I've claimed a few now. I didn't get any in the first innings. I wanted to say to Andy Sixsmith, well, that's because I was batting, mate. When I that first dig, 0 down's ideal for me.
Somerset South.
Lewis Goldsworthy, ball in hand then. 5 overs, 0 for 22. He was the star with a bat. Pushing it down to Alfie Ogborn for just a single. So what was the Sri Lanka game? Was that a touring game?
Yeah, it was a touring game. And yeah, it was. I think it was quite a late decision to play, I think. And then I think I batted about 7 or something along those lines. And I think I got 44 off 50 balls or something along those lines, I think it was. But yeah, that was the start of a pretty good career, really. So what, 16, 17 years of professional sport. So I always look back at the Sri Lanka one, and when I made my England debut was in Sri Lanka, so Sri Lanka's got a little bit of a place in my little office.
Oh, under edge, is that the way to finish the game? Yes, it is. It's being given. Lewis Goldsworthy looks away, almost embarrassed at having taken a wicket that way. James Rew has picked up 3 catches at the back end, and Durham have been dismissed here for 107, which gives Somerset the victory by the margin of 135 runs. Phil Mustard has just disappeared, taken his seat, ready to do his best boy band impression. I think he's got a song to sing. So Somerset all out for Somerset all out. Durham all out for 108. Not a pretty scorecard if you're Durham fan. Scott Borthwick top scoring with 35. Thereafter McKinney 17, Alex Lees 18, Bastardada 12. They were the only other batters other than Hayden Mustard to get into double figures. I've been given a scorecard that hasn't refreshed by Gordon Mucho. He's trying to sell me out there a little bit. With the ball, Jack Leach was very much the star. 6 for 26 for him, and sometimes you just have to say, well played the opposition.
Oh, definitely. I thought he bowled fantastic well. The ball didn't really leave them stumps. Obviously clipped the bails a couple of times, a couple of good caught behinds, and you just give Durham nothing to work with. And unfortunately weren't able to get that partnership we were desperately wanting. But again, we go again Friday, so fingers crossed we can dust ourselves down and put on a better show then.
Yeah, what does Ryan Campbell's team talk, post-match talk consist of now? What does he say?
Yeah, obviously it's a couple of poor batting performances in a row, which can happen in one-day cricket. Early wickets again. I thought Lees and McKinney actually got off to a decent start there. I think we're 40 for none or whatever it was, and then after that we just lost a steady run of wickets. Through some good bowling. I think Scott Borthwick will be a little bit disappointed with his dismissal after he played really well, just trying to rebuild the innings and then got one to put away and managed to find that man at mid-wicket. But no, positive stuff. I thought young Hayden Mustard played well there, showed a lot of composure, some nice little touches with his sweeps and dabs. And again, obviously nice for Dan Hogg to get a debut under his belt as well, who I thought bowled well.
Yeah, a bit of pride for him and his family today. 5 overs with the ball. It's just a wonderful moment.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, obviously you dream of playing for your county growing up, and he's managed to get that first game under the belt. I think he started a little bit nervously, then he got into his work really well, hitting the pitch hard, swinging it a little bit both ways, so it was nice to see him get out there and get that cap.
And in the end, Somerset judged the pitch pretty well, didn't they? We were thinking, are they scoring quickly enough? But actually they realised that it wasn't a 300 pitch.
Well, that's it. I think Goldworthy's innings there just goes to show. We said at half-time, is that going to prove to be the match-winning innings or not? And he was the real standout of the day. Obviously Thomas at the top there got 48. But no, a fantastic effort from Somerset. Well played against, obviously they've lost 10 players to the 100. And again, they've managed to produce a good performance.
Well, Somerset win by 133 runs. That's all from myself and Gordon Muchell. But the boys are over in the studio, and I think Andy Sixsmith is going to do a bit of post-match analysis.
Yeah, thanks, Gordon. Thanks, Sam. Fair old hammering that for Durham, that defeat by 133 runs to Somerset. But it's a beautiful day outside, I suppose, and an early finish. Never mind. Listen, guys, interest of fairness and interest of transparency, we weren't even ready in the studio. That finished so quickly. We had to scurry up our camera operator, Ben, who's sweating his backside off behind the camera. He sprinted up to the Daffy News studio. Listen, fair's fair. It was a fair old hammering, Colonel, wasn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. It was a game of spin.
Yeah.
We saw the spinners come on, and the Somerset innings, they changed it a little bit. They got wickets on regular occurrences. Then exactly the same, Jack Leach came in and bowled extremely well, six wickets, and then Goldworthy came and backed him up on that. So it was a game of spin today, and unfortunately Durham up short on that front. But fair play to Somerset, they were outstanding today.
A game of spin, definitely. You mentioned one name there that we do have to laud. We know what he's capable of, but figures are 6 for 26. Ash, I mean, Jack Leach had a party out there, didn't he?
Yeah, absolutely outstanding, mate. To be fair, we're saying the really bizarre situation at Somerset with Bashir and Leach, and one playing for one and over the other. But today, Jack Leach was absolutely outstanding. Used all his experience, bowled at the stumps, bowled at a really good pace, I thought, and managed to find the right biting point. And the wickets there were no rubbish shots, really, to get the wickets. They were all defensive shots, pretty much, either nicked or bowled. So fair play to him, absolutely superb today.
I was just saying off camera, Colonel, I mean, there's not many positives necessarily to take from a Durham inning. I think the most entertaining part was probably your conversation with Vic. You seemingly had a cracking time on commentary.
Oh, Vic's he's a great man, Vic. I love Vic, and we've been friends for quite a long time.
Yeah.
He takes the mick out of me, I take the mick out of him, but on the other side we both respect each other, and that's where the conversation comes from. And if you're in a room with somebody who you respect, then you have a great conversation. So yeah, that was an interesting conversation, but it was good fun.
It was absolutely belting to listen to, definitely. Focusing on the cricket, I mean, it wasn't such a bad start for Durham. I mean, they were 40 for no wicket, seemed to be ticking along quite nicely with that opening partnership, and suddenly they're collapsing to 106 for 9, Ash. I mean, what does that come down to? I know we've mentioned the spin bowling, but what's that down to, would you say?
I think we've shown in the last 2 games that we're losing wickets in clumps, and I think that's really dangerous. I think even Vic pointed out that the longer you can bat in a partnership, the easier it seems to get.
Yeah.
I think Durham have got to realise that really quickly. The ones that we've lost in hurries have been some of the experience. So we lost Lees and then Ackerman in clumps. And really, we need to be ahead of the game there. I think we talked around that being around a par score on that pitch, which obviously it's proved to be way more than par in the context of this game, but how important it was to get off to a good start against that new ball. We did okay against the new ball, but as soon as spin came on, it was literally death by spin.
So how do we stop? That's a kind of £1 million question, I guess. How do we stop that, Colonel? How do we stop that process of losing these wickets in clumps like that?
I think obviously you've got to go back to the drawing board. You've got to look at individuals. Every individual is different. Every individual practice different. So it's a case of do you come out and be more positive with them, or do you try and just get ones, go 5, 6 and over? So I think all the individuals are different, and every individual has a way of playing. So I think it's a case of go away, reflect on what you think you're doing well, what you think you didn't do so well, and then try and go in nets against a spin and try and execute what you're trying to achieve. So I think I think it's always a case, Durham, we're not always great against spin.
Yeah.
If you see us from down the country, we're not great against spin. So I think it's something that as individuals need to take away, have a good look at themselves and go, right, okay, how am I going to play them different?
So given those reflections, let's say the lads are going to be reflecting on this, because a quick turnaround before the Friday game against the Steelbacks right here at the Seton Riverside. What positives can they take, Thorpe, from this one?
I think our spinners bowled really well. I think if we look back on some of the key moments, maybe taking that wicket off the no ball early doors, it actually looked quite hard to score. They lost wickets in clumps as well throughout their innings. However, they had that big match-winning partnership for their second wicket. So I think on reflection, we created a couple of chances with the new ball. Our spinners, we can maybe reflect, and if we're playing on that same pitch again on Friday, which I believe we are, do we need to introduce more spin into our attack? And then maybe if Borthwick bowls more, do we then bolster the batting a little bit more? So there's definitely some options and some things to take away. Real positive, Dan Hogg made his list A debut. I thought Johnny Bushnell bowled really well at the death, as did Buster Lader. Batting wise, probably not to write home about, apart from, I will say, and even though he's sitting next to me, the calmness that his young fella showed. I thought Hayden showed a lot of maturity, trying to ride that out and then end up getting a good one and nicking it.
You're reading off me sheet, mate, here. I was literally going to ask the man himself about your son. How do you reckon Hayden did there? I mean, you're not a biased sort of creature, are you, Colonel? You're going to look at it pretty objectively, but how do you think he fared out there? Because it was a composed batting performance from.
Yeah, it was. Obviously, we've seen his first runs, he went down, scooped it, so that showed his intent. But obviously then, after that, we lost a couple of wickets. Him and Borthwick started building up a nice little partnership. But obviously, once Borthwick pulled that one straight to mid-wicket, then it was always a bit of a uphill challenge. But I think the way he went about his innings, he tried to play properly. He tried to build the partnership. He tried to do what he had to do. Obviously, it didn't go to plan. But obviously, on a different day, it'd be great to see him a little bit higher up the order, be a bit more positive and try and win games of cricket, because that's why he's good. He's a positive batter, and you don't want to take that away from a young batter. But obviously, in positions like that today, you're in a bit of a conundrum, really. Do you stick? Do you go? But he tried to bat with ball, which was great to see, and hopefully carries that on to Friday.
Well, we hope to see plenty more aggression from him in his batting, most certainly, throughout the one-day cup. Ash, I think the lads mentioned it on commentary. What do you think Campbell's saying to the boys in there immediately after that? Because we heard from him today. We know what he's like as a character. He is very, very calm. He's not going to be losing his rag or anything like that. What do you reckon he's saying to them ahead of Friday?
I think he'll probably look at his experienced players for them to take a little bit more ownership. I think Colonel used the word individual. Take individual responsibility. So make sure that you're prepped and ready to go. So we know we're going to play on this same pitch. We know pretty much the characteristics of that pitch. Are we ready to go? How can you make a difference to win this next game of cricket? And then, basically, I don't think it's down to the coach now. It's down to the players to go out there and perform.
Absolutely. And who knows what this pitch is going to be used for on Friday? I mean, according to Vic, it could be car racing, it could be BMXing, it could be absolutely anything. It could be music venue. I don't know what it's going to be.
It could be madness as well.
It could be. It could be.
If you're here, it will be madness.
I cannot wait to turn up on Friday afternoon and see what's planned at the Seat Unique Riverside. But seriously speaking, we hope that there will be some cricket on Friday against the Steelbacks. How do you see that one now, Colonel, bearing in mind we've seen Durham at home, we've seen how they've performed today. How do you think it'll pan out?
I think if you look back to the T20, it was very, very similar.
Yeah.
First 2 or 3 games, there was a little bit of indifference of performances. Then as the tournament went on, they understood their each individual jobs.
Yeah.
So I think it's a very similar situation to that. So like what Ash said before about the senior guys stepping up, that's what they did in T20. So if they can go away, refresh themselves, come back on Friday, and then start again. But we are very slow starting in competition, and we have been for a long time. But obviously it's not too early yet. We can still improve and hopefully take that into Friday.
Absolutely. Hopefully it doesn't come back to bite us on the backsides. Ash, final words from you. What are your thoughts ahead of Friday?
I'm hoping for a big crowd, so it's a bit of a family day, and the ex-players and the old boys are going to be around as well. So that doesn't add pressure. Hopefully that excites the lads that are currently playing and want to put on a show for a big crowd, and for us old fellas to have a look at and get amongst it. But what would be great is for either one of the youngsters to really step up and grab the game by the scruff of the neck, or one of the old fellas to really lead from the front and bring Durham a much-needed victory in this competition.
Well, hopefully so. Hopefully so. We can't wait for Friday, at least not to see what Vic's going to do with the stadium, let alone the pitch necessarily. But cheers, lads. Thank you very, very much. Absolutely tremendous crack, as always. Phil Mustard, Ash Thorpe, of course, to our commentary team as well, of Gordon Mutchell and Sam Daling. But unfortunately, the first home game of the Metrobank One Day Cup ends in defeat. We immediately look ahead to Friday and hopefully, just hopefully, a first home win of the One Day Cup campaign. From me, Andy Sixsmith, from all of us here on Durham Live, thanks for watching. We'll see you in 48 hours' time.